Chapter 61 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 61. Angels on Earth. The retreat of her rival, quick and unexpected, held Louise Poindexter as if spellbound. She had climbed into the saddle, and was seated, with spur ready to pierce the flanks of the fair Luna. But the stroke was suspended, and she remained in a state of indecision, bewildered by what she saw. But the moment before she had looked into the jacale, had seen her rival there, apparently at home, mistress both of the mansion and its owner. What was she to think of that sudden desertion? Why that look of spiteful hatred? Why not the imperious confidence that should spring from a knowledge of possession? In place of living displeasure, Isidora's looks and actions had caused her a secret gratification. Instead of galloping after, or going in any direction, Louise Poindexter once more slipped down from her saddle, and re-entered the hut. At sight of the pallid cheeks and wild rolling eyes, the young Creole for the moment forgot her wrongs. "Mon Dieu, mon Dieu!" she cried, gliding up to the catre. "Maurice, wounded, dying! Who has done this?" There was no reply, only the mutterings of a madman. "Maurice! Maurice! Speak to me! Do you not know me? Louise! Your Louise! You have called me so? Say it! Oh, say it again! Ah, you are very beautiful, you angels here in heaven! Very beautiful! Yes, yes! You look so to the eyes, to the eyes! But don't say there are none like you upon the earth. For there are. I know one. Ah! More. But one that excels you all, you angels in heaven. I mean in beauty, in goodness. That's another thing. I'm not thinking of goodness. No, no. Maurice, dear Maurice! Why do you talk thus? You are not in heaven. You are here with me, with Louise." "I am in heaven, yes. In heaven. I don't wish it, for all they say, that is, unless I can have her with me. It may be a pleasant place. Not without her. If she were here, I could be content. Hear it, ye angels, that come hovering around me. Very beautiful you are, I admit. But none of you like her. Her, my angel. Oh, there's a devil, too. A beautiful devil. I don't mean that. I'm thinking only of the angel of the prairies. Do you remember her name?" Perhaps never was the question to put a delirious man where the questioner showed so much interest in the answer. She bent over him with ears upon the strain, with eyes that marked every movement of his lips. "Name? Name? Did some one say name? Have you any names here? Oh, I remember. Michael, Gabriel, Azrael. Men, all men. Angels not like my angel, who is a woman. Her name is Louise. Louise. Why should I conceal it from you? You up here, you know everything that's down there. Surely you know her, Louise. You should. You could not help loving her. Ah, with all your hearts, as I with all mine. All." Not when these last words were once before spoken, first spoken under the shade of the acacia trees, the speaker in full consciousness of intellect, in the full fervour of his soul. Not when they were listened to with such delight. Oh, happy hour for her who heard them! Again were soft kisses lavished upon that fevered brow, upon those wan lips, but this time by one who had no need to recoil after the contact. She only stood up erect, triumphant, her hand pressing upon her heart to stay its wild pulsations. It was pleasure too complete, too ecstatic, for there was pain in the thought that it cannot be felt forever, in the fear of its being too soon interrupted. The last was but a shadow thrown before, and in such shape it appeared, a shadow that camped darkling through the doorway. The substance that followed was a man, who, the moment after, was seen standing upon the stoup. There was nothing terrible in the aspect of the newcomer. On the contrary, his countenance and costume were types of the comical, heightened by contrast of the wild associations of the time and place. Still further from juxtaposition with the odd objects carried in his hands, in one a tomahawk, in the other a huge snake, with its tail terminating in a string of bead-like rattles that betrayed its species. If anything could have added to his air of grotesque drollery, it was the expression of puzzled surprise that came over his countenance, as stepping down the threshold he discovered the change that had taken place in the occupancy of the hut. "Mother av Moses!" he exclaimed, dropping both snake and tomahawk, and opening his eyes as wide as the lids would allow them. "Shure I must be dhramin. Trath must I. It can't be yerself, Miss Poindexter. Shure now it can't." "But it is, Mr O'Neal. How very ungallant in you to have forgotten me, and so soon!" "Forgotten yez, trath, miss! Yez needn't accuse me of doin' chat which is intirely impossible. The Irishman that hiz once looked in yer swate face will be undher the necessity ever afther to remimber it. Sowl! Thare's wan that can't forget it, even in his dhrames." The speaker glanced significantly towards the couch. A delicious thrill passed through the bosom of the listener. "But fwhat diz it all mane?" continued Phelim, returning to the unexplained puzzle of the transformation. "Fwhere's the t'other the young chap, or lady, or woman, whichsomever she art? Didn't yez see nothin' of a woman, Miss Poindexter?" "Yes, yes." "Oh, yez did! And fwhere is she now?" "Gone away, I believe." "Gone away! Be japers, thin, she hedn't remained long in the wan, mind. I lift her here in the cabin not 10 minutes ago, takin' off her bonnet, that was only a man's hat, and sittin' herself down for a stay. Gone, yez say? Sowl! I'm not sorry to hear it. That's a young lady who's room better than her company, any day in the twilmonth. She's a dale too handy wid her shootin' iron, would yez believe it? Miss Poindexter, she presinted a pistol widin 6 inches av me nose." "Pardieu! For what reason?" "Fwhat reason? Only that I tried to hinder her from intrudin' into the cabin. She got in for all that; for when old Zeb come back, she made no objection to it. She said she was a friend of the masther, and wanted to nurse him." "Indeed! Oh, it is strange very strange!" muttered the Creole, reflectingly. "Trath is it; and so is everything in these times, exceptin' yez own swat silf, that I hope will never be sthrange in a cyabin frequented by Phaylimonal. Shure, now, I'm glad to see yez, miss; and shure so would the masther, if Dear Phelim, tell me all that has happened." "Trath thin, miss, if I'm to till all, ye'll hiv to take off yer bonnet, and make up yer mind for a long stay, seein' as it 'ud take the big ind av a whole day to relate all the quare things that's happened since the day afore yesterday." "Who has been here since then? Who has been here? Except exceptin' the man woman ye mean?" "Yes. Has anyone else been to this place?" "Trath has there plinty besoides, and of all sorts, and colours too. First and foremost, there was wan comin' this way, though he didn't get all the way into the cabin. But I daren't tell you about him, for it moight frighten ye, miss." "Tell me. I have no fear. Bedad, and I can't make it out meself quite entirely. It was a man upon horseback, widout a hid." "Without a head! Divil a bit av that same on his body." The statement caused Phelim to be suspected of having lost his. "And what's more, miss, he was for all the world like Masther Maurice himself, wid his horse under him, and his Mexican blanket about his shoulders, and everything just as the young master looks when he's mounted. Sowl wasn't I scared, when I sit my eyes on him." "But where did you see this, Mr O'Neal?" "Up there on the top av the bluff. I was out lookin' for the masther to come back from the settlement, as he'd promised he would that mornin'; and who should I see but himself, as I suppose it to be. And then he comes ridin' up, without his hid, and stops a bit, and thin goes off a tearin' gallop, wid Tara Gowlin at his horse's heels, away across the big plain, till I saw more of him. Then I made back for the cabin here, and shut myself up, and wint to slape; and just in the middle av me dhrames, when I was dhramin' of But trath, miss, yez be to'rds standing on yer feet all this time. Won't yez take off yer purty little ridin' hat, and sit down on the trunk there? It's aisier than his stool. Do please take a sate; for if I'm to tell yez all " "Never mind me. Go on. Please tell me who else has been here besides this strange cavalier, who must have been some one playing a trick upon you, I suppose." "A thrick, miss? Trath, that's just what old Zeb sayed." "He has been here, then?" "Yis, but not till long after the others." "The others?" "Yis, miss. Zeb only arrived yesterday mornin'. The others paid their visit the night afore, and at a very unsayzonable hour too. wakin' me out av the middle av my slape." "But who? What others?" "Why, the Indians, to be sure." "There have been Indians, then?" "Trath was there a whole tribe of them. Well, as I've been tillin' yez, miss, just as I was in a sound slape, I heard talkin' in the cabin heern, right over my hide, an the shufflin' of paper, as if somebody was dalain' a pack of cards. An' mother av Moses! Fwhat's that?" "What? Didn't yez hear somethin'? Whist! There it is again! Trath, it's the trampin' of horses. They're just outside." Phelim rushed towards the door. "Be Saint Patrick! The place is surrounded with men on horseback. There's 1,000 of them, and more comin' behind. Be japers! Them's the chaps old Zeb. Now for a frish spell of squealin'. O Lord, I'll be too late!" Seizing the cactus branch that, for convenience, he had brought inside the hut, he dashed out through the doorway. "Mon Dieu!" cried the Creole, "'tis they, my father, and I here! How shall I explain it? Holy Virgin, save me from shame!" Instinctively she sprang towards the door, closing it as she did so. But a moment's reflection showed her how idle was the act. They who were outside would make light of such obstruction. Already she recognised the voices of the Regulators. The opening in the skin wall came under her eye. Should she make a retreat through that, undignified as it might be? It was no longer possible. The sound of hoofs also in the rear. There were horsemen behind the hut. Besides, her own steed was in front, that ocellated creature not to be mistaken. By this time they must have identified it. But there was another thought that restrained her from attempting to retreat one more generous. He was in danger, from which even the unconsciousness of it might not shield him. Who but she could protect him? "Let my good name go," thought she. "Father, friends, all but him, if God so wills it. Shame or no shame, to let him will I be true." As these noble thoughts passed through her mind, she took her stand by the bedside of the invalid, like a second Dido, resolved to risk all, even death itself, for the hero of her heart. Chapter 61. Chapter 62 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 62. Waiting for the Cue. Never, since its erection, was there such a trampling of hoofs around the hut of the horse catcher, not even when its corral was filled with fresh taken mustangs. Phelim, rushing out from the door, is saluted by a score of voices that summon him to stop. One is heard louder than the rest, and in tones of command that proclaim the speaker to be chief of the party. "Pull up, damn you! It's no use your trying to escape. Another step, and ye'll go tumbling in your tracks. Pull up, I say." The command takes effect upon the Connemara man, who has been making direct for Zeb Stump's mare, tethered on the other side of the opening. He stops upon the instant. "Sure, gintlemen, I don't want to escape," asseverates he, shivering at the sight of a score of angry faces, and the same number of gun barrels bearing upon his person. "I had no such intentions. I was only goin' to run off. If you'd got the chance, you'd make a good beginning. Here, Dick Tracy, have a dozen turns of your trail rope around him. Lend a hand, Shelton. Damned queer looking curse he is. Surely, gentlemen, this can't be the man we're in search of?" "No, no, it isn't. Only his man John." "Ho, hilloa! You round there at the back, keep your eyes skinned. We haven't got him yet. Don't let as much as a cat creep past you. Now, sirree, who's inside?" "Who's insoide? The cabin diz yez mane?" "Damn ye, answer the question that's put to ye," says Tracy, giving his prisoner a touch of the trail rope. "Who's inside the shanty? Oh Lard! Needs must when the divil drives. Will, then, there's the master for one." "Ho! What's this?" inquires Woodley Poindexter, at this moment riding up, and seeing the spotted mare. "Why, it's Louis's mustang." "It is, uncle," answers Cassius Calhoun, who has ridden up along with him. "I wonder who's brought the beast here. Lou herself, I reckon." "Nonsense! You're jesting, Cash." "No, uncle, I'm in earnest." You mean to say my daughter has been here? Has been, still is, I take it. Impossible? Look yonder, then. The door has just been opened. A female form is seen inside. Good God, it is my daughter! Poindexter drops from his saddle, and hastens up to the hut, close followed by Calhoun. Both go inside. Louises, what means this? A wounded man. Is it he, Henry? Before an answer can be given, his eye falls upon a cloak and hat. Henry's. It is. He's alive, thank heaven! He strides towards the couch. The joy of an instant is in an instant gone. The face upon the pillow is not that of his son. The father staggers back with a groan. Calhoun seems equally affected, but the cry from him is an exclamation of horror. After which he slinks cowed-like out of the cabin. Great God! Gasps the planter. What is it? Can you explain, Louise? I cannot, father. I have been here but a few minutes. I found him, as you see. He is delirious. And Henry? They have told me nothing. Mr. Gerald was alone when I entered. The man outside was absent, and has just returned. I have not had time to question him. But how came you to be here? I could not stay at home. I could not endure the uncertainty any longer. It was terrible, alone, with no one at the house, and the thought of that my poor brother, mon Dieu, mon Dieu! Poindexter regards his daughter with a perplexed, but still inquiring look. I thought I might find Henry here. Here? But how did you know of this place? Who guided you? Who are by yourself? Oh, father! I knew the way. You remember the day of the hut, when the mustang ran away with me? It was beyond this place I was carried. On returning with Mr. Gerald, he told me he lived here. I fancied I could find the way back. Poindexter's look of perplexity does not leave him, though another expression becomes blended with it. His brow contracts, the shadow deepens upon it, though whatever the dark thought, he does not declare it. A strange thing for you to have done, my daughter. Imprudent, indeed dangerous. You have acted like a silly girl. Come away. This is no place for a lady, for you. Get to your horse, and ride home again. Someone will go with you. There may be a scene here you should not be present at. Come. The father strides forth from the hut, the daughter following with reluctance scarce concealed, and, with like unwillingness, is conducted to her saddle. The searchers, now dismounted, are upon the open ground in front. They are all there. Calhoun has made known the condition of things inside, and there is no need for them to keep up their vigilance. They stand in groups, some silent, some conversing. A larger crowd is around the Connemara man, who lies upon the grass, last tied in the trail rope. His tongue is allowed liberty, and they question him, but without giving much credit to his answers. On the reappearance of the father and daughter, they face towards them, but stand silent. For all this, they are burning with eagerness to have an explanation of what is passing. Their looks proclaim it. Most of them know the young lady by sight, all by fame or name. They feel surprise, almost wonder, at seeing her there, the sister of the murdered man under the roof of his murderer. More than ever are they convinced that this is the state of the case. Calhoun, coming forth from the hut, has spread fresh intelligence among them, facts that seem to confirm it. He has told them of the hat, the cloak of the murderer himself, injured to the death struggle. But why is Louise Poindexter there, alone, unaccompanied by white or black, by relative or slave? A guest, too, for in this character does she appear. Her cousin does not explain it. Perhaps she cannot. Her father, can he? Judging by his embarrassed air, it is doubtful. Whispers pass from lip to ear, from group to group. There are surmises, many, but none spoken aloud. Even the rude frontiersmen respect the feelings, filial as parental, and patiently await the éclaircissement. Mount, Louise. Mr. Yancey will ride home with you. The young planter, thus pledged, was never more ready to redeem himself. He is the one who most envies the supposed happiness of Cassius Calhoun. In his soul he thinks Poindexter poor the opportunity. But, father, protests the young lady, why should I no wait for you? You are not going to stay here? Yancey experiences a shock of apprehension. It is my wish, daughter, that you do as I tell you. Let that be sufficient. Yancey's confidence returns. Not quite. He knows enough of that proud spirit to be in doubt whether it may yield obedience even to the parental command. It gives way, but with an unwillingness ill disguised, even in the presence of that crowd of attentive spectators. The two ride off, the young planter taking the lead, his charge slowly following, the former scarce able to conceal his exultation, the latter her chagrin. Yancey is more distressed than displeased at the melancholy mood of his companion. How could it be otherwise with such a sorrow at her heart? Of course she ascribes it to that. He but half interprets the cause. Were he to look steadfastly into the eye of Louise Poindexter, he might there detect an expression in which sorrow for the past is less marked than fear for the future. They ride on through the trees, but not beyond earshot of the people they have left behind them. Suddenly a change comes over the countenance of the Creole, her features lighting up as if some thought of joy, or at least of hope, had entered her soul. She stops reflectingly, her stork constrained to do the same. "Mr. Yancey," says she, after a short pause, "my saddle has got loose. I cannot sit comfortably in it. Have the goodness to look to the girths." Yancey leaps to the ground, delighted with the duty thus imposed on him. He examines the girths. In his opinion, they do not want tightening. He does not say so, but undoing the buckle, pulls upon the strap with all his strength. "Stay," says the fair equestrian. "Let me alight. You will get better at it then." Without waiting for his assistance, she springs from her stirrup, and stands by the side of the mustang. The young man continues to tug at the straps, pulling with all the power of his arms. After a prolonged struggle that turns him red in the face, he succeeds in shortening them by a single hole. "Now, Miss Poindexter, I think it will do." "Perhaps it will," rejoins the lady, placing her hand upon the horn of her saddle, and giving it a slight shake. "No doubt it will do now. After all, 'tis a pity to start back so soon. I've just arrived here after a fast gallop, and my poor Luna has scarce had time to breathe herself. What if we stop here a while, and let her have a little rest? 'Tis cruel to take her back without it." "But your father?" "He seemed desirous you should." "That I should go home at once. That's nothing. 'Twas only to get me out of the way. But these rough men, that was all. He won't care, so long as I'm out of sight. 'Tis a sweet place, this, so cool, under the shade of these fine trees. Just now that the sun is blazing down upon the prairie, let us stay a while, and give Luna a rest. We can amuse ourselves by watching the gambols of these beautiful silver fish in the stream. Look there, Mr. Yancey, what pretty creatures they are." The young planter begins to feel flattered. Why should his fair companion wish to linger there with him? Why wish to watch the Eodons engaged in their aquatic cotillon, amorous at that time of the year? He conjectures a reply conformable to his own inclinations. His compliance is easily obtained. "Miss Poindexter," says he, "it is for you to command me. I am but too happy to stay here as long as you wish it. Only tell Luna be rested. To say the truth, sir, I had scarce got out of the saddle as the people came up. See, the poor thing is still panting after our long gallop." Yancey does not take notice whether the spotted mustang is panting or no, but he is too pleased to comply with the wishes of its rider. They stay by the side of the stream. He is a little surprised to perceive that his companion gives but slight heed, either to the silver fish or the spotted mustang. He would have liked this all the better, had her attentions been transferred to himself, but they are not. He can arrest neither her eye nor her ear. The former seems straying upon vacancy, the latter eagerly bent to catch every sound that comes from the clearing. Despite his inclinations toward her, he cannot help listening himself. He suspects that a serious scene is there being enacted, a trial before Judge Lynch with a jury of regulators. Excited talk comes echoing through the tree trunks. There is an earnestness in its accents that tells of some terrible determination. Both listen, the lady like some tragic actress by the side scene of a theatre, waiting for her cue. There are speeches in more than one voice, as if it made by different men, then one longer than the rest. A harangue. Louise recognizes the voice. It is that of her cousin Cassius. It is urgent, at times angry, at times argumentative, as if persuading his audience to something they are not willing to do. His speech comes to an end, and immediately after it there are quick sharp exclamations. cries of assent, one louder than the rest, of fearful import. While listening, Yancey has forgotten the fair creature by his side. He is reminded of her presence by seeing her spring away from the spot, and with a wild but resolute air glide towards the jacale. End of chapter 62.
Chapter 63 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 63. A Jury of Regulators. The cry that had called the young Creole so suddenly from the side of her companion was the verdict of a jury, in whose rude phrase was also included the pronouncing of the sentence. The word hang was ringing in her ears as she started away from the spot. While pretending to take an interest in the play of the silver fish, her thoughts were upon that scene, of less gentle character, transpiring in front of the jacale. Though the trees hindered her from having a view of the stage, she knew the actors that were on it, and could tell by their speeches how the play was progressing. About the time of her dismounting, a tableau had been formed that merits a minute description. The men she had left behind were no longer in scattered groups, but drawn together into a crowd, in shape roughly resembling the circumference of a circle. Inside it, some half-score figures were conspicuous, among them the tall form of the Regulator Chief, with 3 or 4 of his marshals. Woodley Poindexter was there, and by his side Cassius Calhoun. These no longer appeared to act with authority, but rather as spectators or witnesses in the judicial drama about being enacted. Such in reality was the nature of the scene. It was a trial for murder, a trial before Justice Lynch, this grim dignitary being typified in the person of the Regulator Chief, with a jury composed of all the people upon the ground, all except the prisoners. Of these there were 2, Maurice Gerald and his man Phelim. They are inside the ring, both prostrate upon the grass, both fast bound in rawhide hopes that hinder them from moving hand or foot. Even their tongues are not free. Phelim has been cursed, and scared into silence, while to his master speech is rendered impossible by a piece of stick, fastened bit-like between his teeth. It has been done to prevent interruption by the insane ravings that would otherwise issue from his lips. Even the tight-drawn thongs cannot keep him in place. 2 men, one at each shoulder, with a third seated upon his knees, hold him to the ground. His eyes alone are free to move, and these, rolling in their sockets, glare upon his guards with wild unnatural glances, fearful to encounter. Only one of the prisoners is arraigned on the capital charge. The other is but doubtfully regarded as an accomplice. The servant alone has been examined, asked to confess all he knows, and what he has to say for himself. It is no use putting questions to his master. Phelim has told his tale, too strange to be credited, though the strangest part of it, that relating to his having seen a horseman without a head, is looked upon as the least improbable. He cannot explain it, and his story but strengthens the suspicion already aroused that the spectral apparition is a part of the scheme of murder. All stuff his tales about tiger fights and Indians. Say who's to whom he has been imparting them. A pack of lies contrived to mislead us, nothing else. The trial has lasted scarce 10 minutes, and yet the jury has come to their conclusion. In the minds of most, already predisposed to it, there is a full conviction that Henry Poindexter is a dead man, and that Maurice Gerald is answerable for his death. Every circumstance already known has been reconsidered, while to these have been added the new facts discovered at the jacale, the ugliest of which is the finding of the cloak and hat. The explanations given by the Galwegian, confused and incongruous, carry no credit. Why should they? They are the inventions of an accomplice. There are some who will scarce stay to hear them, some who impatiently cry out, "Let the murderer be hanged!" As if this verdict had been anticipated, a rope lies ready upon the ground, with a noose at its end. It is only a lazo, but for the purpose Calcraft could not produce a more perfect piece of cord. A sycamore standing near, offers a horizontal limb good enough for a gallows. The vote is taken viva voce. 80 out of the 100 jurors express their opinion that Maurice Gerald must die. His hour appears to have come. And yet the sentence is not carried into execution. The rope is suffered to lie guileless on the grass. No one seems willing to lay hold of it. Why that hanging back, as if the thong of horsehide was a venomous snake, that none dares to touch? The majority, the plurality, to use a true Western word, has pronounced the sentence of death, some strengthening it with rude, even blasphemous speech. Why is it not carried out? Why? For want of that unanimity that stimulates to immediate action, for want of the proofs to produce it. There is a minority not satisfied, that with less noise, but equally earnest emphasis, have answered No. It is this that has caused the suspension of the violent proceedings. Among this minority is Judge Lynch himself, Sam Manly, the chief of the Regulators. He has not yet passed sentence, or even signified his acceptance of the acclamatory verdict. "Fellow citizens," cries he, as soon as he has an opportunity of making himself heard, "I am of the opinion that there is a doubt in this case, and I reckon we ought to give the accused the benefit of it, that is, till he be able to say his own say about it. It's no use questioning him now, as ye all see. We have him tight and fast, and there's not much chance of his getting clear, if guilty. Therefore, I move we postpone the trial till—" "What's the use of postponing it?" interrupts a voice already loud for the prosecution, and which can be distinguished as that of Cassius Calhoun. "What's the use, Sam Manly? It's all very well for you to talk that way; but if you had a friend foully murdered, I won't say cousin, but a son, a brother, you might not be so soft about it. What more do you want to show that the skunk's guilty? Further proofs?" "That's just what we want, Captain Calhoun." "Can you give them, Mr. Cassius Calhoun?" inquires a voice from the outside circle, with a strong Irish accent. "Perhaps I can." "Let's have them, then. God knows you've had evidence enough. A jury of his own stupid countrymen." "Bar that appellation!" shouts the man who has demanded the additional evidence. "Just remember, Mr. Calhoun, you're in Texas, and not Mississippi. Bear that in mind, or ye may run your tongue into trouble, sharp as it is." "I don't mean to offend any one," says Calhoun, backing out of the dilemma into which his Irish antipathies had led him. "Even an Englishman, if there's one here." "There you're welcome. Go on," cries the mollified Milesian. "Well then, as I was saying, there's been evidence enough, and more than enough in my opinion; but if you want more, I can give it." "Give it! Give it!" cry a score of responding voices, that keep up the demand, while Calhoun seems to hesitate. "Gentlemen," says he, squaring himself to the crowd, as if for a speech, "what I've got to say now I could have told you long ago, but I didn't think it was needed. You all know what's happened between this man and myself, and I had no wish to be thought revengeful. I'm not, and if it wasn't that I'm sure he has done the deed, sure as the head's on my body." Calhoun speaks stammeringly, seeing that the phrase, involuntarily escaping from his lips, has produced a strange effect upon his auditory, as it has upon himself. "If not sure, I should still say nothing of what I've seen, or rather heard, for it was in the night, and I saw nothing." "What did you hear, Mr. Calhoun?" demands the Regulator Chief, resuming his judicial demeanour, for a time forgotten in the confusion of voting the verdict. "Your quarrel with the prisoner, of which I believe everybody has heard, can have nothing to do with your testimony here. Nobody's going to accuse you of false swearing on that account. Please proceed, sir. What did you hear? And where and when did you hear it?" "To begin, then, with the time, it was the night my cousin was missing; though, of course, we didn't miss him till the morning last Tuesday night." "Tuesday night. Well?" "I turned in myself, and thought Henry had done the same; but what with the heat and the infernal mosquitoes, I couldn't get any sleep. I started up again, lit a cigar, and after smoking it a while in the room, I thought of taking a turn upon the top of the house. You know the old hacienda has a flat roof, I suppose? Well, I went up there to get cool, and continued to pull away at the weed. It must have been then about midnight, or maybe a little earlier. I can't tell, for I'd been tossing about on my bed, and took no note of the time. Just as I had smoked to the end of my cigar, and was about to take a second out of my case, I heard voices. There were two of them. They were up the river, as I thought, on the other side. They were a good way off, in the direction of the town. I mightn't have been able to distinguish them, or tell one from the other, if they'd been talking in the ordinary way, but they weren't. There was loud, angry talk, and I could tell that two men were quarrelling. I suppose it was some drunken rowdies, going home from Oberdoffer's tavern, and I should have thought no more about it. But as I listened, I recognized one of the voices, and then the other. The first was my cousin, Henry's. The second that of the man who was there. The man who has murdered him. Please proceed, Mr. Calhoun. Let us hear the whole of the evidence you have promised to produce. It will be time enough then to state your opinions. Well, gentlemen, as you may imagine, I was no little surprised at hearing my cousin's voice, supposing him asleep in his bed. So sure was I of its being him, that I didn't think of going to his room, to see if he was there. I knew it was his voice, and I was quite as sure that the other was that of the horse catcher. I thought it uncommonly queer in Henry being out at such a late hour, as he was never much given to that sort of thing. But out he was. I couldn't be mistaken about that. I listened to catch what the quarrel was about, but though I could distinguish the voices, I couldn't make out anything that was said on either side. What I did hear was Henry calling him by some strong names, as if my cousin had been first insulted. And then I heard the Irishman threatening to make him rue it. Each loudly pronounced the other's name, and that convinced me about its being them. I should have gone out to see what the trouble was, but I was in my slippers, and before I could draw on a pair of boots, it appeared to be all over. I waited for half an hour for Henry to come home. He didn't come, but as I supposed, he had gone back to Oberdoffer's and fallen in with some of the fellows from the fort. I concluded he might stay there a spell, and I went back to my bed. Now, gentlemen, I've told you all I know. My poor cousin never came back to Casa del Corvo, never more laid his side on a bed, for that we found by going to his room next morning. His bed that night must have been somewhere upon the prairie, or in the chaparral, and there's the only man who knows where." With a wave of his hand the speaker triumphantly indicated the accused, whose wild straining eyes told how unconscious he was of the terrible accusation, or of the vengeful looks with which, from all sides, he was now regarded. Calhoun's story was told with a circumstantiality that went far to produce conviction of the prisoner's guilt. The concluding speech appeared eloquent of truth, and was followed by a clamorous demand for the execution to proceed. "Hang! hang!" is the cry from fourscore voices. The judge himself seems to waver. The minority has been diminished. No longer 80 out of the 100, but 90 repeat the cry. The more moderate 8 overborne by the inundation of vengeful voices. The crowd sways to and fro, resembling a storm fast increasing to a tempest. It soon comes to its height. A ruffian rushes towards the rope, though none seem to have noticed it. He has parted both from the side of the Calhoun, with whom he has been holding a whispered conversation. One of those border ruffians of southern descent, ever ready by the stake of the philanthropist or the martyr, such as have been late typified in the military murders of Jamaica, who have disgraced the English name to the limits of all time. He lays hold of the lazo, and quickly arranges its loop around the neck of the condemned man, alike unconscious of trial and condemnation. No one steps forward to oppose the act. The ruffian, bristling with bowie knife and pistols, has it all to himself, or rather he is assisted by a scoundrel of the same kidney, one of the ci devant guards of the prisoner. The spectators stand aside, or look tranquilly upon the proceedings. Most express a mute approval, some encouraging the executioners with earnest vociferations of "Up with him! Hang him!" A few seem stupefied by surprise. A less number show sympathy, but not one dares to give proof of it by taking part with the prisoner. The rope is around his neck, the end with the noose upon it, the others being swung over the sycamore. Soon must the soul of Maurice Gerald go back to its God. End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 64. A series of interludes. Soon the soul of Maurice Gerald must go back to its God. It was the thought of every actor in that tragedy among the trees. No one doubted that, in another moment, they would see his body hoisted in the air, and swinging from the branch of the sycamore. There was an interlude, not provided for in the programme. A farce was being performed simultaneously, and it might be said, on the same stage. For once the tragedy was more attractive, and the comedy was progressing without spectators. Not the less earnest were the actors in it. There were only two, a man and a mare. Phelim was once more re-enacting the scenes that had caused surprise to Isidora. Engrossed by the arguments of Calhoun, by the purposes of vengeance which his story was producing, the Regulators only turned their attention to the chief criminal. No one thought of his companion, whether he was or was not an accomplice. His presence was scarce perceived, all eyes being directed with angry intent upon the other. Still less was it noticed, when the ruffian sprang forward, and commenced adjusting the rope. The Galwegian was then altogether neglected. There appeared an opportunity of escape, and Phelim was not slow to take advantage of it. Wriggling himself clear of his fastenings, he crawled off among the legs of the surging crowd. No one seemed to see or care about his movements. Mad with excitement, they were pressing upon each other, the eyes of all turned upward to the gallows tree. To have seen Phelim skulking off, it might have been supposed that he was profiting by the chance offered for escape, saving his own life, without thinking of his master. It is true he could have done nothing, and he knew it. He had exhausted his advocacy, and any further interference on his part would have been an idle effort, or only to aggravate the accusers. It was but slight disloyalty that he should think of saving himself, a mere instinct of self-preservation, to which he seemed yielding, as he stole off among the trees. So one would have conjectured, but the conjecture would not have done justice to him of Connemara. In his flight, the faithful servant had no design to forsake his master, much less leave him to his fate, without making one more effort to effect his delivery from the human bloodhounds who had hold of him. He knew he could do nothing of himself. His hope lay in summoning Zeb Stump, and it was to sound that signal, which had proved so effective before, that he was now stealing off from the scene alike of trial and execution. On getting beyond the selvage of the throng, he had glided in among the trees, and keeping these between him and the angry crowd, he ran on toward the spot where the old mare still grazed upon her tether. The other horses standing hitched to the twigs, formed a tolerably compact tier all round the edge of the timber. This aided in screening his movements from observation, so that he had arrived by the side of the mare without being seen by any one. Just then he discovered that he had come without the apparatus necessary to carry out his design. The cactus branch had been dropped where he was first captured, and was still kicking about among the feet of his captors. He could not get hold of it without exposing himself to a fresh seizure, and this would hinder him from effecting the desired end. He had no knife, no weapon of any kind, wherewith he might procure another nopal. He paused, in painful uncertainty as to what he should do. Only for an instant. There was no time to be lost. His master's life was in imminent peril, menaced at every moment. No sacrifice would be too great to save him; and with this thought the faithful Phelim rushed towards the cactus plant, and, seizing one of its spinous branches in his naked hands, wrenched it from the stem. His fingers were fearfully lacerated in the act; but what mattered that, when weighed against the life of his beloved master?
With equal recklessness he ran up to the mare, and, at the risk of being kicked back again, took hold of her tail, and once more applied the instrument of torture. By this time the noose had been adjusted around the mustanger's neck, carefully adjusted to avoid fluke or failure. The other end, leading over the limb of the tree, was held in hand by the brace of bearded bullies, whose fingers appeared itching to pull upon it. In their eyes and attitudes was an air of deadly determination. They only waited for the word. Not that any one had the right to pronounce it, and just for this reason was it delayed. No one seemed willing to take the responsibility of giving that signal which was to send a fellow creature to his long account. Criminal as they might regard him, murderer as they believed him to be, all shied from doing the sheriff's duty. Even Calhoun instinctively held back. It was not for the want of will. There was no lack of that on the part of the ex-officer, or among the Regulators. They showed no sign of retreating from the step they had taken. The pause was simply owing to the informality of the proceedings. It was but the lull in the storm that precedes the grand crash. It was a moment of deep solemnity, every one silent as the tomb. They were in the presence of death, and knew it. Death in its most hideous shape and darkest guise. Most of them felt that they were abetting it. All believed it to be nigh. With hushed voice and hindered gesture, they stood rigid as the tree trunks around them. Surely the crisis had come? It had, but not that crisis by everybody expected, by themselves decreed. Instead of seeing Maurice Gerald jerked into the air, far different was the spectacle they were called upon to witness. One so ludicrous as for a time to interrupt the solemnity of the scene, and cause a suspension of the harsh proceedings. The old mare that they knew to be Zeb Stump's appeared to have gone suddenly mad. She had commenced dancing over the sward, flinging her heels high into the air, and screaming with all her might. She had given the cue to the 100 horses that stood tied to the trees, and all of them had commenced imitating her wild capers while loudly responding to her screams. Enchantment would scarce have produced a quicker transformation than occurred in the tableau formed in front of the jacale hut. Not only was the execution suspended, but all other proceedings that regarded the condemned captive. Nor was the change of a comical character. On the contrary, it was accompanied by looks of alarm, and cries of consternation. The Regulators rushed to their arms, some towards their horses. "Indians!" was the exclamation upon every lip, though unheard though the din. Not but the coming of Comanches could have caused such a commotion, threatening to result in a stampede of the troop. For a time men ran shouting over a little lawn, or stood silent with sacred countenances. Most, having secured their horses, cowered behind them, using them by the way of shield against the chances of an Indian arrow. There were but a few upon the ground accustomed to such prairie escapades, and the fears of the many were exaggerated by their inexperience to the extreme of terror. It continued till their steeds, all caught up, had ceased their wild whighering, and only one was heard, the wretched creature that had given them the cue. Then was discovered the true cause of the alarm, as also that the Connemara man had stolen off. Fortunate for Phelim, he had shown the good sense to betake himself to the bushes. Only by concealment had he saved his skin, for his life was now worth scarce so much as that of his master. A score of rifles were clutched with angry energy, their muzzles brought to bear upon the old mare. But before any of them could be discharged, a man standing near threw his lazo around her neck, and choked her into silence. Tranquillity is restored, and along with it a resumption of the deadly design. The Regulators are still in the same temper. The ludicrous incident, whilst perplexing, has not provoked their mirth, but the contrary. Some feel shame at the sorry figure they have cut, in the face of a false alarm, while others are chafed at the interruption of the solemn ceremonial. They return to it with increased vindictiveness, as proved by their oaths and angry exclamations. Once more the vengeful circle closes around the condemned. The terrible tableau is reconstructed. Once more the ruffians lay hold of the rope, and for the second time every one is impressed with the solemn thought: Soon must the soul of Maurice Gerald go back to its God? Thank heaven, there is another interruption to that stern ceremonial of death. How unlike to death is that bright form flitting under the shadows, flashing out into the open sunlight! A woman! A beautiful woman! 'Tis only a silent thought, for no one essays to speak. They stand rigid as ever, but with strangely altered looks. Even the rudest of them respect the presence of that fair intruder. There is submission in their attitude, as if from a consciousness of guilt. Like a meteor, she passes through their midst, glides on without giving a glance on either side, without speech, without halt, till she stoops over the condemned man, still lying gagged the grass. With a quick clutch she lays hold of the lazo which the two hangmen, taken by surprise, have let loose. Grasping it with both her hands, she jerks it from theirs. "Texans! Cowards!" she cries, casting a scornful look upon the crowd. "Shame! Shame!" They cower under the stinging reproach. She continues: "A trial indeed! A fair trial! The accused without counsel, condemned without being heard, and this you call justice? Texan justice? My scorn upon you, not men, but murderers!" "What means this?" shouts Poindexter, rushing up, and seizing his daughter by the arm. "You are mad, Loo mad! How come you to be here? Did I not tell you to go home? Anyway, this instant away, and do not interfere with what does not concern you." "Father, it does concern me." "How? How? Oh, true! As a sister, this man is the murderer of your brother." "I will not cannot believe it. Never never! There was no motive. O men! If you be men, do not act like savages. Give him a fair trial, and then "He's had a fair trial," calls one from the crowd, who seems to speak from instigation. "Ne'er a doubt about his being guilty. It's him that's killed your brother, and nobody else. And it don't look well, Miss Poindexter. Excuse me for saying it, but it don't look just the thing, that you should be trying to screen him from his deserving." "No, that it don't," chime in several voices. "Justice must take its course," shouts one, in the hackneyed phrase of the law courts. "It must! It must!" echoes the chorus. "We are sorry to disoblige you, miss, but we must request you to leave. Mr Poindexter, you do well to take your daughter away." "Come, Loo, 'tis not the place. You must come away." "You refuse! Good God! My daughter! Do you mean to disobey me? Here, Cash, take hold of her arm, and conduct her from the spot. If you refuse to go willingly, we must use force. Loo, a good girl now, do as I tell you. Go go." "No, father, I will not. I shall not. Till you have promised till these men promise." "We can't promise you anything, miss. However much we might like it, it ain't a question for women, no how. There's been a crime committed a murder, as ye yourself know. There must be no cheating of justice. There's no mercy for a murderer." "No mercy!" echoed a score of angry voices. "Let him be hanged hanged hanged!" The Regulators are no longer restrained by the fair presence. Perhaps it was but hastened the fatal moment. The soul of Cassius Calhoun is not the only one in that crowd stirred by the spirit of envy. The horse hunter is now hated for his supposed good fortune. In the tumult of revengeful passion, all gallantry is forgotten that very virtue for which the Texan is distinguished. The lady is led aside dragged rather than led by her cousin; and at the command of her father she struggles in the hated arms that hold her, wildly weeping, loudly protesting against the act of inhumanity. "Monsters! Murderers!" are the phrases that fall from her lips. Her struggles are resisted her speeches unheeded. She is borne back beyond the confines of the crowd beyond the hope of giving help to him, for whom she is willing to lay down her life. Bitter are the speeches Calhoun is constrained to hear heart breaking the words now showered upon him. Better for him he had not taken hold of her. It scarce consoles him, that certainty of revenge. His rival will soon be no more. But what matters it? The fair from writhing in his grasp can never be consentingly embraced. He may kill the hero of her heart, but not conquer for himself its most feeble affection. Chapter 64. Chapter 65 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 65. Still Another Interlude. For a third time is the tableau reconstructed, spectators and actors in the dread drama taking their places as before. The lazo is once more passed over the limb, the same two scoundrels taking hold of its loose end, this time drawing it towards them till it becomes taut. For the third time arises the reflection: soon must the soul of Maurice Gerald go back to its God. No nearer than ever does the unfortunate man seem to its end. Even love has proved powerless to save him. What power on earth can be appealed to after this? None likely to avail. But there appears no chance of succour. No time for it. There is no mercy in the stern looks of the Regulators, only impatience. The hangmen, too, appear in a hurry, as if they were in dread of another interruption. They manipulate the rope with the ability of experienced executioners. The physiognomy of either would give colour to the assumption that they had been accustomed to the calling. In less than 60 seconds they shall have finished the job. "Now then, Bill, are ye ready?" shouts one to the other, by the question proclaiming that they no longer intend to wait for the word. "All right," responds Bill. "Up with the son of a skunk! Up with him!" There is a pull upon the rope, but not sufficient to raise the body into an erect position. It tightens around the neck, lifts the head a little from the ground, but nothing more. Only one of the hangmen has given his strength to the pull. "Haul, damn you!" cries Bill, astonished at the inaction of his assistant. "Why the hell don't you haul?" Bill's back is turned towards an intruder, that, seen by the other, has hindered him from lending a hand. He stands as if suddenly transformed into stone. "Come," continues the chief executioner, "let's go at it again both together. You up with him." "No you don't," calls out a voice, in the tones of a stentor, while a man of colossal frame, carrying a 6-foot rifle, is seen rushing out from among the trees, in strides that bring him almost instantly into the thick of the crowd. "No you don't," he repeats, stopping over the prostrate body, and bringing his long rifle to bear upon the ruffians of the rope. "Not yet a bit, as this coon calkerlates. You, Bill Griffin, pull that piece of pleated hoss hair but the eighth of an inch tighter, and ye get a blue pill in your stomach as won't agree wi' ye. Drop the rope, durn ye! Drop it!" The screaming of Zeb Stump's mare scarce created a more sudden diversion than the appearance of Zeb himself, for it was he who had hurried upon the ground. He was known to nearly all present, respected by most, and feared by many. Among the last were Bill Griffin and his fellow rope holder, no longer holding it, for at the command to drop it, yielding to a quick perception of danger, both had let go, and the lazo lay loose along the sward. "What durned tomfoolery's this, boys?" continues the colossus, addressing himself to the crowd, still speechless from surprise. "You don't mean hangin', do ye?" "We do," answers a stern voice. "And why not?" asks another. "Why not? Ye'd hang a feller citizen 'ithout trial, would ye?" "Not much of a fellow citizen, so far as it goes. Besides, he's had a trial a fair trial. Indeed, a human critter to be condemned wi' his brain, in a state o' delirium, sent out o' the world, 'ithout knowin' that he's in it. Ye call that a fair trial, do ye? What matters it, if we know he's guilty? We're all satisfied about that." "The hell ye are! Wagh! I ain't goin' to waste words wi' sech as you, Jim Stoddars. But for you, Sam Manly, an yourself, Mister Peintdexter, surely ye ain't agreed to this here proceeding which, in my opinion, 'ud be neither more or less 'n murder." "You haven't heard all, Zeb Stump," interposes the Regulator Chief, with the design to justify his acquiescence in the act. "These are facts." "Facts be durned! An' fancies too. I don't want to hear 'em. It'll be time enough for that, when the king come to a regular trial; the which surely nobody'd heer object to seein', as there ain't the ghost o' a chance for him to get off. Who air the individooal that objects?" "You take too much upon you, Zeb Stump. What is it your business, we'd like to know? The man that's been murdered wasn't your son, nor your brother, nor your cousin neither. If he had been, you'd be of a different way of thinking, I take it." It is Calhoun who has made this interpolation, spoken before with so much success to his scheme. "I don't see that it concerns you," he continues, "what course we take in this matter. But I do. It consarns me, fust, because this young feller's a friend o' mine, though he air Irish an a stranger; secondly, because Zeb Stump ain't goin' to stand by, and see foul play, even though it be on the prairas o' Texas. Foul play be damned! There's nothing of the sort. And as for standing by, we'll see about that. Boys! You're not going to be scared from your duty by such swagger as this? Let's make a finish of what we begun. The blood of a murdered man cries out to us, lay hold of the rope!" "Do; and by the Eternal, the fust that do'll drop it a leetle quicker than he grasps it. Lay a claw on it, one o' ye, if ye dare. Ye may hang this poor critter as high as ye like, but not till ye've laid Zeb'lon Stump stritched dead upon the grass, wi' some o' ye alongside o' him. Now then, let me see the skunk that's goin' to teak that rope." Zeb's speech is followed by a profound silence. The people keep their places, partly from the danger of accepting his challenge, and partly from the respect due to his courage and generosity; also because there is still some doubt in the minds of the Regulators, both as to the expediency and fairness of the course which Calhoun is inciting them to take. With a quick instinct the old hunter perceives the advantage he has gained, and presses it. "Gie the young fellow a fair trial," urges he. "Let's take him to the Settlement, and hev him tried there. Ye've got no clear proof that he's had any hand in the black bizness; and durn ye, if I'd believe it unless I seen it wi' my own eyes. I know how he'd feel torst young Poindexter. Instead o' bein' his enemy, there ain't a man on this ground hed more o' a likin' for him, though he did hev a bit o' shindy wi' his precious cousin thur." "You are perhaps not aware, Mr Stump," rejoins the Regulator Chief in a calm voice, "of what we've just been hearing?" "What hev ye been hearin'?" "Evidence to the contrary of what you assert. We have proof. Not only that there was bad blood between Gerald and young Poindexter, but that a quarrel took place on the very night." "Who says that? Sam Manly?" "I say it," answers Calhoun, stepping a little forward, so as to be seen by Stump. "Oh! you it air, Mister Cash Calhoun. You know thur war bad blood atween them. You see the quarrel ye speak o'?" "I haven't said that I saw it, Zeb Stump. And what's more, I'm not going to stand any cross questioning by you. I've given my evidence to those who have the right to hear it; and that's enough. I think, gentlemen, you're satisfied as to the verdict. I don't see why this old fool should interrupt." "Ole fool!" echoes the hunter with a screech. "Ole fool! Hell is hurricans! Ye call me an old fool? By the eternal God, you'll live to take back that speech, or my name ain't Zeblun Stump, o' Kaintucky. Ne'er a mind now. Thur's a time for everythin'; and your time may come, Mister Cash Calhoun, sooner than ye surspects it. As for a quarrel atween Henry Poindexter and the young fellow hyur," continues Zeb, addressing himself to the Regulator Chief, "I don't believe a word on't, nor won't, so long there's no better proof than his palaverin' from good way torst explication o' this mysterious bizness, twisted up as it air." "What facts?" demands the Regulator Chief. "Let's hear them, Stump. There's more than one. First place, what you do make o' the young fellow bein' wounded himself?" "I don't talk o' them scratches ye see. I believe them's done by coyotes that attacked him, arter they seen he war wounded. But look at his knee! Somethin' else than coyotes did that. What do you make o' it, Sam Manly?" "Wal, that. Some o' the boys hyur think thur's been a struggle between him and " "Atween him and who?" sharply interrogates Zeb. "Why, the man that's missin'." "Yes, that's he who we mean," speaks one of the boys referred to. We all know that Harry Poindexter wouldn't a stood to be shot down like a calf. They've had a tussle, and a fall among the rocks. That's what's given him the swellin' in the knee. Besides, there's the mark of a blow upon his head. Looks like it had been the butt of a pistol. As for the scratches, we can't tell what's made them. Thorns maybe, or wolves if you like. That foolish fellow of his has a story about a tiger, but it won't do for us." "What feller air ye talkin' to? Ye mean Irish Pheelum? Where air he?" "Stole away to save his carcass. We'll find him, as soon as we've settled this business; and I guess a little hanging will draw the truth out of him." "If ye mean about the tiger, ye'll draw no other truth out o' him than ye've got a'ready. I see that varmint myself, and war just in time to save the young fellur from its claws. But that ain't the pint. Ye've had a holt in the Irish, I s'pose. Did he tell ye o' nothin' else he seed here?" "He had a yarn about Indians. Who believes it?" "Wal, he tolt me the same story, and that looks like some truth in it. Besides, he declars they were playin' cards. And hyur's the things themselves. I found 'em lying scattered about the floor o' the shanty. Spanish curds they air." Zeb draws back the pack out of his pocket, and hands it over to the Regulator Chief. The cards, on examination, prove to be of Mexican manufacture, such as are used in the universal game of monte: the queen upon horseback, cavallo; the spade represented by a sword, espada; and the club, baston, symbolised by the huge pavior like implement seen in picture books in the grasp of Harry Orson. "Who ever heard of Comanches playing cards?" demands he. "Who has scouted the evidence about the Indians? Damned ridiculous!" "Ridic'lus, ye say?" interposes an old trapper, who had been 12 months a prisoner among the Comanches. "Ridic'lus it may be; but it's true for all that. Many's the game this coon's seed them play, on a dress burner hide for their table. That same Mexikin monte too. I reckon they've learned it from their Mexikin captives, of the which they've got as good as 3,000 in their different tribes. Yes, sirree!" concludes the trapper, "the Kaymanchees do play cards, sure as shootin'." Zeb Stump is rejoiced at this bit of evidence, which is more than he could have given himself. It strengthens the case for the accused. The fact of there having been Indians in the neighbourhood tends to alter the aspect of the affair in the minds of the Regulators, hitherto under the belief that the Comanches were marauding only on the other side of the settlement. "Sartin sure," continues Zeb, pressing the point in favour of the adjournment of the trial. "Thur's been Injuns here, or somethin' durned like. Geesus, Geehosophat! Whar's she comin' from?" The clattering of hoofs, borne down from the bluff, salutes the ear of everybody at the same instant of time. No one needs to inquire what has caused Stump to give utterance to that abrupt interrogatory. Along the top of the cliff, and close to its edge, a horse is seen going at a gallop. There is a woman a lady upon his back, with hat and hair streaming loosely behind her, the string hindering the hat from being carried altogether away. So wild is the gallop, so perilous from its proximity to the precipice, you might suppose the horse to have run away with his rider. But no, you may tell that he has not, by the actions of the equestrian herself. She seems not satisfied with the pace, but with whip, spur, and voice keeps urging him to increase it. This is plain to the spectators below, though they are puzzled and confused by her riding so close to the cliff. They stand in silent astonishment. Not that they are ignorant of who it is. It would be strange if they were. That woman equestrian man seated in the saddle, once seen, was never more to be forgotten. She is recognised at the first glance. One and all know the reckless galloper to be the guide from whom, scarce half an hour ago, they had parted upon the prairie. CHAPTER 65. Chapter 66 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman: A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 66. Chased by Comanches. It was Isidora who had thus strangely and suddenly shown herself. What was bringing her back? And why was she riding at such a perilous pace? To explain it, we must return to that dark reverie from which she is startled by her encounter with the Tejanos. While galloping away from the Alamo, she had not thought of looking back, to ascertain whether she was followed. Absorbed in schemes of vengeance, she had gone on, without even giving a glance behind. It was but slight comfort to her to reflect that Louise Poindexter had appeared equally determined upon parting from the jacale. With a woman's intuitive quickness she suspected the cause, though she knew too well it was groundless. Still there was some pleasure in the thought that her rival, ignorant of her happy fortune, was suffering like herself. There was a hope, too, that the incident might produce estrangement in the heart of this proud Creole lady towards the man so condescendingly beloved, though it was faint, vague, and scarce believed in by her who conceived it. Taking her own heart as a standard, she was not one to lay much stress on the condescension of love. Her history was proof of its levelling power. Still was there the thought that her presence at the jacale had given pain, and might result in disaster to the happiness of her hated rival. Isidora had begun to dwell upon this with a sort of subdued pleasure, that continued unchecked, till the time of her rencontre with the Texans. On turning back with these, her spirits underwent a change. The road to be taken by Louise should have been the same as that, by which she had herself come, but no lady was upon it. The Creole must have changed her mind, and stayed by the jacale was, perhaps, at that very moment performing the metier Isidora had so fondly traced out for herself. The belief that she was about to bring shame upon the woman who had brought ruin upon her was the thought that now consoled her. The questions put by Poindexter and his companions sufficiently disclosed the situation. Still clearer was it made by the final interrogations of Calhoun; and after her interrogators had passed away, she remained by the side of the thicket, half in doubt whether to ride on the Leona, or to go back to be the spectator of a scene, that by her own contrivance could scarce fail to be exciting. She is upon the edge of the chapparal, just inside the shadow of the timber. She is astride her grey steed, that stands with spread nostril and dilated eye, gazing after the cavallada, and has late parted from the spot, a single horseman in the rear of the rest. Her horse might wonder why he is being thus ridden about, but he is used to sudden changes in the will of his capricious rider. She is looking in the same direction, towards the Alhuete, whose dark summit towers above the bluffs of the Alamo. She sees the searchers descend, and after them the man who has so minutely questioned her. As his head sinks below the level of the plain, she fancies herself alone upon it. In this fancy she is mistaken. She remains irresolute for a time 10, 15, 20 minutes. Her thoughts are not to be envied. There is not much sweetness in the revenge she believes herself instrumental in having accomplished. If she has caused humiliation in the woman she hates, along with it she may have brought ruin upon the man whom she loves. Despite all that has passed, she cannot help loving him. "Santissima Virgin!" she mutters with a fervent earnestness. "What have I done? If these men, los reguladores, the dreaded judges I've heard of, if they should find him guilty, where may it end? In his death? Mother of God, I do not desire that. Not by their hands. No, no. How wild their looks and gestures, stern, determined; and when I pointed out the way, how quickly they rode off without further thought of me. Oh, they have made up their minds. Don Mauricio is to die, and he a stranger among them, so have I heard. Not of their country or kindred, only of the same race. Alone, friendless, with many enemies. Santissima! What am I thinking of? Is not he, who has just left me, that cousin of whom I've heard speak? Ay de mi! Now do I understand the cause of his questioning. His heart, like mine own, like mine own." She sits with her gaze bent over the open plain. The grey steed still frets under restraint, though the cavallada has long since passed out of sight. He but responds to the spirit of his rider, which he knows to be vacillating, chafing under some irresolution. 'Tis the horse that first discovers a danger, or something that scents of it. He proclaims it by a low, tremulous neigh, as if to attract her attention; while his head, tossed back towards the chapparal, shows that the enemy is to be looked for in that direction. Who or what is it? Warned by the behaviour of her steed, Isidora faces to the thicket, and scans the path by which she has lately passed through it. It is the road, or trail, leading to the Leona. 'Tis only open to the eye for a straight stretch of about 200 yards. Beyond it comes screened by the bushes, through which it goes circuitously. No one is seen upon it. Nothing save 2 or 3 lean coyotes, that skulk under the shadow of the trees, scenting the shod tracks, in the hope of finding some scrap that may have fallen from the hurrying horseman. It is not these that have caused the grey to show such excitement. He sees them, but what of that? The prairie wolf is a sight to him neither startling nor rare. There is something else, something he has either scented or heard. Isidora listens for a time without hearing aught to alarm her. The howl bark of the jackal does not beget fear at any time, much less in the joy of the daylight. She hears only this. Her thoughts again return of the Tejanos, especially to him who has last parted from her side. She is speculating on the purpose of this earnest interrogation, when once more she is interrupted by the action of her horse. The animal shows impatience at being kept upon the spot, snuffs the air, snorts, and at length gives utterance to a neigh far louder than before. This time it is answered by several others, from horses that appear to be going along the road, though still hidden behind the trees. Their hoof strokes are heard at the same time, but not after. The strange horses have either stopped short, or gone off at a gentle pace, making no noise. Isidora conjectures the former. She believes the horses to be ridden, and that their riders have checked them up, on hearing the neigh of their own. She quiets him, and listens. A humming is heard through the trees. Though indistinct, it can be told to be the sound of men's voices, holding a conversation in a low muttered tone. Presently it becomes hushed, and the chapparal is again silent. The horsemen, whoever they are, continue halted, perhaps hesitating to advance. Isidora is scarce astonished at this, and not much alarmed. Some travellers perhaps en route for the Rio Grande; or, it may be, some stragglers from the Texan troop, who, on hearing a horse neigh, have stopped from an instinct of precaution. It is only natural at a time when Indians are known to be on the war path. Equally natural that she should be cautious about encountering the strangers, whoever they may be; and with this thought she rides softly to one side, placing herself and her horse under cover of the mezquit tree, where she again sits listening. Not long before discovering that the horsemen have commenced advancing towards her, not along the travelled trail, but through the thicket; and not all together, but as if they had separated, and were endeavouring to accomplish a surround. She can tell this by hearing the hoof strokes in different directions, all going gently, but evidently diverging from each other, while the riders are preserving a profound silence, ominous either of cunning or caution, perhaps of evil intent. They may have discovered her position. The neighing of her steed has betrayed it. They may be riding to get round her, in order to advance from different sides. They make sure of her capture? How is she to know that their intent is not hostile? She has enemies, one well remembered, Don Miguel Diaz. Besides, there are the Comanches, to be distrusted at all times, and now no longer en paz. She begins to feel alarm. She has been long in arising. But the behaviour of the unseen horsemen is at least suspicious. Ordinary travellers would have continued along the trail. These are sneaking through the chapparal. She looks around her, scanning her place of concealment. She examines, only to distrust it. The thin, feathery frondage of the mezquit will not screen her from an eye passing near. The hoof strokes tell that more than one cavalier is coming that way. She must soon be discovered. At the thought she strikes the spur into the horse's side, and rides out from the thicket. Then turning along the trail, she trots on into the open plain that extends towards the Alamo. Her intention is to go 200 or 300 yards beyond range of arrow or bullet, then halt until she can discover the character of those who are advancing, whether friends or to be feared. If the latter, she will trust to the speed of her gallant grey to carry her on the protection of the Tejanos. She does not make the intended halt. She is hindered by the horsemen, at that moment seen bursting forth from among the bushes, simultaneously with each other, and almost as soon as herself. They spring out at different points, and in converging lines ride rapidly towards her. A glance shows them to be men of bronze coloured skins, and half naked bodies, with red paint on their faces, and scarlet feathers sticking up out of their hair. "Los Indios!" mechanically mutters the Mexican, as driving the rowels against the ribs of her steed, she goes off at full gallop for the alhuehuete. A quick glance behind shows her she is pursued, though she knows it without that. The glance tells her more: that the pursuit is close and earnest; so earnest that the Indians, contrary to their usual custom, do not yell. Their silence speaks of a determination to capture her, and as if by a plan already preconcerted. Hitherto she has had but little fear of an encounter with the red rovers of the prairie. For years have they been in pass, both with Texans and Mexicans; and the only danger to be dreaded from them was a little rudeness, when under the influence of drink; just as a lady, in civilised life, may dislike upon a lonely road, to meet a crowd of navigators who have been spending their day at the beer house. Isidora has passed through a peril of this kind, and remembers it, with less pain from the thought of the peril itself than the ruin it has led to. But her danger is different now. The peace is past. There is war upon the wind. Her pursuers are no longer intoxicated with the firewater of their foes. They are thirsting for blood; and she flies to escape not only dishonour, but it may be death. On over that open plain, with all the speed she can take out of her horse, all that whip and spur and voice can accomplish, she alone speaks. Her pursuers are voiceless, silent as spectres. Only once does she glance behind. There are still but 4 of them; but 4 is too many against one, and that one a woman. There is no hope, unless she can get within hail of the Texans. She presses on for the alhuehuete. Chapter 66.
Chapter 67 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine. The Headless Horseman. A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 67. Los Indios. The chased equestrian is within 300 yards of the bluff over which the tree towers. She once more glances behind her. Dios me ampere! God preserve me! God preserve her! She will be too late! The foremost of her pursuers has lifted the lazo from his saddle horn. He is winding it over his head. Before she can reach the head of the pass, the noose will be around her neck, and then a sudden thought flashes into her mind, thought that promises escape from the threatened strangulation. The cliff that overlooks the Alamo is nearer than the gorge by which the creek bottom must be reached. She remembers that its crest is visible from the jacale. With a quick jerk upon the rein, she diverges from her course, and, instead of going on for the alhuehuete, she rides directly towards the bluff. The change puzzles her pursuers, at the same time giving them gratification. They well know the lay of the land, they understand the trending of the cliff, and are now confident of a capture. The leader takes a fresh hold of his lazo to make more sure of the throw. He is only restrained from launching it by the certainty she cannot escape. "Chingaro!" mutters he to himself. "If she go much farther, she'll be over the precipice." His reflection is false. She goes farther, but not over the precipice. With another quick pull upon the rein she has changed her course, and rides along the edge of it, so close as to attract the attention of the Tejanos below, and elicit from Zeb Stump that quaint exclamation, only heard upon extraordinary occasion, "Jesus Jehoshaphat!" As if in answer to the exclamation of the old hunter, or rather to the interrogatory with which she has followed it up, comes the cry of the strange equestrian who has shown herself on the cliff. "Los Indios! Los Indios!" No one who has spent 3 days in southern Texas could mistake the meaning of that phrase, whatever his native tongue. It is the alarm cry which, for 300 years, has been heard along 3,000 miles of frontier, in 3 different languages. "Les Indians! Los Indios! The Indians! Dull would be the ear, slow the intellect, that did not at once comprehend it, along with the sense of its associated danger. To those who hear it at the jacale it needs no translation. They know that she, who has given utterance to it, is pursued by Indians, as certain as if the fact had been announced in their own Saxon vernacular. They have scarce time to translate it into this, even in thought, when the same voice a second time salutes their ears. "Tejanos! Cavalleros! Save me! Save me! Los Indios! I am chased by a troop! They are behind me! Close! Close!" Her speech, though continued, is no longer heard distinctly. It is no longer required to explain what is passing upon the plain above. She has cleared the first clump of tree tops by scarce 20 yards, when the leading savage shoots out from the same cover, and is seen, going in full gallop, against the clear sky. Like a sling he spins the lazo loop around his head. So eager is he to throw it with sure aim, that he does not appear to take heed of what the fugitive has said, spoken as she went at full speed, for she made no stop, while calling out to the Tejanos. He may fancy it has been addressed to himself, a final appeal for mercy, uttered in a language he does not understand, for Isidora had spoken in English. He is only undeceived, as the sharp crack of a rifle comes echoing out of the glen, or, perhaps a little sooner, as a stinging sensation in his wrist causes him to let go his lazo, and look wonderingly for the why. He perceives a puff of sulphurous smoke rising from below. A single glance is sufficient to cause a change in his tactics. In that glance he beholds 100 men with the gleam of 100 gun-barrels. His 3 followers see them at the same time, and as if moved by the same impulse, all 4 turn in their tracks and gallop away from the cliff, quite as quickly as they have been approaching it. "'Ter pity, too," says said Stump, proceeding to reload his rifle. "If it hadn't been for the saving of her, I'd a let 'em come on down the gully. If we could a captured 'em, we might got a something out of 'em concerning this queer case o' ourn. Thar ain't the smell of a chance now. It's clear they've goed off, and by the time we git up yonder they'll be hellered." The sight of the savages has produced another quick change in the tableau formed in front of the mustanger's hut, a change squally sudden in the thoughts of those who compose it. The majority who deemed Maurice Gerald a murderer has become transformed into a minority, while those who believed him innocent are now the men whose opinions are respected. Calhoun and his bullies are no longer masters of the situation, and on the motion of their chief the regular jury is adjourned. The new programme is cast in a double quick time. A score of words suffice to describe it. The accused is to be carried to the settlement, there to be tried according to the law of the land. And now for the Indians, whose opportune appearance has caused this sudden change, both of sentiment and design. Are they to be pursued? That of course. But when? Upon the instant? Prudence says no. Only 4 have been seen. But these are not likely to be alone. They may be the rear guard of 400. "Let us wait till the woman comes down," counsels one of the timid. "They have not followed her any farther. I think I can hear her riding this way through the gully. Of course she know it, as it was she who directed us." The suggestion appears sensible to most upon the ground. They are not cowards. Still there are but few of them who have encountered the wild Indian in actual strife, and many only know his more debased brethren in the way of trade. The advice is adopted. They stand waiting for the approach of Isidora. All are now by their horses, and some have sought shelter among the trees. There are those who have an apprehension, that along with the Mexican, or close after her, may still come a troop of Comanches. A few are otherwise occupied, said Stump among the number. He takes the gag from between the teeth of the respited prisoner, and unties the thongs hitherto holding him too fast. There is one who watches him with a strange interest, but takes no part in the proceeding. Her part has been already played. perhaps too prominently. She shuns the risk of appearing farther conspicuous. Where is the niece of Don Silvio Mortimez? She has not yet come upon the ground. The stroke of a horse hoof is no longer heard. There has been time, more than time, for her to have reached the jacale. Her non-appearance creates surprise, apprehension, alarm. There are men there who admire the Mexican maiden. It is not strange they should. Some who have seen her before, and some who never saw her until that day. Can it be that she has been overtaken and captured? The interrogatory passes round. No one can answer it, though all are interested in the answer. The Texans begin to feel something like shame. Their gallantry was appealed to in that speech sent them from the cliff. "Tejanos! Cavalleros!" Has she who addressed it succumbed to the pursuer? Is that beauteous form in the embrace of a paint-bedaubed savage? They listen with ears intent. Many with pulses that beat high, and hearts throbbing with a keen anxiety. They listen in vain. There is no sound of hoof, no voice of woman. Nothing except the champing of bits heard close by their side. Can it be that she is taken? Now that the dark design is stifled within their breast, the hostility against one of their own race is suddenly changed into a more congenial channel. Their vengeance, rekindled, burns fiercer than ever, since it is directed against the hereditary foe. The younger and more ardent, among whom are their admirers of the Mexican maiden, can bear the uncertainty no longer. They spring into their saddles, loudly declaring their determination to seek her, to save her, or perish in the attempt. Who is to gainsay them? Her pursuers, her captors, perhaps, may be the very men they have been in search of, the murderers of Henry Poindexter. No one opposes their intent. They go off in search for Isidora, in pursuit of the prairie pirates. Those who remain are but few in numbers, though said Stump is among them. The old hunter is silent. As to the expediency of pursuing the Indians, he keeps his thoughts to himself. His only seeming care is to look after the invalid prisoner, still unconscious, still guarded by the Regulators. Zeb is not the only friend who remains true to the mustanger in his hour of distress. There are two others equally faithful. One a fair creature, who watches at a distance, carefully concealing the eager interest that consumes her; the other, a rude, almost ludicrous individual, who, close by his side, addressed the respited man as his master. The last is Phelim, who has just descended from his perch among the parasites of an umbrageous oak, where he has for some time stayed, a silent spectator of all that has been transpiring the change of situation, and the performance of that duty for which he came across the Atlantic. No longer lies a scene upon the Alamo. In another hour the jacale is deserted, perhaps never more to extend its protecting roof over Maurice the mustanger. Chapter 67. Recording by Christine in Oslo, Norway, the 30th of September, 2011. Chapter 68 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. The Headless Horseman. A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 68. The Disappointed Campaigners. The campaign against the Comanches proved one of the shortest, lasting only 3 or 4 days. It was discovered that these Ishmaelites of the West did not mean war, at least on grand scale. Their descent upon the settlements was only the freak of some young fellows about to take out their degree as braves, desirous of signalizing the event by raising a few scalps, and capturing some horses and horned cattle. Forays of this kind are not unfrequent among the Texan Indians. They are made on private account, often without the knowledge of the chief or elders of the tribe. just as an ambiguous young mid, or ensign, may steal off with a score of companions from squadron or camp, to cut out an enemy's craft, or capture his picket guard. These marauds are usually made by young Indians out on a hunting party, who wish to return home with something to show besides the spoils of the chase, and the majority of the tribe is often ignorant of them till long after the event. Otherwise they may be interdicted by the elders, who, as a general thing, are averse to such filibustering expeditions, deeming them not only imprudent, but often injurious to the interest of the community. Only when successful are they applauded. On the present occasion several young Comanches had taken out their war diploma, by carrying back with them the scalps of a number of white women and boys. The horses and horned cattle were also collected, but these, being less convenient of transport than the light scalp locks, had been recaptured. The red-skinned filibusters, overtaken by a detachment of mounted rifles, among the hills of the San Saba, were compelled to abandon their four-footed booty, and only save their own skins by a forced retreat into the fastnesses of the Llano Estacado. To follow them beyond the borders of this sterile tract would have required a commissariat less hastily established than that with which the troops had sallied forth, and, although the relatives of the scalped settlers clamoured loudly for retaliation, it could only be promised them after due time and preparation. On discovering that the Comanches had retreated beyond their neutral ground, the soldiers of Uncle Sam had no choice but to return to their ordinary duties, each detachment to its own fort, to await further commands from the headquarters of the department. The troops belonging to Port Inge, entrusted with the guardianship of the country as far as the Rio Nueces, were surprised on getting back to their cantonment to discover that they had been riding in the wrong direction for an encounter with the Indians. Some of them were half mad with disappointment, for there were several, young Hancock among the numbers, who had not yet run their swords through a redskin, though keenly desirous of doing so. No doubt there is inhumanity in the idea, but it must be remembered that these ruthless savages have given to the white man peculiar provocation by 1,000 repetitions of 3 diabolical crimes: rape, rapine, and murder. To talk of their being the aborigines of the country, the real but dispossessed owners of the soil, is simple nonsense. This sophism, of the most spurious kind, has too long held dominion over the minds of men. The whole human race has an inherent right to the whole surface of the earth, and if any infinitesimal fraction of the former, by chance, finds itself idly roaming over an extended portion of the latter, their exclusive claim to it is almost too absurd for argument, even with the narrowest minded disciple of an aborigine society. Admit it, give the hunter his half-dozen square miles, for he will require that much to maintain him; leave him in undisputed possession to all eternity, and millions of fertile acres must remain untilled to accommodate this whimsical theory of national right. Nay, I will go further, and risk reproach by asserting that not only the savage, so called, but civilized people should be unreservedly dispossessed, whenever they show themselves incapable of turning to a good account the resources which nature has placed within their limits. The exploitation of earth's treasures is a question not confined to nations; it concerns the whole family of mankind. In all this there is not one iota of agrarian doctrine, not a thought of it. He who makes these remarks is the last man to lend countenance to communism. It is true that, at the time spoken of, there were ruffians in Texas who held the life of a redskin at no higher value than an English gamekeeper does that of a stoat, or any other vermin that trespasses on his preserves. No doubt these ruffians are there still, for 10 years cannot have effected much change in the morality of the Texan frontier. But alas! we must now be a little cautious about calling names. Our own story of Jamaica, by heaven, the blackest that has blotted the pages of history, has whitewashed these borders filibusterous to the seeming purity of snow. If things are to be judged by comparison, not so fiendish, then, Need appear the fact that the young officers of Fort Inge were some little chagrined at not having an opportunity to slay a score or so of redskins, on learning that, during their absence, Indians had been seen on the other side. They were inspired by new hope. They might yet find the opportunity of fleshing their swords, transported without stain, without sharpening too, from the military school of West Point. It was a fresh disappointment to them when a party came in on the same day, civilians who had gone in pursuit of the savages seen on the Alamo, and reported that no Indians had been there. They came provided with proofs of their statement, which otherwise would have been received with incredulity, considering what had occurred. The proofs consisted in a collection of miscellaneous articles, an odd lot, as an auctioneer would describe it, wigs of horsehair, cock's feathers stained blue, green, or scarlet, breech-clouts of buckskin, moccasins of the same material, and several packages of paint, all which they had found concealed in the cavity of a cottonwood tree. There could be no new campaign against Indians, and the aspiring spirits of Fort Inge were, for the time, forced to content themselves with such incidents as the situation afforded. Notwithstanding its remoteness from any centre of civilized life, these were at the time neither tame nor uninteresting. There were several subjects worth thinking and talking about. There was the arrival, still of recent date, of the most beautiful woman ever seen upon the Alamo, the mysterious disappearance and supposed assassination of her brother, the yet more mysterious appearance of a horseman without a head, the trite story of a party of white men playing Indian, and last, though not of least interest, the news that the suspected murderer had been caught, and was now inside the walls of their own guard-house, mad as a maniac. There were other tales told by the disappointed campaigners, of sufficient interest to hinder them from thinking that at Fort Inge they had returned to dull quarters. The name of Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos, with her masculine but magnificent beauty, had become a theme of conversation, and something was also said or surmised about her connection with the mystery that occupied all minds. The details of the strange scenes upon the Alamo, the discovery of the mustanger upon his couch, the determination to hang him, the act delayed by the intervention of Louise Poindexter, the respite due to the courage of Zeb Stump, were all points of the most piquant interest, suggestive of the wildest conjectures. Each became in turn the subject of converse and commentary, but none was discussed with more earnestness than that which related to the innocence or guilt of the man accused of murder. "Murder," said the philosophic Captain Sloman, "is a crime which, in my opinion, Maurice the mustanger is incapable of committing. I think I know the fellow well enough to be sure about that." "You'll admit," rejoined Crossman of the Rifles, "that the circumstances are strong against him. Almost conclusive, I should say." Crossman had never felt friendly towards the young Irishman. He had an idea that on one occasion the commissary's niece, the belle of the fort, had looked too smilingly on the unknown adventurer. "I consider it anything but conclusive," replied Sloman. "There's no doubt about young Poindexter being dead, and having been murdered. Every one believes that. Well, who else was likely to have done it? The cousin swears to having overheard a quarrel between him and Gerald." "That precious cousin would swear to anything that suited his purpose," interposed Hancock of the dragoons. "Besides, his own shindy with the same man is suggestive of suspicion, is it not?" "And if there was a quarrel," argued the officer of infantry, "what then? It don't follow there was a murder." "Then you think the fellow may have killed Poindexter in a fair fight?" "Something of the sort is possible, and even probable. I will admit that much." "But what did they have a difficulty about?" asked Hancock. "I heard that young Poindexter was on friendly terms with the horse hunter, notwithstanding what had happened between him and Calhoun. What could they have quarrelled about?" "A singular interrogation on your part, Lieutenant Hancock," answered the infantry officer. with a significant emphasis on the pronoun. "As if men ever quarrelled about anything, except—" "Except woman," interrupted the dragoon with a laugh. "But which woman, I wonder? It could not be anything relating to young Poindexter's sister." "Quien sabe?" answered Sloman, repeating the Spanish phrase with an ambiguous shrug of the shoulders. "Preposterous!" exclaimed Crossman. "A horse-catcher daring to set his thoughts on Miss Poindexter! Preposterous!" "What a frightful aristocrat you are, Crossman! Don't you know that love is a natural democrat, and mocks your artificial ideas of distinction? I don't say that in this case there's been anything of the kind. Miss Poindexter's not the only woman that might have caused a quarrel between the two individuals in question. There are other damsels in the settlement worth getting angry about, to say nothing of our own fair following in the fort, and why not—" "Captain Sloman," petulantly interrupted the lieutenant of rifle, "I must say, for a man of your sense, you talk very inconsiderately. The ladies of the garrison ought to be grateful to you for the insinuation." "What insinuation, sir?" "Do you suppose it likely that there's one of them would consent to speak to the person you named?" "Which? I've named two." "You understand me well enough, Sloman, and I you. Our ladies will, no doubt, feel highly complimented at having their names connected with that of a low adventurer, a horse thief, and suspected assassin. Morris the mustanger may be the last suspected, and that is all. He is neither of the two first, and as for our ladies being above speech with him, in that as in many other things, you may be mistaken, Mr. Crossman. I've seen more of this young Irishman than you. Enough to satisfy me that, so far as breeding goes, he may compare notes with the best of us. Our grand dames needn't be scared at the thought of his acquaintance. And, since you have raised the question, I don't think they would shy from it. Some of them, at least, if it were offered them. It never has. So far as I have observed, the young fellow has behaved with a modesty that betokens the true gentleman. I have seen him in their presence more than once, and he has conducted himself toward them as if fully sensible of his position. For that matter, I don't think he cares a straw about one or other of them." "Indeed! How fortunate for those who might otherwise have been his rivals!" "Perhaps it is," quietly remarked the captain of infantry. "Who knows," asked Hancock, intentionally giving a turn to the ticklish conversation, "who knows but the cause of quarrel, if there's been one, might not be this splendid senorita so much talked about? I haven't seen her myself, but, by all accounts, she's just the sort to make two fellows as jealous as a pair of tiger cats." "It might be. Who knows?" drawled Crossman, who found contentment in the thought that the handsome Irishman might have his amorous thoughts turned in another direction than towards the commissary's quarters. "They've got him in the guard-house," remarked Hancock, stating a fact that had just been made known to him; for the conversation above detailed occurred shortly after their return from the Comanche campaign. "His droll devil of a serving-man is along with him. What's more, the major has just issued an order to double the guard. What does it mean, Captain Sloman? You who know so much of this fellow and his affairs. Surely there's no danger of his making an attempt to steal out of his prison?" "Not likely," replied the infantry officer, "seeing that he hasn't the slightest idea that he's inside of one. I've just been to the guard-house to have a look at him. He's mad as a March hare, and wouldn't know his own face in a looking-glass." "Mad? In what way?" asked Hancock and the others, who were yet but half enlightened about the circumstances of the mustanger's capture. "A brain fever upon him. Delirious?" "Is that why the guards have been doubled? Devilish queer if it is. The major himself must have gone mad." "Maybe it's the suggestion—command, I should rather say—of the majoress. Ha ha ha!" "But what does it mean? Is the old mage really afraid of his getting out of the guard-house?" "No, not that I fancy. More likely an apprehension of somebody else getting into it." "Ah, you mean that—" "I mean that for Maurice the mustangers there's more safety inside than out. Some queer characters are about, and there's been talk of another Lynch trial. The Regulators either repent of having allowed him a respite, or there's somebody hard at work in bringing about this state of public opinion. It's lucky for him that the old hunter has stood his friend, and it's but a continuation of his good luck that we've returned so opportunely. Another day, and we might have found the guard house empty, so far as its present occupants are concerned. Now, thank God, the poor fellow shall have a fair trial." "When is it to take place?" "Whenever he has recovered his senses sufficiently to know that he is being tried." "It may be weeks before that." "And it may be only days, hours. He don't appear to be very bad, that is, bodily. It's his mind that's out of order, more, perhaps, from some strange trouble that has come over him than any serious hurt he has received. A day may make all the difference, and, from what I've just heard, the Regulators will insist on his being tried as soon as he shows return to consciousness. They say they won't wait for him to recover from his wounds." "Maybe he'll be able to tell a story that'll clear him." "I hope so." This was said by Hancock. "I doubt it," rejoined Horseman, with an incredulous shake of the head. "Nous verrons." "I'm sure of it," said Sloman. "Nos veremos," he added, speaking in a tone that seemed founded less upon confidence than a wish that was father to the thought. CHAPTER 68. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 1st of October, 2011. Chapter 69 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. The Headless Horseman. A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 69. Mystery and Mourning. There is mourning in the mansion of Casa del Corvo, and mystery among the members of Woodley Poindexter's family. Though now only 3 in number, their intercourse is less frequent than before, and marked by a degree of reserve that must spring from some deep-seated cause. They meet only at the hour of meals, then conversing only on such topics as cannot well be shunned. There is ample explanation of the sorrow, and much of the solemnity. The death, no longer doubted, of an only son, an only brother, unexpected and still unexplained, should account for the melancholy mien both of father and daughter. It might also explain the shadow seated constantly on the brow of the cousin. But there is something beyond this. Each appears to act with an irksome restraint in the presence of the others, even during the rare occasions on which it becomes necessary to converse on the family misfortune. Beside the sorrow common to all 3, they appear to have separate griefs that do not, and cannot, commingle. The once proud planter stays within doors, pacing from room to room, or around the enclosed corridor, bending beneath a weight of woe that has broken down his pride and threatens to break his heart. Even strong paternal affection, cruelly bereaved, can scarce account for the groans, oft accompanied by muttered curses, that are heard to issue from his lips. Calhoun rides abroad as of yore, making his appearance only at the hours of eating and sleeping, and not regularly then. For a whole day, and part of a night, he has been absent from the place. No one knows where. No one has the right to inquire. Louise confides herself to her own room, though not continuously. There are times when she may be seen ascending the azotea, alone and in silent meditation. There, nearer to heaven, she seeks solace for the sorrows that have assailed her upon earth, the loss of a beloved brother, the fear of losing one far more beloved, though in a different sense, perhaps, a little also, the thought of a scandal already attaching to her name. Of these 3 sorrows the second is the strongest. The last but little troubles her, and the first, for a while keenly felt, is gradually growing calmer. But the second, the supreme pain of all, is but strengthened and intensified by time. She knows that Maurice Gerald is shut up within the walls of a prison, the strong walls of a military guard-house. It is not their strength that dismays her; on the contrary, she has fears for their weakness. She has reason for her apprehension. She has heard of the rumours that are abroad, rumours of sinister significance. She has heard talk of a second trial, under the presidency of Judge Lynch and his rude coadjutors, not the same Judge Lynch who officiated in the Alamo, nor all of the same jury, but a court still less scrupulous than that of the Regulators, composed of the ruffianism that at any hour can be collected within the bounds of a border settlement, especially when proximate to a military post. The reports that have thus gone abroad are to some a subject of surprise. Moderate people see no reason why the prisoner should be again brought to trial in that irregular way. The facts that have late come to light do not alter the case, at least in any way to strengthen the testimony against him. If the 4 horsemen seen were not Indians, and this has been clearly shown by the discovery of the disguises, it is not the less likely that they have had to do with the death of young Poindexter. Besides, there is nothing to connect them with the mustanger any more than if they had been real Comanches. Why, then, this antipathy against the respited prisoner for the second time surging up? There is a strangeness about the thing that perplexes a good many people. There are few that understand, or suspect, the cause; a very few, perhaps only 3 individuals. 2 of them are said Stump and Louise Poindexter; the third Captain Cassius Calhoun. The old hunter, with instinct keenly on the alert, has discovered some underhanded action; the actors being Miguel Diaz and his men, associated with a half score of like characters of a different race, the rowdies of the settlement. Zeb has traced the action of its instigator, the ex-captain of volunteer cavalry. He has communicated his discovery to the young Creole, who is equal to the understanding of it. It is the too clear comprehension of its truth that now inspires her with a keen solicitude. Anxiously she awaits every word of news; watches the road leading from the fort to Casa del Corvo, as if the sentence of her own death, or the security of her life, hung upon the lips of some courier to come that way. She dares not show herself at the prison. There are soldiers on guard, and spectators around it, a crowd of the idle curious, who, in all countries, seem to feel some sort of sombre enjoyment in the proximity of those who have committed great crimes. There is an additional piquancy in the circumstances of this one. The criminal is insane, or, at all events, for the time out of his senses. The guard-house doors are at all hours besieged, to the great discomfort of the sentries, by people eager to listen to the mutterings of the delirious man. A lady could not pass in without having scores of her eyes turned inquiringly upon her. Louise Poindexter cannot run the gauntlet of those looks without risk to her reputation. Left to herself, perhaps she would have attempted it. Watched by a father whose suspicions are already awakened; by a near relation, equally interested in preserving her spotless before the eyes of the world, she has no opportunity for the act of imprudence. She can only stay at home, now shut up in her solitary chamber, solaced by the remembrance of those ravings to which she had listened upon the Alamo; now upon the azotea, cheered by the recollection of that sweet time spent among the mesquite trees, the spot itself almost discernible where she had surrendered the proudest passion of her heart, but saddened by the thought that he to whom she surrendered it is now humiliated, disgraced, shut up within the walls of a gaol, perchance to be delivered from it only unto death. To her it was happy tidings when, upon the morning of the 4th day, said Stump made his appearance at Casa del Corvo, that the hoss-soggers had come back to the fort. There was significance in the news thus ungrammatically imparted. There was no longer a danger of the perpetration of that foul act hitherto apprehended. A prisoner taken from his guards, not for rescue, but ruin. "You needn't be uneasy about the air event," said Zeb, speaking with a confidence he had not shown for some time. "There's no longer danger of it coming to pass, Miss Levasseur. I took precautions against it." "Precautions? How, Seb?" "Well, first place, I've seed the major class arter his coming back, and got him a bit on my mind. I told him the whole story, as fur as I know it myself. By good luck, he ain't agin the young feller, but the t'other way I reckon. Well, I told him the going on the whole crew, Americans, Mexican, and all of them, not forgetting the ugly Spaniard in the name of Dees, that's been one of the scariest of the lot. The result bein' that the major has doubled the sentries round the prison, and's goin' to keep 'em doubled." "I am so glad. You think there is no longer any fear from that quarter?" "If you mean the quarter o' Mr. Miguel Dees, I can't swear to it. Afore he thinks o' gettin' anybody else out o' prison, he's got to get himself out." "What? Diaz in prison? How? When? Where?" "You ask 3 separate questions, Miss Louise. All a heap. Well, I reckon the convenient way to answer 'em is to take 'em backwards. And first as to the where. As to that, there's but one prison in these parts, and I'll not be likely to hold him. That's the guard house at the fort. He's there." "Along with?" "I know who you're going to name. The young feller. Just so. They're in the same building, though not exactly in the same room. There's a partition atween them, so, for that matter, they can converse, if they're so inclined. There's 3 others shut up along with the Mexican, his own cussed comrades. The 3'll have something to talk about among themselves, I reckon." "This is good news, Zeb. You told me yesterday that Diaz was active in "Getting hisself into a scrape, which he have been successful in effectuating. He's got hisself into the jug, where somebody else have did from the business of him." "But how? When? You've not told me."
"Gehoshaphat!
"Miss Louise, give me a little time. I hain't drew breath yet, since I came in. Your second question was then air easy answer. 'Bout an hour agone, the air warmint war trapped and locked up. I war just setting o' the door ain't him, and come straight cusser here after it war done."
"But you have not yet said why he was arrested."
"I hadn't had a chance. They're longish stories, and they'll take a little time in telling. Will you listen to it now or after?"
"After what, Mr Stump?"
"Well, Miss Louise, I only mean after I get the old mare put up. She ain't standing there, as if she'd like to short year o' corn or something to wet her down. But she and me's been on a longish tramp afore we got back to the fort, which we did scarce an hour ago."
"Pardon me, dear Mr Stump, for not thinking of it. Pluto, take Mr Stump's horse to the stable, and see that it is fed. Florinde, what will you eat, Mr Stump?"
"Well, as for that, Miss Louise, thank you all the same, but I ain't so particular sharp set. I war only thinking o' the mare. For myself, I can't go a couple of hours longer 'ithout eatin', but if thur's such a thing as a smell o' Monongaheely about the place, it ought to do this old cartridge o' mine a power o' good."
"Monongahela? Plenty of it. Surely you will allow me to give you something better?"
"Better than Monongaheely?"
"Yes, some sherry, champagne, brandy, if you prefer it."
"Let 'em drink brandy as like it, and kin git it drinkable. Thur maybe be some of it good enough. And ef thur air, I'm sure they'll be found in the house of Point Dexter. I only knows o' the sort the sutler keeps up at the fort. If there ever wur a medicine, that's one. It'll rot the guts of an alligator. No, darn thur French liquors, and specialty thur brandy. Give me the pure corn juice, and the best o' all, that as comes from Pittsburgh on the Monongaheely."
Florinde!" It was not necessary to tell the waiting maid for what she was wanted. The presence of Zeb Stump indicated the service for which she had been summoned. Without waiting to receive the order she went off, and a moment after returned, carrying a decanter half filled with what Zeb called the pure corn juice, but which was in reality the essence of rye, for from this grain is distilled the celebrated Monongahela. Zeb was not slow to refresh himself. A full third of the contents of the decanter was soon put out of sight, the other 2/3 remaining for future potations that might be required in the course of the narration upon which he was about to enter. Chapter 69. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway, the 2nd of October,
2011.
Chapter 70 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 70. Go, Zeb, and God speed you. The old hunter never did things in a hurry. Even his style of drinking was not an exception. And although there was no time wasted, he quaffed in the Monongahela in a formal leisurely manner. The Creole, impatient to hear what he had to relate, did not wait for him to resume speech. "Tell me, dear Zeb," said she, after directing her maid to withdraw, "why have they arrested this Mexican? Miguel Diaz, I mean? I think I know something of the man. I have reasons." "And you ain't the only person may have reasons for knowin' him, Miss Loaze. Your brother but don't mind 'bout that. Leastwise not now. What Zeb Stump do know, or strongly suspect, air, that this same mentioned Miguel Diaz hev had somethin' to do wi'. You know what I'm referrin' to? Go on, Mr Stump." "Well, the story air this. Arter we kim from the Alamo Crick, the fellers that went in search o' them Injuns found out they warn't Injuns at all. Ye hev heard that yourself, from the fixins that were diskevered in the Hollister tree. It air clar that what we seed on the bluff war a party o' whites. I heard a surspicion o' myself, soon as I seed them curds they'd left ain't them in the shanty." "It was the same, then, who visited the jacale at night? The same Phelim saw?" "Neer a doubt it. Them same Mexicans." "What reason have you to think they are Mexicans?" "The best o' all reasons. I found them out to be. Traced the hull kit o' them to their cache." The young Creole made no rejoinder. Zeb's story promised a revelation that might be favourable to her hopes. She stood resigningly waiting for him to continue. "Ye see, the curds, and also some words, the which the Irish war able to sort o' pronounce, arter a fashion o' his own, tolt me they must a been o' the yeller belly breed; and sartin 'bout that much, I war able to get a tol'able guess as to whar they hed kim from. I know enough o' the Mexicans o' these parts to think of four as answered thar descripshun to a T. As for the Injun duds, thar warn't nothin' in them to bamboozle me. After this I ked a gone straight to the hull four fellers, and pinted them out for sartin. One o' 'em for sure sartin. On him I'd made my mark. I war confident o' havin' did thet." "Your mark? How, Zeb? You remember the shot I fired from the door of the shanty?" "Oh, certainly. I did not see the Indians. I was under the trees at the time. I saw you discharge your rifle at something." "Well, Miss Lewaze, this here coon don't often discharge thet thur weepin 'ithout drawin' blood. I know I hut the skunk, but it war rather fur for the carry o' the piece; and I reckon the ball war a bit spent. For all that, I knowed it must a stung him. I seed him squirm to the shot; and I says to myself, if there ain't a hole through his hide somewhar, this coon won't mind changin' skins wi' him. Wal, arter they kim home wi' the story o' whites instead o' redskins, I hed a tol'able clur idee who the sham Injuns war, and ked a laid my claws on them at my minnit. But I didn't." "And why not, Mr Stump? Surely you haven't allowed them to get away? They might be the very men who are guilty of my poor brothers." "That's jest what this coon thort; and it war for that reezun I let 'em slide. There war another reezun besides. I didn't much like goin' fur from the Port, lest somethin' ugly mort turn up in my absence. You understan'? There war another reezun, too, for not prospectin' arter them jest then. I wanted to make sure o' my game." "And you have?" "Sure as shootin'. I guessed there wan't goin' to be any rain; and therefore thur war no immediate hurry as to what I intended doin'. So I waited till the sogers shed back, and I ked safely leave him in the guard house. Soon as they ked him, I tuk the old maar and rud out to the place whar a fellers hed stuck upon fixing. I easy foun' it by thur descripshun. Wal, as they'd only got that greenhorn Spangler to guide 'em, I war pretty sure the sign hedn't been more'n half read, and that I'd git somethin' out o' it, besides that they'd got away. I wasn't disappointed. The durnedest fool as ever set foot upon a purayra. Mout have follered the back a track o' them make believe Kimanchees. A storekeeper ked a traced it across the purayra, though it appears neither Mister Sprangler nor any o' the others did. I found it easy as fallin' on for the log, not'istandin' thet the sarchers had rud all over it. I tracked every hoss o' the four counterfeits to its own stable. After that, after doin' that I had a word wi' Major. In half an hour at the most the four beauties were safe shot up in the guard house, the chief o' them bein' jugged fust, leest he mout git wind o' what wur goin' for'ard, an sneak out o' the way. I warn't far astray beout Mister Migooel Dee's bearin' my mark. We found the tar o' the bullet through the fleshy part of its dexter wing, and that explained why he wur so quick at lettin' go his Lafayette." "It was he, then?" mechanically remarked Louise, as she stood reflecting. "Very strange!" she continued, till muttering the words to herself. "He it was I saw in the chapparal glade. Yes, it must have been. And the woman this Mexican Isidora? Ah! there is some deep mystery in all this some dark design. Who can unravel it? Tell me, dear Zeb," she asked, stepping closer to the old hunter, and speaking with a certain degree of hesitancy, "that woman the Mexican lady I mean who is out there. Do you know if she has often visited him?" "Him? Which him, Miss Lewaze?" "Mr Gerald, I mean." "She mout, and she moutn't, 'ithout my knowin' eyther one or t'other. I ain't often thur myself. The place air out o' my usooal huntin' ground; and I only go now and then for the sake o' a change. The cruk's fust rate for both deer and gobbler. If ye ask my opeenyun, I'd say that there girl haven't never been thur afore. Leastwise, I hain't heerd of it; an ef 'thed been so, I reck'n Irish Pheelum 'ud a hed some'at to say abeout it. Besides, I hev other reezuns for thinkin' so. I've only heern o' one o' the sheemale sex bein' on a visit to that shanty." "Who?" quickly interrogated the Creole, the instant after regretting that she had asked the question, the colour coming to her cheeks, as she noticed the significant glance with which Zeb had accompanied his concluding remark. "No matter," she continued, without waiting for the answer. "So, Zeb," she went on, giving a quick turn to the conversation, "you think that these men have had to do with that which is causing sorrow to all of us these Mexicans?" "To tell ye the truth, Miss Lewaze, I don't know 'zactly what to think. It air the most musteeriousest consarn as iver kim to pass on these hyur purayras. Sometimes I have the idea that the Mexicans must a did it; while at others, I'm in the opposite way o' thinkin', and that somebody else hev had a hand in the black bizness. I won't say who." "Not him, Zeb not him? Not the mowstanger? No, neer a bit o' that. Spite o' all that's sayed agin him, I hadn't the least suspicion o' his innersense." "Oh! How is he to prove it? It is said that the testimony is all against him no one to speak a word in his behalf." "Wal, it ain't so sartin as to that. Keepin' my eye upon the others, as is prison, I hain't hed much chance o' gettin' about. Thur's an opportunity now, and I mean to take use of it. The purayra's a big book, Miss Poindexter a wonderful big book, for them as knows how to read the print of it. If not much o' a scholar otherways, Zeb'lon Stump hev larnt to do that. Thur may be some testimony that mout help him, scattered over the musket grass jest as I've heern a Methody preacher say thur war sarments in stones, and books in runnin' brooks. Ef they're so, thur oughter be somethin' o' the kind scared up on the Alamo Crik." "You think you might discover some traces?" "Wal, I'm goin' out to hev a look roun' me, specially at the place whar I foun' the young fellur in the claws o' the spotted painter. I oughter gone afore now, but for the reezun I tolt ye. Thank the Almighty, thur's been no wet neery drop; an whatsoever sign's been made for a week past kin be understood as well as if it war did yesterday that is by them as know how to read it. I must start straight away, Miss Lewaze. I jest run down to tell ye that he'd been done at the Fort. Thur's no time to be throwed away. They let me in this mornin' to see the young fellur; an I'm sartin his head air gettin' clurrer. Soon as it air all right, the Regulators say, they'll insist on the trial takin' place. It may be in less 'n 3 days, and I must get back afore it begins. Go, Zeb, and God speed you on your generous errand. Come back with proofs of his innocence, and ever after I shall feel indebted to you for more than life." End of chapter 70. Chapter 71 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 71. The Sorrel Horse. Inspired by his passionate appeal, the hunter hastened towards the stable, where he had stalled his unique specimen of horseflesh. He found the critter sonorously shelling some corn cobs, which Pluto had placed liberally before her. Pluto himself was standing by her side. Contrary to his usual habit, the sable groom was silent, though with an air anything but tranquil. He looked rather triste than excited. It might be easily explained, the loss of his young master, by Pluto much beloved, the sorrow of his young mistress, equally estimated, perhaps some scornful speeches which he had already been treated to from the lips of Morinda, and still more likely a kick he had received from the boot toe of Captain Cassius for several days, assuming sole mastery over the mansion, amply accounted for the unique expression observable on his countenance. Zeb was too much occupied with his own thoughts to notice the sorrowful mien of the domestic. He was even in too great a hurry to let the old mare finish her meal of maize, which she stood greatly in need of. Grasping her by the snout, he snuck the rusty snaffle between her teeth, pulled her long ears through the cracked leathern head straps, and turning her in the stall, was about to lead her out. It was a reluctant movement on the part of the mare, to be dragged away from such provender as she rarely chanced to get between her jaws. She did not turn without a struggle, and Zeb was obliged to pull vigorously on the bridle rein before he could detach her muzzle from the manger. "Ho, ho, Mass' Tump!" interposed Pluto. "Why you be go way in dat big hurry? De poor ole ma, she no half got 'em feed. Why you no let her fill her belly wif de corn? Ha, ha! It do her power o' good. Ha'n't got time, nigger. Go off on a bit o' the journey. Got about 100 mile to make in less 'n a couple o' hours. Ho, ho! Dat air de fastest kind o' trabbelin'. You'm jokin', Mass' Tump?" "No, I ain't. Gorramity! Why, dey do make one full journey on dese hyur prairas. I reckon dat ere hoss must a trabbelled 200 mile de odder night." "What hoss?" "De ole sorrel dare, in dat furrest. 'Tand from de Doos. Massa Calhoun hoss." "What makes ye think he travelled 200 mile?" "Kase he turn home all kinder ober wolf de froff. Beside, he wa so done up dey scarce able walk when dis chile lead him down to the ribba fo gib um drink. He tagger like a new drop calf. Ho, ho! He wa broke down. He wa. Oh, what night air palaverin, Plute?" "Wha night? Le's see. Why, ob coase de night Massa Henry wa missed from de plantation. Dat same night in de mornin', 'bout an hour arter de sun get up into the hebbings. I no see de ole sorrel afore den, kase I no out ob my skeeta bar till arter daylight. Den I come across to de table hyar, an den I see dat quadruped all kibbered over wid sweat an froff, lookin' like he'd swim through de big ribba, an pantin' ef he'd jest finished 4 mile race on de Metairie course at New Orlean." "Who had him out that night?" "Don't know, Mass' Tump. Only dat nobody 'lowed to ride de sorrel, 'cept Massa Calhoun himself. Ho, ho! Niggerbody 'lowed lay leg over dat critter. Why, wan't it himself that took de anymal out?" "Don't know, Massa Tump. Don't know why nor de wharfore. Dis chile neider see de captain take him out nor fotch him in. Ef yur statement air true 'bout his bein' in such a sweat, somebody must a hid him out, an been ridin' him." "Ha, ha! Somebody mus', dat am sartin. Lookee hyur, Plute. Ye ain't a bad sort o' a darkey, though yur skin air a soot colour. I reckon yur tellin' the truth, an ye know who rud out the sorrel that night. But who d'ye think it war? I only axin' because, ye know, Mister Poindexter air a friend o' mine, an I don't want his property to be abused, no more what belongs to Cap'n Calhoun. Somethin' o' the field niggers, I reckon, hev stole an anymal out o' the stable, an hev ridin' it all roun' the country. That's it, ain't it?" "Well, no, Mass' Tump. Dis chile don't believe dat ain't it. De fa hands not loud inside here. Dey darn't comin' to de table nohow. 'Twan't any nigger upon this plantation as looked out de sorrel dat night. Durn it, then, who ked a took un out? Maybe the overseer? War it him, d'ye think? 'Twan't him needer. Who then ked it be, unless it war the owner o' the hoss himself? So there's an end o' it. He hed the right to hide his critter wherever he pleased, and gallop it to hell if it war agreeable to him. It ain't no business o' mine. Ho, ho! Nor mine needer, Mass' Tump. Wish I'd thought that way this mornin'." "Why do ye wish that? What happened this mornin' to change your tune?" "Ho! What happened this mornin'? Dar happened to this nigga a great misfortin'. Ho! ho! Berry misfortin'. What war it?" "Golly, Massa Tump, I'se got kicked, dis merry morning, jest 'bout an hour 'bout 12 o'clock in de day." "Kicked?" "Dat I did sho, all roun' de table." "Oh! By the hosses. Which o' the brutes kicked ye?" "Ho! ho! You mistaken. Not any ob de hosses, but de massas ob dem all, 'cept little Spotty da, de which he don't own. I wanted kicked by Mass' Cahoon." "The hell with ye! For what reason? You must a been misbehavin' yourself, nigger." "Dis nigga wasn't misbehavin' at all. Not as he knows on. I know only de captain what put de sorrel in such a drefful condition dat ere night, and what make I tired down. He say it not my business, and den he kick me, and den he lorep me wif de cowhide, and den he threaten, and den he tell me, if I ever 'peak out dat same ting odder time, he give me hutter lashes ob de waggin whip. He swa. Oh, how he swa! Dis chile nebba Mass' Cahoon so mad. Nebba in all my life. But whar's he now? I don't see him nowhere 'bout the premises; and I reckon he ain't rud out, seein' as the sorrel's here?" "Golly, yes, Mass' Tump. He jest am rode out at dis time. He ob late go berry much away from de house, and tay long time." "A hossback?" "Jest so. He go on de steel gray. Ha! ha! He don't ride de sorrel much now. He ain't had mount much sence de night de ole hoss wa out. Dat night we peekin' 'bout. Maybe he tink he had enough hard ridin' den, and need long 'pell abreast." "Look'ee here, Plute," said Zeb, after standing silent for a second or two, apparently engaged in some abstruse calculation. "Arter all, I reckon I'd better let the old mare hev another year or two o' the corn. He's not a long spell o' travellin' before her, and she mout break down on the journey. The more haste air sometimes the wusser speed; and therefore I calkilate I'd better gie the critter her time, while she's munchin' a mouthful. I ked do the same myself. S'pose, then, you scoot acrost to the kitchen, and see ef there ain't some chawin' stuff there. A bit o' cold meat and a pone o' corn bread 'd do. Your young mistress wanted to hev somethin' to eat; but I war skeert about delayin', and refused. Now while I'm waitin' on the maar, I reckon I ked pick a bone, jest to pass the time." "Sartin ye ked, Mass' Tump. I'll go fotch on in de hundredth part of the instant." So saying, the black skinned Jehu started off across the patio, leaving Zeb Stump sole master of the stole. The air of indifference, with which he had concluded his dialogue with Pluto, disappeared, the moment the latter was outside the door. It had been altogether assumed, as was proved by the earnest attitude that instantly replaced it. Striding across the paved causeway that separated the two rows of stalls, he entered that occupied by the sorrel. The animal shied off, and stood trembling against the wall, perhaps awed by the look of resolution with which the hunter had approached it. "Stand still, ye brute!" chided Zeb. "I don't mean no harm to you; though by your looks I reckon you're as vicious as your master. Stand still, I say, and let's hev a look at your foot gear." So saying, he stooped forward and made an attempt to lay hold of one of the forelegs. It was unsuccessful. The horse suddenly drew up his hoof, and commenced hammering the flags with it, snorting as if in fear that some trick was about to be played upon him. "Durn your ugly karkidge!" cried Zeb, angrily venting the words. "Why don't ye stand still? Who's goin' to hurt ye? Come, old critter!" he continued coaxingly. "I only want to see how you've been shod." Again he attempted to lift the hoof, but was prevented by the restive behaviour of the horse. "Wal, this air a difficulty, I didn't expec'," muttered he, glancing round to see how it might be overcome. "What's to be did? It'll never do to hev the nigger help me, nor yet see what I'm about; the which he will ef I don't get quick through with it. Dog gone the hoss! How am I to get his feet up?" For a short while he stood considering. his countenance showing a peevish impatience. "Cuss the critter!" he again exclaimed. "I feel the knockin' him over whar he stan'. Ha! now I have it. If the nigger will only gie time, I hope the wench will keep him waitin'. Durn ye, I'll make ye stan' still, or choke ye dead if ye won't. Wi' this round yur jugewlar, I reckon ye won't be so skittish." While speaking he had lifted the trail rope from his own saddle, and, throwing its noose over the head of the sorrel, he shook it down till it encircled the animal's neck. Then hauling upon the other end, he drew it taut as a bowstring. The horse for a time kept starting about the stall, and snorting with rage; but his snorts were soon changed into a hissing sound, that with difficulty escaped through his nostrils, and his wrath resolved itself into terror. The rope tightly compressing his throat was the cause of the change. Zeb now approached him without fear, and after making the slip fast, commenced lifting his feet one after the other, scrutinising each, in great haste, but at the same time with sufficient care. He appeared to take note of the shape, the shoeing, the number and relative position of the nails; in short, everything that might suggest an idiosyncrasy, or assist in a future identification. On coming to the off hind foot, which he did last of the four, an exclamation escaped him that proclaimed some satisfactory surprise. It was caused by the sight of a broken shoe, nearly a quarter of which was missing from the hoof, the fracture having occurred at the second nail from the canker. "If I'd know'd you," he muttered in apostrophe to the imperfect shoe, "I mout a saved myself from the trouble of examinin' the t'others. There ain't much chance of mistakin' the print you'd be likely to leave, ain't ye? To make sure, I'll jest take ye along wi' me." In conformity with this resolve, he drew out his huge hunting knife, the blade of which, near the hilt, was a quarter of an inch thick, and inserting it under the piece of iron, he wrenched it from the hoof. Taking care to have the nails along, he transferred it to the capacious pocket of his coat. Then nimbly gliding back to the trail rope, he undid the knot, and restored the interrupted respiration of the sorrel. Pluto came in the moment after, bringing a plentiful supply of refreshments, including a tumbler of the Monongalia; and to these Zeb instantly applied himself, without saying a word about the interlude that had occurred during the darkey's absence. The latter, however, did not fail to perceive that the sorrel was out of sorts; for the animal, on finding itself released, stood shivering in the stall, gazing around in a sort of woe begone wonder after the rough treatment to which he had been submitted. "Gorramity!" exclaimed the black, "what am de matter wid de ole hoss? Ho, ho! He look like he wa afeerd o' you, Mass' Tump." "Oh, es," drawled Zeb, with seeming carelessness. "I reckon he air a bit afeerd. He war a makin' to git at me old mar, so I git him a larrup or two wi' the end o' my trail rope. That's what rousted him." Pluto was perfectly satisfied with the explanation, and the subject was permitted to drop. "Look hyur, Plute," said Zeb, starting another, "who does the shootin' o' yur cattle? Thur's some o' the hands air a smith, I reck'n." "Ho, ho! Dat dere am. Yella Jake he do shoein'. Fo' what you ask, Mass' Tump?" "Wal, I war thinkin' o' havin' a kupple o' shoes put on the hind feet o' the maar. I reckon Jake 'ud do it for me." "Ho, ho! He do ef 1,000 welkim. Dat he will, I'se shoo. Question is, kin I spare the time to wait? How long do it take him to put on a kupple?" "Lor, Mass' Tump, berry short while. Jake fust rate handle it bizness. Everybody say so. He moutn't have the materials ready. It depends on whether he's been shoein' lately. How long's it since he shot any o' yourn?" "More'n a week, I belieb, Mass' Zeb." "Ho, ho! Do last war Missa Looey hoss. De beautiful potty dar. But dat won't make no differens. I know he hab de fixins already. I knows it, kase he go for shoe de sorrel. De ole hoss hab one o' de hind shoe broke. He hab it so de last 10 day; and Mass' Cahoon he gib orders for it to be remove. Ho, ho! Dis berry mornin' I hear him tell Jake." "Arter all," rejoined Zeb, as if suddenly changing his mind, "I moutn't hev the time to spare. I reckon I'll let the ole critter do 'ithout it till I kum back. The tramp I'm goin' on, most part o' it lies over grass purayra, and won't hurt her. No, I haven't time," he added, after stepping outside, and glancing up towards the sky. "I must be off from here in the shakin' o' the goat's tail. Now, ole gal, you got to stop yur munchin' an take this bit o' iron atwixt yur teeth. Open your corn trap for it. That's the putty, pet." And so, continuing to talk, now to Pluto, now to the mare, he once more adjusted the headstall, led the animal out, and clambering into the saddle, rode thoughtfully away. Chapter 71.
Chapter 72 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman. A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 72. Zeb Stump on the Trail. After getting clear of the enclosures of Casa del Corvo, the hunter headed his animal upstream in the direction of the port and town. It was the former he intended to reach, which he did in a ride of less than a quarter of an hour. Commonly it took him 3 to accomplish this distance, but on this occasion he was in an unusual state of excitement, and he made speed to correspond. The old mare could go fast enough when required. That is, when Zeb required her, and he had a mode of quickening her speed, known only to himself, and only employed upon extraordinary occasions. It simply consisted in drawing the bowie knife from his belt, and inserting about an inch of its blade into the mare's hip, close to the termination of the spine. The mild effect was like magic, or, if you prefer the figure, electricity. So spurred, Zeb's critter could accomplish a mile in 3 minutes, and more than once had she been called upon to show this capability, when her owner was chased by Comanches. On the present occasion there was no necessity for such excessive speed, and the fort was reached after 15 minutes' sharp trotting. On reaching it, Zeb slipped out of the saddle, and made his way to the quarters that commanded, while the mare was left panting upon the parade ground. The old hunter had no difficulty in obtaining an interview with the military chief of Fort Inge. Looked upon by the officers as a sort of privileged character, he had the entree at all times, and could go in without countersign, or any of the other formalities usually demanded from a stranger. The sentry passed him. As a matter of course, the officer of the guard only exchanged with him a word of welcome, and the adjutant at once announced his name to the major commanding of the cantonment. From his first words the latter appeared to have been expecting him. "Ah, Mr Stump, glad to see you so soon. Have you made any discovery in this queer affair? From your quick return I can almost say you have. Something, I hope, in favour of this unfortunate young fellow, notwithstanding that reappearances are strongly against him. I still adhere to my old opinion, that he's innocent. What have you learnt?" "Well, Mage," answered Zeb, without making other obeisance than the simple politeness of removing his hat, "what I've learnt ain't much, though enough to fetch me back to the fort, where I didn't intend to come, till I'd gone a bit o' a journey across the Purayras. I kim back here to have a word wi' yourself." "In welcome. What is it you have to say?" "That you'll keep back this trial as long as you can raisonably do so. I know there's a pressure from the outside; but I know, too, that you've got the power to resist it. And what's more, Mage, you've got the will." "I have." "You speak quite truly about that, Mr Stump. And as to the power, I have that too, in a certain sense. But, as you are aware, in our great republic the military power must always be subservient to the civil, unless under martial law, which God forbid should ever be required among us, even here in Texas. I can go so far as to hinder any open violation of the law, but I cannot go against the law itself." "'Tain't the law I want ye to go agin. Nothin' o' the sort, Mage. Only them as air like to take it into their own hands, and twist it about to squar it wi' their own purpisses. Thur's them in this settlement as 'ud do thet, if they ain't restrained. One in especial 'ud like to do it; and I knows who that one air. Leastwise I have a tol'able clur guess o' him." "Who?" "You're good to keep a secret, Mage. I know ye are." "Mr Stump, what passes here in confidence? You may speak your mind freely." "Then my mind air, that the man who has dud this murder ain't Maurice the Mowstanger. That's my own belief. You know it already. Have you nothing more to communicate?" "Wal, Mage, perhaps I ked communicate a leetle more ef you insist upon it. But the time ain't ripe for tellin' ye what I've larnt.
For the which, after all, only mounts to suspicions. I may be wrong, and I'd rather you'd let me keep her to myself, till I have made a short excursion across the Nueces. After that, you'll be welcome to what I know now, besides what I may be able to gather off to the Piraeus. So far as I am concerned, I'm quite contented to wait for your return, the more willingly that I know you are acting on the side of justice. But what would you have me do?" "Keep back the trial, Maje. Only that. The rest will be all right." "How long? You know that it must come on recording to the usual process in the criminal court. The justice of this circuit will not be ruled by me, though he may yield a little to my advice. But there is a party, who are crying out for vengeance, and he may be ruled by them. I know the party ye speak o'. I know their leader; and maybe afore the trial air over, he may be the criminal afore the bar." "Ah! You do not believe, then, that these Mexicans are the men?" "Can't tell, Maje, whether they air or ain't. I do believe that they had a hand i' the bizness; but I don't believe that they've been the prime movers in't. It's him I want to diskiver. Kin ye promise me 3 days?" "3 days! For what?" "Afore the trial kims on." "Oh, I think there'll be no difficulty about that. He is now a prisoner under military law. Even if the judge of the Supreme Court should require him to be delivered up inside that time, I can make objections that will delay his being taken from the guard house. I shall undertake to do that." "Maje! You'd make a man a'most contented to live under martial law. No doubt there air times when it air the best, though we independent citizens don't much like it. All I've got to say air, that if you stop this trial for 3 days, or thereout, perhaps the prisoner to kim afore the bar may be somebody else than him who's now in the guard house somebody who just at this moment hain't the smallest surspicion of bein' hisself suspected. Don't ask me who. Only say you'll streech a pint and gi' me 3 days?" "I promise it, Stump. Though I may risk my commission as an officer for the American army, I give you an officer's promise, that for 3 days Maurice the mustanger shall not go out of my guard house. Innocent or guilty, for that time he shall be protected." "You're the true grit, Maje; and dog gone me if I don't do my best to show ye some day that I'm sensible of it. I've nothin' more to say now, 'ceptin' to ax that ye'll not tell out o' doors that I've been tellin' you. There's them outside who, if they only knew what is coon air arter, 'ud move both heaving and airth to circumwent his intentions." "They'll have no help from me, whoever it is you are speaking of. Mr Stump, you may rely upon my pledged word." "I know't, Maje, I know't. God bless ye for a good un. You're the right sort for Texas." With this complimentary leave taking, the hunter strode out of headquarters, and made his way back to the place where he had left his old mare. Once more mounting her, he rode rapidly away. Having cleared the parade ground, and afterwards the outskirts of the village, he returned on the same path that had conducted him to Casa del Corvo. On reaching the outskirts of Poindexter's plantation, he left the lowlands of the Leona bottom, and spurred his old mare gainst the steep slope ascending to the upper plain. He reached it at a point where the chapparal impinged upon the prairie, and there reined up under the shade of a mezquit tree. He did not alight, nor show any sign of an intention to do so, but sate in the saddle, stooped forward, his eyes turned upon the ground, in that vacant gaze which denotes reflection. "Dog gone my cats!" he drawled out in slow soliloquy. "That ere circumstance air full o' significance. Calhoun's hoss out the same night, and fetched home a sweetin' all over. What could that mean? Durn me if I don't suspect foul play hev come from that quarter. I've thort so all along. Only it air so ridiklous to suppose that he shed a killed his own cousin. He'd do that, or any other villinous thing, if there war a reezun for it. There ain't none as I kin think o'. If the property had been a gone to the young un, that the thing mout a been intelligible enuf; but it want. Old Poindexter don't own a acre o' this hoar ground, nor a nigger that's upon it. That I'm sartint 'bout. They all belong to that cuss a'ready; and why should he want to get a shot at the cousin? What's whar this coon gets flummoxed in his calkilations? Thar want no ill will atween 'em, as ever I heerd o'. There's a state o' feelin' 'twixt him an the girl, that he don't like, I know. But why shed it tempt to the killin' o' her brother? And then there's the mowstanger mixed with it, and that shindy 'bout which she tolt me herself, and the sham Injuns, and the Mexican shemale with the har upon her lip, and the hossman 'ithout a head, and hell knows what beside. Jesus, Jehoshaphat! It'll puzzle the brain pan a Louisville lawyer. Wal, there's no time to stand speculatin' here. With this bit o' iron to assist me, I may chance upon somethin' that'll gie a clue to a part o' the bloody bizness, if not to the hull o' it. And fust, as to the discretion in which I should steer?" He looked round, as if in search of some one to answer the interrogatory. It air no use beginnin' near the fort o' the town. The ground about both o' 'em air paddled wi' hoss tracks, like a cattle pen. I'd best strike out into the purayra at once, to take a track crossways o' the Rio Grande route; and doin' that, I may fluke on the footmark I'm in search o'. Yes, that's the most sensiblest idee." As if fully satisfied on this score, he took up his bridle rein, muttered some words to his mare, and commenced moving off along the edge of the chapparal. Having advanced about a mile in the direction of the Nueces river, he abruptly changed his course, but with a coolness that told of a predetermined purpose. It was now nearly due west, and at right angles to the different trails going towards the Rio Grande. There was a simultaneous change in his bearing, in the expression of his features, and his attitude in the saddle. No longer looking listlessly around, he sate stooping forward, his eye carefully scanning the sward, over a wide space on both sides of the path he was pursuing. He had ridden about a mile in the new direction, when something seen upon the ground caused him to start, and simultaneously pull upon the bridle rein. Nothing loth, the "critter" came to a stand, Zeb at the same time flinging himself out of the saddle. Leaving the old mare to ruminate upon this eccentric proceeding, he advanced a pace or two, and dropped down upon his knees. Then drawing the piece of curved iron out of his capacious pocket, he applied it to a hoof print conspicuously outlined in the turf. It fitted. "Fits!" he exclaimed, with a triumphant gesticulation. "Dog goned if it don't! Tight as the skin of a tick," he continued, after adjusting the broken shoe to the imperfect hoof print, and taking it up again. "By the eternal, that air the track o' the creetur mayhap a marder!" CHAPTER 72.
Chapter 73 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Day. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 73. The Prairie Island. A herd of 100 horses, or 3 times the number, pasturing upon a prairie, although a spectacle of the grandest kind furnished by the animal kingdom, is not one that would strike a Texan frontiersman as either strange or curious. He would think it stranger to see a single horse in the same situation. The former would simply be followed by the reflection, a drove of mustangs. The latter conducts to a different train of thought, in which there is an ambiguity. The solitary steed might be one of 2 things: either an exiled stallion kicked out of his own cavallada, or a roadster strayed from some encampment of travellers. The practised eye of the prairie man would soon decide which. If the horse browsed with a bit in his mouth and a saddle on his shoulders, there would be no ambiguity, only the conjecture as to how he had escaped from his rider. If the rider were upon his back, and the horse still browsing, there would be no room for conjecture, only the reflection that the former must be a lazy, thick-headed fellow, not to alight and let his animal graze in a more commodious fashion. If, however, the rider, instead of being suspected of having a thick head, was seen to have no head at all, then would there be cue for 1,000 conjectures, not one of which might come within 1,000 miles of the truth. Such a horse, and just such a rider, were seen upon the prairies of southwestern Texas in the year of our Lord 1850 something. I am not certain as to the exact year, the unit of it, though I can with unquestionable certainty record the decade. I can speak more precisely as to the place, though in this I must be allowed latitude. A circumference of 20 miles will include the different points where the spectral apparition made itself manifest to the eyes of men, both on prairie and in chapparal, in a district of country traversed by several northern tributaries of the Rio de Nueces and some southern branches of the Rio Leona. It was seen not only by many people, but at many different times. First, by the searchers for Henry Poindexter and his supposed murderer. Second, by the servant of Maurice, the mustanger. Thirdly, by Cassius Calhoun on his midnight exploration of the chapparal. fourthly by the sham Indians on that same night, and fifthly by Zeb's stump on the night following. But there were others who saw it elsewhere, and on different occasions. Hunters, herdsmen, and travellers, all alike awed, alike perplexed by the apparition. It had become the talk not only of the Leona settlement, but of others more distant. Its fame already reached on one side to the Rio Grande, and on the other was rapidly extending to the Sabine. No one doubted that such a thing had been seen. To have done so would have been to ignore the evidence of 200 pairs of eyes, all belonging to men willing to make affidavit of the fact, for it could not be pronounced a fancy. No one denied that it had been seen. The only question was, how to account for a spectacle so peculiar as to give the lie to all the known laws of creation. At least half a score of theories were started, more or less feasible, more or less absurd. Some called it an Indian dodge. Others believed it a lay figure. Others that it was not that, but a real rider, only so disguised as to have his head under the serape that shrouded his shoulders, with perhaps a pair of eye-holes through which he could see to guide his horse. While not a few pertinaciously adhered to the conjecture, started at a very early period, that the Headless Horseman was Lucifer himself. In addition to the direct attempts at interpreting the abnormal phenomenon, there was a crowd of indirect conjectures relating to it. Some fancied that they could see the head or the shape of it down upon the breast and under the blanket. Others affirmed to having actually seen it carried in the rider's hand, while others went still further, and alleged that upon the head thus seen there was a hat, a black glazed sombrero of the Mexican sort, with a band of gold bullion above the brim. There were still further speculations that related less to the apparition itself than to its connection with the other grand topic of the time, the murder of young Poindexter. Most people believed there was some connection between the two mysteries, though no one could explain it. He whom everybody believed could have thrown some light upon the subject was still ridden by the nightmare of delirium. And for a whole week the guessing continued, during which the spectral rider was repeatedly seen, now going at a quick gallop, now moving in slow, tranquil pace, across the treeless prairie. His horse at one time halted and vaguely gazing around him; at another, with teeth to the ground, industriously cropping the sweet grama grass that makes the pasturage of southwestern Texas, in my opinion, the finest in the world. Rejecting many tales told of the Headless Horseman, most of them too grotesque to be recorded, one truthful episode must needs be given, since it forms an essential chapter of this strange history. In the midst of the open prairie there is a motte, a coppice or clump of trees, of perhaps 3 or 4 acres in superficial extent. A prairie man would call it an island, and with your eyes upon the vast verdant sea that surrounds it, you could not help being struck with the resemblance. The aboriginal of America might not perceive it. It is a thought of the colonist transmitted to his descendants, who, although they may never have looked upon the great ocean, are nevertheless au fait to its phraseology. By the timber island in question, about 200 yards from its edge, a horse is quietly pasturing. He is the same that carries the headless rider, and this weird equestrian is still bestriding him, with but little appearance of change, either in apparel or attitude, since first seen by the searchers. The striped blanket still hangs over his shoulders, cloaking the upper half of his person, while the armas de agua, strapped over his limbs, cover them from thigh to spur, concealing all but their outlines. His body is bent a little forward, as if to ease the horse in getting his snout to the sward, which the long bridle rein, surrendered to its full length, enables him to do, though still retained in hand or resting over the horn of the saddle. Those who asserted that they saw a head only told the truth. There is a head, and, as also stated, with a hat upon it, a black sombrero with bullion band as described. The head rests against the left thigh, the chin being nearly down on a level with the rider's knee. Being on the near side, it can only be seen when the spectator is on the same, and not always then, as it is at times concealed by a corner of the serape. At times, too, can a glimpse be obtained of the face. Its features are well formed, but wearing a sad expression, the lips of livid colour, slightly parted, showing a double row of white teeth set in a grim, ghastly smile. Though there is no perceptible change in the personnel of the Headless Horseman, there is something new to be noted. Hitherto he has been seen going alone. Now he is in company. It cannot be called agreeable, consisting as it does of wolves, half a score of them squatting closely upon the plain, and at intervals loping around him. By the horse they are certainly not liked, as is proved by the snorting and stamping of his hoof when one of them ventures upon a too close proximity to his heels. The rider seems more indifferent to a score of birds, large dark birds that swoop in shadowy circles around his shoulders. Even when one bolder than the rest has the audacity to alight upon him, he has made no attempt to disturb it, raising neither hand nor arm to drive it away. 3 times one of the birds has alighted thus, first upon the right shoulder, then upon the left, and then midway between, upon the spot where the head should be. The bird does not stay upon its singular perch, or only for an instant. If the rider does not feel the indignity, the steed does, and resists it by rearing upward with a fierce neighing that frights the vultures off, to return again only after a short interval of shyness. His steed thus browsing, now in quiet, now disturbed by the too near approach of the wolves, anon by the bold behaviour of the birds, goes the Headless Horseman, step by step, and with long pauses of pasturing, around the prairie island. End of Chapter 73. Chapter 74 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Day. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 74. A Solitary Stalker. The singular spectacle described, extraordinary it might be termed, was too grave to appear grotesque. There was something about it that savoured of the outre-monde. Human eyes could not have beholden it without the shivering of a human frame and the chilling of human blood. Was it seen by human eyes in this fresh phase, with the wolves below and the vultures above? It was. By one pair, and they belonging to the only man in all Texas who had arrived at something like a comprehension of the all-perplexing mystery. It was not yet altogether clear to him. There were points that still puzzled him. He but knew it was neither a dummy, nor the devil. His knowledge did not accept him from the universal feeling of dread. Despite the understanding of what the thing was, he shuddered as he gazed upon it. He gazed upon it from the shore of the prairie island, himself unseen under its shadows, and apparently endeavouring to remain so. And yet, with all his trembling and the desire to keep concealed, he was following it round and round on the circumference of an inner circle, as if some magnetic power was constraining him to keep on the same radius, of which the point occupied by the Headless Horseman was a prolongation. More than this, he had seen the latter before entering the island. He had seen him far off, and might easily have shunned him. But instead of doing so, he had immediately commenced making approach towards him. He had continued it, using the timber as a screen, and acting as one who stalks the timid stag, with the difference of a heart dread which no deer-stalker could ever know. He had continued it until the shelter of the motte gave him a momentary respite, not from fear, but the apprehension of a failure. He had not ridden 10 miles across the prairie without a design, and it was this that caused him to go so cautiously, guiding his horse over the softest turf, and through the selvage of the chaparral, in such a way as neither to expose his person to view, nor cause a rustle among the branches that might be heard to the distance of 10 yards. No one observing his manoeuvres as he moved amid the timber island could have mistaken their meaning, at least so far as related to the object for which they were being made. His eye was upon the Headless Horseman, his whole soul absorbed in watching the movements of the latter, by which he appeared to regulate his own. At first, fear seemed to be his prevailing thought. After a time it was succeeded by an impatience that partially emboldened him. The latter plainly sprang from his perceiving that the Headless Horseman, instead of approaching the timber, still kept at a regular distance of 200 yards from its edge. That this chafed him was evident from a string of soliloquies muttered half aloud. They were not free from blasphemy, but that was characteristic of the man who pronounced them. "Damn the infernal brute! If he'd only come 20 yards nearer, I could fetch him. My gun won't carry that distance. I'd miss him for sure, and then it'll be all up. I may never get the chance again. Confound him! He's all of 20 yards too far off." As if the last was an ambiguity rather than a conviction, the speaker appeared to measure with his eye the space that separated him from the headless rider, all the while holding in hand a short Jaeger rifle, capped and cocked, ready for instant discharge. "No use," he continued, after a process of silent computation. "I might hit the beast with a spent ball, but only to scare without crippling him. I must have patience, and wait till he gets a little nearer. Damn them wolves! He might come in if it wasn't for them. So long as they're about him, he'll give the timber a wide berth. It's the nature of these Texas hows. Devil skin them. I wonder if coaxing would do any good," he proceeded, after a pause. "Maybe the sound of a man's voice would bring the animal to a stand. Doubtful. He's not likely to have heard much of that lately. I suppose it would only frighten him. The sight of my horse would be sure to do it, as it did before, though that was in the moonlight. Besides, he was chased by the howlin' stag-hound. No wonder his being wild then, ridden as he is by hell knows what, for it can't be. Bah! After all, there must be some trick in it, some damned infernal trick." For a while the speaker checked his horse with a tight rein, and, leaning forward so as to get a good view through the trees, continued to scan the strange shape that was slowly skirting the timber. "It's his horse, sure as shootin'. His saddle, serape, and all. How the hell could they have come into the possession of the other?" Another pause of reflection. "Trick or no trick, it's an ugly business. Whoever's planned it must know all that happened that night, and by God, if that thing lodged there, I've got to get it back. What a fool, to have bragged about it as I did. Curse the crooked luck! He won't come near. He's provokingly shy of the timber. Like all his breed, he knows he's safest in the open ground. What's to be done? See if I can call him up. Maybe he may like to hear a human voice. If it'll only fetch him 20 yards nearer, I'll be satisfied. Hanged if I don't try." Drawing a little closer to the edge of the thicket, the speaker pronounced that call usually employed by Texans to summon a straying horse. "Pro! Pro-show! Come kindly, come, old horse!" The invitation was extended to no purpose. The Texan steed did not seem to understand it, at all events as an invitation to friendly companionship. On the contrary, it had the effect of frightening him, for no sooner fell the pro upon his ear than, letting go the mouthful of grass already gathered, he tossed his head aloft with a snort that proclaimed far greater fear than that felt for either wolf or vulture. A mustang, he knew that his greatest enemy was man. A man mounted upon a horse, and by this time his scent had disclosed to him the proximity of such a foe. He stayed not to see what sort of man, or what kind of horse. His first instinct had told him that both were enemies. As his rider by this time appeared to have arrived at the same conclusion, there was no tightening of the rein, and he was left free to follow his own course, which carried him straight off over the prairie. A bitter curse escaped from the lips of the unsuccessful stalker as he spurred out into the open ground. Still more bitter was his oath as he beheld the Headless Horseman passing rapidly beyond reach, unscathed by the bullet he had sent to earnestly after him. End of chapter 74. Chapter 75 of The Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Day. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 75, On the Trail. Zeb's stump stayed but a short while on the spot where he had discovered the hoof print with the broken shoe. 6 seconds sufficed for its identification, after which he rose to his feet and continued along the trail of the horse that had made it. He did not remount, but strode forward on foot, the old mare obedient to a signal he had given her, keeping at a respectful distance behind him. For more than a mile he moved on in this original fashion, now slowly as the trail became indistinct, quickening his pace where the print of the imperfect shoe could be seen without difficulty, like an archaeologist engaged upon a tablet of hieroglyphic history long entombed beneath the ruins of a lost metropolis, whose characters appear grotesque to all except himself. So was it with Zeb Stump, as he strode on, translating the sign of the prairie. Absorbed in the act and the conjectures that accompanied it, he had no eyes for aught else. He glanced neither to the green savannah that stretched inimitably around, nor to the blue sky that spread specklessly above him. Alone to the turf beneath his feet was his eye and attention directed. A sound, not a sight, startled him from his all-engrossing occupation. It was the report of a rifle, but so distant as to appear but the detonation of a percussion cap that had missed fire. Instinctively he stopped, at the same time raising his eyes, but without unbending his body. With a quick glance the horizon was swept, along the half-dozen points whence the sound should have proceeded. A spot of bluish smoke, still preserving its balloon shape, was slowly rolling up against the sky. A dark blotch beneath indicated the outlines of an island of timber. So distant was the motte, the smoke, and the sound, that only the eye of an experienced prairie man would have seen the first, or his ear heard the last, from the spot where Zeb's stump was standing. But Zeb saw the one and heard the other. "Durned queery," he muttered, still stooped in the attitude of a gardener dibbing in his young cabbage plants. "Doggone queery, to say the least on't. Who in Old Nick's name can be huntin' out thar, where there ain't game enough to pay for the powder and shet? I've been to that ere Prairie Island, and I know there ain't nothin' there 'ceptin' coyotes. What they get to live on, only the Eternal can tell. Wag," he went on, after a short silence, "some storekeeper from the town, out on a excursion as he'd call it, who's proud o' poppin' away at them stinkin' varmints, an'll go home wi' the story he's been a huntin' wolves. Wal, 'tain't no business o' mine. Let Yardstick hev his belly full o' sport. Hi! There's somethin' comin' this way. A hoss and somebody on his back, streakin' it as if hell war arter him, wi' a pitchfork o' red-het lightnin'. What, as I live, it air the Headless! It is, by the jumpin' Jehoshaphat!" The observation of the old hunter was quite correct. There could be no mistake about the character of the cavalier, who, just clearing himself from the cloud of sulphureous smoke, now falling, dispersed over the prairie, came galloping on towards the spot where Zeb stood. It was the horseman without a head. Nor could there be any doubt as to the direction he was taking, as straight towards Zeb as if he already saw, and was determined on coming up with him. A braver man than the backwoodsman could not have been found within the confines of Texas. Cougar or jaguar, bear, buffalo, or red Indian, he could have encountered without quailing. Even a troop of Comanches might have come charging on, without causing him half the apprehension felt at sight of that solitary equestrian. With all his experience of nature in her most secret haunts, despite the stoicism derived from that experience, Zeb Stump was not altogether free from superstitious fancies. Who is? With the courage to scorn a human foe, any enemy that might show itself in a natural shape, either of biped or quadruped, still was he not stern enough to defy the abnormal; and Bayard himself would have quailed at sight of the cavalier who was advancing to the encounter, apparently determined upon its being deadly. Zeb Stump not only quailed, but, trembling in his tall boots of alligator leather, sought concealment. He did so long before the Headless Horseman had got within hailing distance, or, as he supposed, within sight of him. Some bushes growing close by gave him the chance of a hiding place, of which, with instinctive quickness, he availed himself. The mare, standing saddled by his side, might still have betrayed him? But no, he had not gone to his knees without thinking of that. "Hunker down!" he cried, addressing himself to his dumb companion, who, if wanting speech, proved herself perfect in understanding. "Squat, ye old critter, or by the Eternal ye'll be switched off into hell!" As if dreading some such terrible catastrophe, the scraggy quadruped dropped down upon her fore knees, and then, lowering her hindquarters, laid herself along the grass, as though thinking her day's work done, she was free to indulge in a fiesta. Scarce had Zeb and his roadster composed themselves their new position, when the Headless Horseman came charging up. He was going at full speed, and Zeb was but too well pleased to perceive that he was likely to continue it. It was sheer chance that had conducted him that way, and not from having seen either the hunter or his sorry steed. The former, if not the latter, was satisfied at being treated in that cavalier style; but long before the Headless Horseman had passed out of sight, Zeb had taken his dimensions, and made himself acquainted with his character. Though he might be a mystery to all the world beside, he was no longer so to Zebulon Stump. As the horse shot past in fleet career, the skirt of the serape, flouted up by the wind, displayed to Stump's optics a form well known to him. In a dress he had seen before. It was a blouse of blue cottonade, box-plaited over the breast, and though its vivid colour was dashed with spots of garish red, the hunter was able to recognise it. He was not so sure about the face seen low down upon the saddle and resting against the rider's leg. There was nothing strange in his inability to recognise it. The mother, who had oft looked fondly on that once fair countenance, would not have recognised it now. Zeb Stump only did so by deduction. The horse, the saddle, the holsters, the striped blanket, the sky-blue coat and trousers, even the hat upon the head, were all known to him. So, too, was the figure that stood almost upright in the stirrups. The head and face must belong to the same, notwithstanding their unaccountable displacement. Zeb saw it by no uncertain glance. He was permitted a full, fair view of the ghastly spectacle. The steed, though going at a gallop, passed within 10 paces of him. He made no attempt to interrupt the retreating rider, either by word or gesture. Only, as the form became unmasked before his eyes, and its real meaning flashed across his mind, he muttered in a slow, sad tone. "Gee, Hossafat, it air true, then. Poor young feller. Dead. Dead." End of chapter 75. Chapter 76 of The Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Day. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 76, Lost in the Chalk. Still continuing his fleet career, the Headless Horseman galloped on over the prairie, Zeb Stump following only with his eyes, and not until he had passed out of sight, behind some straggling groves of mesquite, did the backwoodsman abandon his kneeling position. Then only for a second or two did he stand erect, taking counsel with himself as to what course he should pursue. The episode, strange as unexpected, had caused some disarrangement in his ideas, and seemed to call for change in his plans. Should he continue along the trail he was already deciphering, or forsake it for that of the steed that had just swept by? By keeping to the former he might find out much, but by changing to the latter he might learn more? He might capture the Headless Horseman, and ascertain from him the why and wherefore of his wild wanderings? While thus absorbed in considering what course he had best take, he had forgotten the puff of smoke and the report heard far off over the prairie. Only for a moment, however. They were things to be remembered, and he soon remembered them. Turning his eyes to the quarter where the smoke had appeared, he saw that which caused him to squat down again, and place himself, with more impressment than ever, under cover of the mesquites. The old mare, relishing the recumbent attitude, had still kept to it, and there was no necessity for redisposing of her. What Zeb now saw was a man on horseback, a real horseman, with a head upon his shoulders. He was still a long way off, and it was not likely he had seen the tall form of the hunter standing shored up among the bushes, much less the mare lying beneath them. He showed no signs of having done so. On the contrary, he was sitting stooped in the saddle, his breast bent down to the pommel, and his eyes actively engaged in reading the ground over which he was guiding his horse. There could be no difficulty in ascertaining his occupation. Zeb Stump guessed it at a glance. He was tracking the headless rider. "Ho, ho!" muttered Zeb, on making this discovery. "I ain't the only one who's got a reason for solvin' this here mystery. Who the hell can he be? I should just like to know that." Zeb had not long to wait for the gratification of his wish. As the trail was fresh, the strange horseman could take it up at a trot, in which pace he was approaching. He was soon within identifying distance. "Gee, Hossafat!" muttered the backwoodsman. "I might a knowed it would be him, and if I'm not mistook about it, here's goin' to be a other chapter out o' the same book, a other link as'll help me to complete the chain o' evidence I'm in search for. Lay close, ye critter! If ye make yer a stir, even to the shakin' o' them long lugs o' yourn, I'll cut yer durned throat." The last speech was an apostrophe to the "mar," after which Zeb waxed silent, with his head among the spray of the acacias, and his eyes peering through the branches in acute scrutiny of him who was coming along. This was a man who, once seen, was not likely to be soon forgotten. Scarce 30 years old, he showed a countenance scathed less with care than the play of evil passions. But there was care upon it now, a care that seemed to speak of apprehension, keen, prolonged, yet looking forward with a hope of being relieved from it. Withal it was a handsome face, such as a gentleman need not have been ashamed of, but for that sinister expression that told of its belonging to a blackguard. The dress, but why need we describe it? The blue cloth frock of semi-military cut, the forage cap, the belt sustaining a bowie knife, with a brace of revolving pistols, all have been mentioned before as enveloping and equipping the person of Captain Cassius Calhoun. It was he. It was not the battery of small arms that kept Zeb Stump from showing himself. He had no dread of an encounter with the ex-officer of volunteers. Though he instinctively felt hostility, he had as yet given no reason to the latter for regarding him as an enemy. He remained in shadow, to have a better view of what was passing under the sunlight. Still closely scrutinizing the trail of the Headless Horseman, Calhoun trotted past. Still closely keeping among the acacias, Zeb Stump looked after, till the same grove that had concealed the former interposed its verdant veil between him and the ex-captain of cavalry. The backwoodsman's brain, having become the recipient of new thoughts, required a fresh exercise of its ingenuity. If there was reason before for taking the trail of the Headless Horseman, it was redoubled now. With but short time spent in consideration, so Zeb concluded, and commenced making preparations for a stalk after Cassius Calhoun. These consisted in taking hold of the bridle, and giving the old mare a kick that caused her to start instantaneously to her feet. Zeb stood by her side, intending to climb into the saddle and ride out into the open plain as soon as Calhoun should be out of sight. He had no thoughts of keeping the latter in view. He needed no such guidance. The 2 fresh trails would be sufficient for him, and he felt as sure of finding the direction in which both would lead as if he had ridden alongside the horseman without a head, or him without a heart. With this confidence he cleared out from among the acacias, and took the path just trodden by Calhoun. For once in his life Zeb Stump had made a mistake. On rounding the mesquite grove, behind which both had made disappearance, he discovered he had done so. Beyond extended a tract of chalk prairie, over which one of the horsemen appeared to have passed, him without the head. Zeb guessed so by seeing the other, at some distance before him, riding to and fro, in transverse stretches, like a pointer quartering the stubble in search of a partridge. He too had lost the trail, and was endeavouring to recover it. Crouching under cover of the mesquites, the hunter remained a silent spectator of his movements. The attempt terminated in a failure. The chalk surface defied interpretation, at least by skill such as that of Cassius Calhoun. After repeated quarterings he appeared to surrender his design, and, angrily plying the spur, galloped off in the direction of the Leona. As soon as he was out of sight, Zeb also made an effort to take up the lost trail, but despite his superior attainments in the tracking craft, he was compelled to relinquish it. A fervid sun was glaring down upon the chalk, and only the eye of a salamander could have withstood the reflection of its rays. Dazed almost to blindness, the backwoodsman determined upon turning late back, and once more devoting his attention to the trail from which he had been for a time seduced. He had learnt enough to know that this last promised a rich reward for its exploration. It took him but a short time to regain it. Nor did he lose any in following it up. He was too keenly impressed with its value, and with this idea urging him, he strode rapidly on, the mare following as before. Once only did he make pause, at a point where the tracks of 2 horses converged with that he was following. From this point the 3 coincided, at times parting and running parallel, for a score of yards or so, but again coming together and overlapping one another. The horses were all shod, like that which carried the broken shoe, and the hunter only stopped to see what he could make out of the hoof marks. One was a States horse, the other a mustang, though a stallion of great size, and with a hoof almost as large as that of the American. Zeb had his conjectures about both. He did not stay to inquire which had gone first over the ground. That was as clear to him as if he had been a spectator at their passing. The stallion had been in the lead. How far, Zeb could not exactly tell, but certainly some distance beyond that of companionship. The States horse had followed, and behind him the roadster with the broken shoe, also an American. All 3 had gone over the same ground, at separate times, and each by himself. This Zeb Stump could tell with as much ease and certainty as one might read the index of a dial or thermometer. Whatever may have been in his thoughts, he said nothing, beyond giving utterance to the simple exclamation, "Good!" and with satisfaction stamped upon his features, he moved on, the old mare appearing to mock him by an imitative stride. "Here they've separated," he said, once again coming to a stop, and regarding the ground at his feet. "The stallion and States hoss have goed together, that ere they took the same way. Broken shoe have strayed in a different direction. Wonder now what that's for?" he continued, after standing a while to consider. "Durn me if I ever seed such perplexin' sign. It 'ud puzzle old Dan'l Boone hisself. Which on 'em should I foller fust? If I go arter the 2 I know whar they'll lead. They're bound to kim up in that puddle o' blood. Let's track up t'other, and see whether he have rud into the same proximity. To the right abeout, old gal, and keep close to hint me, else ye may get lost in the chapparal, and the coyotes may make their supper on your tallow. Ho, ho, ho!" With this apostrophe to his "critter" ending in a laugh at the conceit of her tallow, the hunter turned off on the track of the 3rd horse. It led him along the edge of an extended tract of chapparal, which, following all 3, he had approached at a point well known to him, as to the reader, where it was parted by the open space already described. The new trail skirted the timber only for a short distance. 200 yards from the embouchure of the avenue it ran into it, and 50 paces further on Zeb came to a spot where the horse had stood tied to a tree. Zeb saw that the animal had proceeded no further, for there was another set of tracks showing where it had returned to the prairie, though not by the same path. The rider had gone beyond. The footmarks of a man could be seen beyond, in the mud of a half-dry arroyo, beside which the horse had been hitched. Leaving his critter to occupy the stall where Broken Shoe had for some time fretted himself, the old hunter glided off upon the footmarks of the dismounted rider. He soon discovered two sets of them, one going, another coming back. He followed the former. He was not surprised at their bringing him out into the avenue, close to the pool of blood, by the coyotes long since licked dry. He might have traced them right up to it, but for the hundreds of horse tracks that had trodden the ground like a sheep pen. But before going so far, he was stayed by the discovery of some fresh sign, too interesting to be carelessly examined. In a place where the underwood grew thick, he came upon a spot where a man had remained for some time. There was no turf, and the loose mould was baked hard and smooth, evidently by the sole of a boot or shoe. There were prints of the same sole leading out towards the place of blood, and similar ones coming back again. But upon the branches of a tree between, Zeb Stump saw something that had escaped the eyes not only of the searchers but of their guide Spangler. A scrap of paper, blackened and half burnt, evidently the wadding of a discharged gun. It was clinging to the twig of a locust tree, impaled upon one of its spines. The old hunter took it from the thorn to which, through rain and wind, it had adhered, spread it carefully across the palm of his horny hand, and read upon its smoothed surface a name well known to him, which, with its concomitant title, bore the initials C.C.C. End of chapter 76. Chapter 77 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Day. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 77. Another Link. It was less surprise than gratification that showed itself on the countenance of Zeb Stump as he deciphered the writing on the paper. "That ere's the backin' o' a letter," muttered he. "Tells a goodish grist o' story, more'n war wrote inside, I reckon. Been used for the wad o' a gun. Wal, serves the cuss right for rammin' down a rifle ball wi' a patchin' o' scurvy paper, instead o' the proper and bestest thing, which air a bit o' greased buckskin. The writin' air in a shemale hand," he continued, looking anew at the piece of paper. "Don't signerfy for thet. It's been sent to him all the same; an' he's hed it in Persian. It air somethin' to be took care o'." So saying, he drew out a small skin wallet, which contained his tinder of punk, along with his flint and steel, and after carefully stowing away the scrap of paper, he returned the sack to his pocket. "Wal," he went on in soliloquy, as he stood silently considering, "I calkerlate as how this ole coon'll be able to unwind a good grist o' this clue o' mystery, though there be a bit o' the thread broken here and thar, and a bit o' a puzzle I can't clurly understand. The man who hev been murdered, whomsoever he may be, war out there by that puddle o' blood; and the man as did the deed, whomsoever he be, war a standin' behint this locust tree. But for them greenhorns I mout a got more out o' the sign. Now there ain't the ghost o' a chance. They've tramped the whole place into a durnation mess, cavortin' and caperin' about. Wal, 'tair no use goin' furrer that way. The bestest thing now air to take the back track, if it air possible, and diskiver whar the hoss with the broke shoe toted his rider arter he went back from this leetle bit o' still huntin'. Tharfor, ole Zeb'lon Stump, back ye go on the boot tracks." With this grotesque apostrophe to himself, he commenced retracing the footmarks that had guided him to the edge of the opening. Only in one or two places were the footprints at all distinct, but Zeb scarce cared for their guidance. Having already noted that the man who made them had returned to the place where the horse had been left, he knew the back track would lead him there. There was one place, however, where the two trails did not go over the same ground. There was a forking in the open list, through which the supposed murderer had made his way. It was caused by an obstruction, a patch of impenetrable thicket. They met again, but not till that on which the hunter was returning straggled off into an open glade of considerable size. Having become satisfied of this, Zeb looked around into the glade, for a time forsaking the footsteps of the pedestrian. After a short examination, he observed a trail altogether distinct and of a different character. It was a well-marked path entering the opening on one side, and going out on the other; in short, a cattle track. Zeb saw that several shod horses had passed along it, some days before, and it was this that caused him to come back and examine it. He could tell to a day, to an hour, when the horses had passed, and from the sign itself; but the exercise of his ingenuity was not needed on this occasion. He knew that the hoof-prints were those of the horses ridden by Spangler and his party, after being detached from the main body of searchers who had gone home with the major. He had heard the whole story of that collateral investigation, how Spangler and his comrades had traced Henry Poindexter's horse to the place where the negro had caught it, on the outskirts of the plantation. To an ordinary intellect this might have appeared satisfactory. Nothing more could be learnt by any one going over the ground again. Zeb Stump did not seem to think so. As he stood looking along it, his attitude showed indecision. "If I could make sure o' havin' time," he muttered, "I'd foller it fust. Just as like as not I'll find a fluke thur too. But thur's no certainty 'bout the time, an' I'd better proceed to settle with the animal as cast the quarter shoe." He had turned to go out of the glade, when a thought once more stayed him. "Arter all, it kin be easy found at any time. I kin guess whar it'll lead, as sartint as if I'd rud 'longside the skunk that made it. Straight custrut to the stable o' Caser Corver. It's a durned pity to drop this un, now whiles I'm here upon the spot. It'll gie me the makin' o' another 10-mile journey, an' there moutn't be time. Doggoned if I don't try a leetle way along it. The ole maar kin wait till I come back." Bracing himself for new investigation, he started off upon the cattle track, trodden by the horses of Spangler and his party. To the hoof marks of these he paid but slight attention, at times none whatever. His eye only sought those of Henry Poindexter's horse. Though the others were of an after time, and often destroyed the traces he was most anxious to examine, he had no difficulty in identifying the latter. As he would have himself said, any greenhorn could do that. The young planter's horse had gone over the ground at a gallop. The trackers had ridden slowly. As far as Zeb Stump could perceive, the latter had made neither halt nor deviation. The former had. It was about 3/4 of a mile from the edge of the venue. It was not a halt the galloping horse had made, but only a slight departure from his direct course, as if something he had seen wolf, jaguar, cougar, or other beast of prey had caused him to shy. Beyond he had continued his career, rapid and reckless as ever. Beyond the party along with Spangler had proceeded, without staying to inquire why the horse had shied from his track. Zeb Stump was more inquisitive, and paused upon this spot. It was a sterile tract, without herbage, and covered with shingle and sand. A huge tree overshadowed it, with limbs extending horizontally. One of these ran transversely to the path over which the horses had passed, so low that a horseman, to shun contact with it, would have to lower his head. At this branch Zeb Stump stood gazing. He observed an abrasion upon the bark. That, though very slight, must have been caused by contact with some substance, as hard, if not sounder, than itself. "Thet's been done by the skull o' a human critter," reasoned he. "A human critter that must have been on the back o' a hoss, this side the branch, and off on the t'other. No livin' man could a stood such a collision as that, and kept his seat o' the settle. "Hooraw!" he triumphantly exclaimed, after a cursory examination of the ground underneath the tree. "I thort so. Thur's the impression o' the throwed rider, and thur's whar he hes creeped away. Now I've got a explication o' that big bump as hes been puzzlin' me. I knowed it wa'n't did by the claws o' any varmint, and it didn't look like the blow either o' a stone or a stick. That ere's the stick that hes gin it." With an elastic step, his countenance radiant of triumph, the old hunter strode away from the tree, no longer upon the cattle path, but that taken by the man who had been so violently dismounted. To one unaccustomed to the chapparal, he might have appeared going without a guide, and upon a path never before pressed by human foot. A portion of it perhaps had not, but Zeb was conducted by signs which, although obscure to the ordinary eye, were to him intelligible as the painted lettering upon a finger-post. The branch contorted to afford passage for a human form, the displaced tendrils of a creeping plant, the scratched surface of the earth, all told that a man had passed that way. The sign signified more, that the man was disabled, had been crawling, a cripple. Zeb Stump continued on, till he had traced this cripple to the banks of a running stream. It was not necessary for him to go further. He had made one more splice of the broken thread. Another, and his clue would be complete. Chapter 77.
Chapter 78 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 78. A Horse Swap. With an oath, a sullen look, and a brow black as disappointment could make it, Calhoun turned away from the edge of the chalk prairie, where he had lost the traces of the Headless Horseman. No use following further. No knowing where he's gone now. No hope of finding him except by a fluke. If I go back to the creek, I might see him again. But useless. I get within range. It'll end as it's done before. The mustang stallion won't let me come near him, as if the brute knows what I'm wanting. He's even cunninger than the wild sort trained to it, I suppose, by the mustanger himself. One fair shot! If I could only get that, I'd settle his courses. There appears no chance of stealing upon him; and as to riding him down, it can't be done with a slow mule like this. The sorrel's not much better as to speed, though he beats his brute in bottom. I'll try him to morrow with the new shoe. If I could only get hold of something that's fast enough to overtake the mustang, I'd put down handsomely for a horse that could do it. There must be one of the sort in the settlement. I'll see when I get back. If there be, a couple of hundred, ay, or 3, won't hinder me from having him." After he had made these mutterings, Calhoun rode away from the chalk prairie, his dark countenance strangely contrasting with its snowy sheen. He went at a rapid rate, not sparing his horse, already jaded with a protracted journey, as could be told by his sweating coat, and the clots of half coagulated blood where the spur had been freely piled upon his flanks. Fresh drops soon appeared as he cantered somewhat heavily on, his head set for the hacienda of Casa del Corvo. In less than an hour after, his rider was guiding him among the mezquites that skirted the plantation. It was a path known to Calhoun. He had ridden over it before, though not upon the same horse. On crossing the bed of an arroyo, dry from a long continuance of drought, he was startled at beholding in the mud of the tracks of another horse. One of them showed a broken shoe, an old hoof print, nearly 8 days old. He made no examination to ascertain the time. He knew it to an hour. He bent over it, with a different thought, a feeling of surprise commingled with a touch of superstition. The track looked recent, as if made on the day before. There had been wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Not one of these had wasted it. Even the angry elements appeared to have passed over without destroying it, as if to spare it for a testimony against the outraged laws of nature, their God. Calhoun dismounted with the design to obliterate the track of the 3/4 shoe. Better for him to have spared himself the pains. The crease of his boot heel, crushing in the stiff mud, was only an additional evidence as to who had ridden the broken shoed horse. There was one coming close behind capable of collecting it. Once more in his saddle, the ex-officer rode on, reflecting on his own astuteness. His reflections had scarce reached the point of reverie, when the hoof stroke of a horse, not his own, came suddenly within hearing. Not within sight, for the animal making them was still screened by the chapparal. Plainly was it approaching; and although at a slow pace, the measured tread hold of its being guided, and not straying. It was a horse with the rider upon his back. In another instant both were in view; and Calhoun saw before him Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos, she at the same instant catching sight of him. It was a strange circumstance that these two should thus encounter one another, apparently by chance, though perhaps controlled by destiny. Stranger still the thought summoned up in the bosoms of both. In Calhoun, Isidora saw the man who loved the woman she herself hated. In Isidora, Calhoun saw the woman who loved him he both hated and had determined to destroy. This mutual knowledge they had derived partly from report, partly from observation, and partly from the suspicious circumstances under which more than once they had met. They were equally convinced of its truth. Each felt certain of the sinister entanglement of the other, while both believed their own to be unsuspected. The situation was not calculated to create a friendly feeling between them. It is not natural that man or woman should like the admirer of a rival. They can only be friends at that point where jealousy prompts to the deadliest vengeance, and then it is but a sinister sympathy. As yet no such had arisen between Cassius Calhoun and Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos. If it had been possible, both might have been willing to avoid the encounter. Isidora certainly was. She had no predilection for the ex-officer of dragoons; and besides the knowledge that he was the lover of her rival, there was another thought that now rendered his presence, if not disagreeable, at least not desirable. She remembered the chase of the sham Indians, and its ending. She knew that among the Texans there had been much conjecture as to her abrupt disappearance, after appealing to them for protection. She had her own motive for that, which she did not intend to declare. and the man about meeting her might be inclined to ask questions on the subject, she would have passed with the simple salutation. She could not give less than that, and perhaps he might have done the same, but for a thought which at that moment came into his mind, entirely unconnected with the reflections already there engendered. It was not the lady herself who suggested the thought. Despite her splendid beauty, she had no admiration for her. In his breast, ruthless as it might have been, there was no space left for a second passion, not even a sensual one. For her thus encountered in the solitude of the chapparal, with nature whispering wild, wicked suggestions, it was no idea of this that caused him to rein up in the middle of the path, remove the cap from his gown, and by a courtly salutation invite a dialogue with Isidora. So challenged, she could not avoid the conversation that commenced upon the instant, Calhoun taking the initiative. "Excuse me, senorita," said he, his glance directed more upon her steed than herself. "I know it's very rude thus to interrupt your ride, especially on the part of a stranger, as with sorrow I am compelled to call myself." "It needs no apology, senor. If I'm not mistaken, we have met before, upon the prairie, out near the Nueces." "True, true," stammered the Calhoun, not caring to dwell upon the remembrance. "It was not of that encounter I wished to speak, but what I saw afterwards, as you came galloping along the cliff. We all wondered what became of you." "There was not much cause for wonder, cavallero. The shot which some of your people fired from below disembarrassed me of my pursuers. I saw that they had turned back, and simply continued my journey." Calhoun exhibited no chagrin at being thus baffled. The theme upon which he designed to direct his discourse had not yet turned up, and in it he might be more successful. What it was might have been divined from his glance, half connoisseur, half horse jockey, still directed toward the steed of Isidora. "I do not say, senorita, that I was one of those who wondered at your sudden disappearance. I presumed you had your own reasons for not coming on to us; and seeing you ride as you did, I felt no fear for your safety. It was your riding that astonished me, as it did all of my companions. Such a horse you had! He appeared to glide rather than gallop." "If I'm mistaken not, it's the same you are now astride of. Am I right, senora? Pardon me for asking such an insignificant question." "The same? Let me see. I make use of so many. I think I was riding his horse upon that day. Yes, yes, I'm sure of it. I remember how the brute betrayed me." "Betrayed you? How?" "Twice he did it. Once as you and your people were approaching. The second time when the Indians ay Dios! Not Indians, as I've since heard were coming through the chapparal." "But how?" "By neighing. He should not have done it. He's had training enough to know better than that. No matter. Once I get him back to the Rio Grande, he shall stay there. I shan't ride him again. He shall return to his pastures." "Pardon me, senorita, for speaking to you on such a subject; but I can't help thinking that it's a pity." "What's a pity?" "That a steed so splendid as that should be so lightly discarded. I would give much to possess him." "You are jesting, cavallero. He is nothing beyond the common. Perhaps a little pretty, and quick in his paces. My father has 5,000 of his sort, many of them prettier, and, no doubt, some faster than he. He's a good roadster, and that's why I'm riding him now. If it weren't that I'm on my way home to the Rio Grande, and the journey is still before me, you'd be welcome to have him, or anybody else who cared for him, as you seem to do. Be still, musteno mio. You see there's somebody likes you better than I do." The last speech was addressed to the mustang, who, like its rider, appeared impatient for the conversation to come to a close. Calhoun, however, seemed equally desirous of prolonging, or at all events bringing it to a different termination. "Excuse me, senorita," said he, assuming an air of business like earnestness, at the same time speaking apologetically. "If that be all the value you set upon the grey mustang, I should be only too glad to make an exchange with you. My horse, if not handsome, is estimated by our Texan dealers as a valuable animal. Though somewhat slow in his paces, I can promise that he will carry you safely to your home, and will serve you well afterwards." "What, senor!" exclaimed the lady, in evident astonishment. "Exchange your grand American frison for a Mexican mustang! The offer is too generous to appear other than a jest." You know that on the Rio Grande one of your horses equals in value at least 3, sometimes 6 of ours?" Calhoun knew this well enough; but he knew also that the mustang ridden by Isidora would be to him worth a whole stableful of such brutes as that he was bestriding. He has been an eye witness to his speed, besides having heard of it from others. It was the thing he stood in need of the very thing. He would have given, not only his grand frison in exchange, but the full price of the mustang by way of boot. Fortunately for him, there was no attempt at extortion in the composition of the Mexican maiden. However much she might be given to equestrian tastes, there was not much of the copper. With 5,000 horses in the paternal stables, or rather straying over the patrimonial plains, there was but slight motive for sharp practice; and why should she deny such trifling gratification, even though the man seeking it was a stranger, perhaps an enemy? She did not. "If you are in earnest, senor," was her response, "you are welcome to what you want." "I am in earnest, senorita." "Take him, then," said she, leaping out of her saddle, and commencing to undo the girths. "We cannot exchange saddles. Yours would be a mile too big for me." Calhoun was too happy to find words for a rejoinder. He hastened to assist her in removing the saddle, after which he took off his own. In less than 5 minutes the horses were exchanged, the saddles and bridles being retained by their respective owners. To Isidora there was something ludicrous in the transference. She almost laughed while it was being carried on. Calhoun looked upon it in a different light. There was a purpose present before his mind, one of the utmost importance. They parted without much further speech only the usual greetings of adieu, Isidora going off on the frison, while the ex officer, mounted on the grey mustang, continued his course in the direction of Casa del Corvo. CHAPTER 78. Chapter 79 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman: A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 79. An Untiring Tracker. Zeb was not long in arriving at the spot where he had hitched his mare. The topography of the chapparal was familiar to him, and he crossed it by a less circuitous route than that taken by the cripple. He once more threw himself upon the trail of the broken shoe, in full belief that it would fetch out not 100 miles from Casa del Corvo. It led him along a road running almost direct from one of the crossings of the Rio Grande to Fort Inge. The road was a half-mile in width, a thing not uncommon in Texas, where every traveller selects his own path, alone looking to the general direction. Along one edge of it had gone the horse with the damaged shoe. Not all the way to Fort Inge. Within 4 or 5 miles of the post, the trail struck off from the road, at an angle of just such degree as, followed in a straight line, would bring out by Poindexter's plantation. So confident was Zeb of this, that he scarce deigned to keep his eye upon the ground, but rode forwards, as if a finger post was constantly by his side. He had long before given up following the trail afoot, despite his professed contempt for horse fixing, as he called riding. He had no objection to finish his journey in the saddle, fashed as he now was with the fatigue of protracted trailing over prairie and through chapparal. Now and then only did he cast a glance upon the ground, less to assure himself he was on the track of the broken shoe, than to notice whether something else might not be learned from the sign, besides its mere direction. There were stretches of the prairie where the turf, hard and dry, had taken no impression. An ordinary traveller might have supposed himself the first to pass over the ground; but Zeb Stump was not of this class; and although he could not always distinguish the hoof marks, he knew within an inch where they would again become visible, on the more moist and softer patches of the prairie. If at any place conjecture misled him, it was only for a short distance, and he soon corrected himself by a traverse. In his half careless, half cautious way, he had approached within a mile of Poindexter's plantation. Over the tops of the mezquite trees the crenelled parapet was in sight, when something he saw upon the ground caused a sudden change in his demeanour, a change too in his attitude; for, instead of remaining on the back of his mare, he flung himself out of the saddle, threw the bridle upon her neck, and rapidly passing in front of her, commenced taking up the trail afoot. The mare made no stop, but continued on after him, with an air of resignation, as though she was used to such eccentricities. To an inexperienced eye, there was nothing to account for this sudden dismounting. It occurred at a place where the turf appeared untrodden by man or beast. Alone might it be inferred from Zeb's speech as he flung himself out of the saddle. "His track goin' on hum," were the words, muttered in a slow, measured tone. After which, at a slower pace, the dismounted hunter kept on along the trail. In a little time after it conducted him into the chapparal, and in less to a stop, sudden as if the thorny thicket had been transformed into a chevaux de frise, impenetrable both to him and his "critter." It was not this. The path was still open before him, more open than ever. It was his openness that had furnished him with a cause for discontinuing his advance. The path sloped down into a valley below a depression in the prairie, along the concavity of which at times ran a tiny stream ran arroyo. It was now dry, or only occupied by stagnant pools at long distances apart. In the mud covered channel was a man, with a horse close behind him, the latter led by the bridle. There was nothing remarkable in the behaviour of the horse. He was simply following the lead of his dismounted rider. But the man, what was he doing? In his movements there was something peculiar, something that would have puzzled an uninitiated spectator. It did not puzzle Zeb Stump, or but for a second of time. Almost the instant his eye fell upon it, he read the meaning of the manoeuvre, and mutteringly pronounced it to himself: "Obliteratin' the pint of the broken shoe, or tryin' to do that same. 'Tain't no use, Mister Cash Calhoun no manner o' use. Ye made your foot marks too deep to deceive me; an by the Eternal I'll foller them, though they shed conduct me into the fires o' hell." As the backwoodsman terminated his blasphemous apostrophe, the man to whom it pointed, having finished his task of obscuration, once more leaped into his saddle, and hurried on. On foot the tracker followed, though without showing any anxiety about keeping him in sight. There was no need for that. The sleuth hound on a fresh slot could not be more sure of again viewing his victim, than was Zeb Stump of coming up with his. No chicanery of the chapparal, no twistings or doublings, could save Calhoun now. The tracker advanced freely, not expecting to make halt again, till he should come within sight of Casa del Corvo. Little blame to him that his reckoning proved wrong. Who could have foretold such an interruption as that occasioned by the encounter between Cassius Calhoun and Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos? Though at sight of it, taken by surprise, perhaps something more, Zeb did not allow his feelings to betray his presence near the spot. On the contrary, it seemed to stimulate him to increased caution. Turning noiselessly round, he whispered some cabalistic words into the care of his "critter," and then stole silently forward under cover of the acacias. Without remonstrance or remark, the mare followed. He soon came to a false stop, his animal doing the same, in imitation so exact as to appear its counterpart. A thick growth of mezquite trees separated him from the two individuals, by this time engaged in a lively interchange of speech. He could not see them without exposing himself to the danger of being detected in the eavesdropping; but he heard what they said all the same. He kept his place, listening till the horse trade was concluded, and for some time after. Only when they had separated, and both taken departure, did he venture to come forth from his cover. Standing upon the spot lately occupied by the swoopers, and looking both ways at once, he exclaimed: "Geehosophat! Thur's a compact atween he an she devil; and durned if I kin tell which hes got the best o' the bargin." CHAPTER 79. Chapter 80 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman. A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 80. A Doorway Well Watched. It was some time before Zeb Stump sallied forth from the covert where he had been witness to the horse swap. Not till both the bargainers had ridden entirely out of sight. Then he went not after either, but stayed upon the spot, as if undecided which he should follow. It was not exactly this that kept him to the place, but the necessity of taking what he was in the habit of calling a good think. His thoughts were about in the exchange of the horses, for he had heard the whole dialogue relating thereto, and the proposal coming from Calhoun. It was this that puzzled, or rather gave him reason for reflection. What could be the motive? Zeb knew to be true what the Mexican had said, that the State's horse was, in market value, worth far more than the mustang. He knew, moreover, that Cassius Calhoun was the last man to be coped in a horse trade. Why then had he done the deal? The old hunter pulled off his felt hat, gave his hand a twist or two through his unkempt hair, transferred the caress to the grizzled beard upon his chin, all the while gazing upon the ground, as if the answer to his mental interrogatory was to spring out of the grass. "Thur air but one explication o't," he at length muttered. "The grey's the faster critter o' the two, ne'er a doubt beout then; an Mister Cash wants him for his fastness, else why the durnation shed he agin a hoss that 'ud sell for four o' his sort in any part o' Texas, an twicet thet number in Mexico? I reckon he's bargained for the heels. Why, durn me, if I don't suspect why. He wants Hi, I hev it somethin' as kin come up wi' the Headless. That's the very thing he's arter. Sure as my name's Zeblun Stump, he's tried the States hoss an fouled him slow. That's much I knowed myself. Now he thinks wi' the mustang he may hev a chance to overhaul the other, if he can only find the Mayne; an for sartin he'll go in sarch o' him. He's right on now to Casser Corver, maybe to git a pick o' somethin' to eat. He won't stay there long, 'fore many hours hev passed. Somebody'll see him out hyur on the purayra, an thet somebody air bound to be Zeblun Stump. Come, ye critter!" he continued, turning to the mare, "ye thort ye wur goin' home, did ye? Yur mistaken 'beout that. Ye've got to squat hyur for another hour or two, if not the hul o' the night. Never mind, old girl, the grass don't look so had, an ye shell hev a chance to get yur snout to it. Thur now, eat yur durn gut full." While pronouncing this apostrophe, he drew the headstall over the ears of his mare, and chuckling the bridle across the projecting tree of the saddle, permitted her to graze at will. Having secured her in the chapparal, where he had halted, he walked on, along the track taken by Calhoun. 200 yards farther on, and the jungle terminated. Beyond stretched an open plain, and on its opposite side could be seen the hacienda of Casa del Corvo. The figure of a horseman could be distinguished against its whitewashed facade, in another moment lost within the dark outline of the entrance. Zeb knew who went in. "From this place," he muttered, "I kin see him come out; an durn me, if I don't watch till he do come out, if it should be still this time o' the morrow. So here goes for a spell o' patience." He first lowered himself to his knees. Then, squirming round till his back came in contact with the trunk of a honey locust, he arranged himself into a sitting posture. This one he drew from his capacious pocket a wallet containing a pone of corn bread, a large hunk of fried hog meat, and a flask of liquor, whose perfume proclaimed it Monongahela. Having eaten about half the bread, and like a quantity of the meat, he returned the remaining moieties to the wallet, which he suspended overhead upon a branch. Then taking a satisfactory swig from the whiskey flask, and igniting his pipe, he leant back against the locust, with arms folded under his breast, and eyes bent upon the gateway of Casa del Corvo. In this way he kept watch for a period of full 2 hours, never changing the direction of his glance, or not long enough for any one to pass out unseen by him. Forms came out, and went in, several of them men and women. But even in the distance, their scant light coloured garments and dusky complexions told them to be only the domestics of the mansion. Besides, they were all on foot; and he, for whom Zeb was watching, should come on horseback, if at all. His vigil was only interrupted by the going down of the sun, and then only to cause a change in his post of observation. When twilight began to fling its purple shadows over the plain, he rose to his feet, and leisurely unfolding his tall figure, stood upright by the stem of the tree, as if this attitude was more favourable for considering. "Thur's jest a possibility the skunk mout sneak out i' the night," was his reflection. Leastways, afore the light of the mornin'; an I must make sure which way he takes purayra. 'Tain't no use my toatin' the maar after me," he continued, glancing in the direction where the animal had been left. "She'd only bother me. Beside, thar's goin' to be a churlish sort o' moonlight; an she mout be seen from the nigger quarter. She'll be better here, both for grass and kiver." She went back to the mare, took off the saddle, and fastened the trail rope behind her neck, tying to the other end a tree; and then, unstrapping his old blanket from the cantle, he threw it across his left arm, and walked off in the direction of Casa del Corvo. He did not proceed pari passu, but now quicker, and now more hesitatingly, timing himself by the twilight, so that his approach might not be observed from the hacienda. He had need of his caution: for the ground which he had to pass was like a level lawn, without copse or cover of any kind. Here and there stood a solitary tree, or algarabia, but not close enough to shelter him from being seen through the windows, much less from the azotea. Now and then he stopped altogether, to wait for the deepening of the twilight. Working his way in this stealthy manner, he arrived within less than 200 yards of the walls, just as the last strands of sunlight disappeared from the sky. He had reached the goal of his journey for that day and the spot on which he was likely to pass the night. A low stemless bush grew near, and laying himself down behind it, he resumed his espionage that could scarce be said to have been interrupted. Throughout the livelong night, Zeb Stump never closed both eyes at the same time. One was always on the watch; and the unflagging earnestness with which he maintained it, proclaimed him to be acting under the influence of some motive beyond the common. During the earlier hours, he was not without sounds to cheer, or at least relieve, the monotony of his lonely vigil. There was the hum of voices from the slave cabins, with now and then a peal of laughter; but this was more suppressed than customary. Nor was it accompanied by the clear strain of the violin, or the lively tink-a-tink of the banjo sounds almost characteristic of the negro quarter at night. The sombre silence that hung over the "big house" extended to the hearths of its sable retainers. Before midnight the voices became hushed, and stillness reigned everywhere, broken only at intervals by the howl of a straying hound, uttered in response to the howl bark of a coyote taking care to keep far out upon the plain. The watcher had spent a wearisome day, and could have slept, but for his thoughts. Once then these threatened to forsake him, and he was in danger of dozing. He started suddenly to his feet, took a turn or two over the sward, and, then lying down again, relit his pipe, stuck his head into the heart of the bush, and smoked away till the bowl was burnt empty. During all this time he kept his eyes upon the great gateway of the mansion, whose massive door, he could tell by the moonlight shining upon it, remained shut. Again did he change his post of observation, the sun's rising, as its settling had done, seeming to give him the cue. As the first tint of dawn displayed itself on the horizon, he rose gently to his feet, clutched the blanket so as to bring its edges in contact across his breast, and turning his back upon Casa del Corvo, walked slowly away, taking the same track by which he had approached it on the preceding night; and again with unequal steps, at short intervals stopping and looking back under his arm or over his shoulder. Nowhere did he make a prolonged pause, until reaching the locust tree, under whose shade he had made his evening meal; and there, in the same identical attitude, he proceeded to break his fast. The second half of the pone, and the remaining moiety of the pork, soon disappeared between his teeth, after which followed the liquor that had been left in his flask. He had refilled his pipe, and was about relighting it, when an object came before his eyes that caused him hastily to return his flint and steel to the pouch from which he had taken them. Through the blue mist of the morning the entrance of Casa del Corvo showed a darker disc. The door had been drawn open. Almost at the same instant a horseman was seen to sally forth, mounted upon a small grey horse, and the door was at once closed behind him. Zeb Stump made no note of this. He only looked to see what direction the early traveller would take. Less than a score of seconds sufficed to satisfy him. The horse's head and the face of the rider were turned towards himself. He lost no time in trying to identify either. He did not doubt of its being the same man and horse that had passed that spot on the evening before; and he was equally confident they were going to pass it again. What he did was to shamble up to his mare, in some haste get her saddled and bridled, and then, having taken up his trail rope, led her off into a cover, from which he could command a view of the chapparal path, without danger of being himself seen. This done, he awaited the arrival of the traveller on the grey steed, whom he knew to be Captain Cassius Calhoun. He waited still longer until the latter had trotted past, till he had gone quite through the belt of chapparal, and in the hazy light of the morning gradually disappeared on the prairie beyond. Not till then did Zeb Stump clamber into his saddle, and prodding his solitary spur against the ribs of his roadster, cause the latter to move on. He went after Cassius Calhoun, but without showing the slightest concern about keeping the latter in sight. He needed not this to guide him. The dew upon the grass was to him a spotless page; the tracks of the grey mustang a type, as legible as the lines of a printed book. He could read them at a trot, ay, going at a gallop. Chapter 80. Chapter 81 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 81. Heads down, heels up. Without suspicion that he had been seen leaving the house, except by Pluto, who had saddled the grey mustang, Calhoun rode on across the prairie. Equally unsuspicious was he, in passing the point where Zeb Stump stood crouching in concealment. In the dim light of the morning, he supposed himself unseen by human eye, and he recked not of any other. After parting from the timbered border, he struck off towards the Nueces, riding at a brisk trot, now and then increasing to a canter. For the first 6 or 8 miles he took but little note of aught that was around. An occasional glance along the horizon seemed to satisfy him, and this extended only to that portion of the vast circle before his face. He looked neither to the right nor the left, and only once behind after getting some distance from the skirt of the chapparal. Before him was the object, still unseen, upon which his thoughts were straying. What that object was he and only one other knew, that other Zeb Stump, though little did Calhoun imagine that mortal man could have a suspicion of the nature of his early errand. The old hunter had only conjectured it, but it was a conjecture of the truth of which he was as certain, as if the ex-captain had made him his confidant. He knew that the latter had gone off in search of the Headless Horseman, in hopes of renewing the chase of yesterday, with the better chance of effecting a capture. Though bestriding a steed fleet as a Texan stag, Calhoun was by no means sanguine of success. There were many chances against his getting sight of the game he intended to make, at least 2 to 1, and this it was that formed the theme of his reflections as he rode onward. The uncertainty troubled him, but he was solaced by a hope founded upon some late experiences. There was a particular place where he had twice encountered the thing he was in search of. It might be there again? This was an embayment of green sward, where the savannah was bordered by the chapparal, and close to the embouchure of that opening, where it was supposed the murder had been committed. Odd he should always make back there, reflected Calhoun, as he pondered upon the circumstance. Damn uggly odd it is. Looked as if he knew. Bah! It's only because the grass is better, and that pond by the side of it. Well, I hope he's been thinking that way this morning. If so, there'll be a chance of finding him. If not, I must go on through the chapparal, and hang me if I like it, though it be in the daylight. Ugh! Pish! What's there to fear, now that he's safe in limbo? Nothing but the bit of lead, and it I must have, if I should ride this thing till it drops dead in its tracks. Holy heaven! What's that out yonder?" These last 6 words were spoken aloud. All the rest had been a soliloquy in thought. The speaker, on pronouncing them, pulled up, almost dragging the mustang on its haunches, and with eyes that seemed ready to start from their sockets, sate gazing across the plain. There was something more than surprise in the steadfast glance. There was horror. And no wonder, for the spectacle upon which it rested was one to terrify the stoutest heart. The sun had stolen up above the horizon of the prairie, and was behind the rider's back, in the direct line of the course he had been pursuing. Before him, along the heaven's edge, extended a belt of bluish mist, the exhalation arising out of the chapparal, now not far distant. The trees themselves were unseen, concealed under the film floating over them, that, like a veil of purple gauze, rose to a considerable height above their tops, gradually merging into the deeper azure of the sky. On this veil, or moving behind it, as in the transparency of a stage scene, appeared a form strange enough to have left the spectator incredulous, had he not beheld it before. It was that of the Headless Horseman. But not as seen before, either by Calhoun himself, or any of the others. No, it was now altogether different. In shape the same, but in size it was increased to tenfold its original dimensions. No longer a man, but a colossus, a giant. No longer a horse, but an animal of equine shape, with the towering height and huge massive bulk of mastodon. Nor was this all of the new to be noted about the Headless Horseman. A still greater change was presented in his appearance, one yet more inexplicable, if that could possibly be. He was no longer walking upon the ground, but against the sky, both horse and rider moving in an inverted position. The hoofs of the former were distinctly perceptible upon the upper edge of the film, while the shoulders, I had almost said head, of the latter were close down to the line of the horizon. The serape shrouding them hung in the right direction, not as regarded the laws of gravity, but the attitude of the wearer. So too the bridle reins, the mane, the sweeping tail of the horse, all draped upwards. When first seen, the spectral form, now more spectre like than ever, was going at a slow, leisurely walk. In this pace it for some time continued, Calhoun gazing upon it with a heart brimful of horror. All of a sudden it assumed a change. Its regular outlines became confused by a quick transformation, the horse having turned and gone off at a trot in the opposite direction, though still with his heels against the sky. The spectre had become alarmed, and was retreating. Calhoun, half palsied with fear, would have kept his ground, and permitted it to depart, but for his own horse, that, just then shying suddenly around, placed him face to face with the explanation. "It's the mirage!" he exclaimed, with the addition of an oath to give vent to his chagrin. "What a fool I've been to let it humbug me! There's the damned thing that about it the very thing I'm in search of and so close too! If I'd known, I might have got hold of him before he saw me. Now for a chase, and, by God, I'll grup him, if I have the gallop to the other end of Texas!" Voice, spur, and whip were simultaneously exerted to prove the speaker's earnestness; and in 5 minutes after, two horsemen were going at full stretch across the prairie, their horses both to the prairie born, one closely pursuing the other, the pursued without a head, the pursuer with a heart that throbbed under a desperate determination. The chase was not a long one, at least so far as it led over the open prairie, and Calhoun had begun to congratulate himself on the prospect of a capture. His horse appeared the swifter; but this may have arisen from his being more earnestly urged, or that the other was not sufficiently scared to care for escaping. Certainly the grey steed gained ground, at length getting so close, that Calhoun made ready his rifle. His intention was to shoot the horse down, and so put an end to the pursuit. He would have fired on the instant, but for the fear of a miss; but having made more than one already, he restrained himself from pulling trigger, till he could ride close enough to secure killing shot. While thus hesitating, the chase veered suddenly from off the treeless plain, and dashed into the opening of the timber. This movement, unexpected by the pursuer, caused him to lose ground; and in the endeavour to regain it, more than half a mile of distance was left behind him. He was approaching a spot well too known to him the place where blood had been spilt. On any other occasion he would have shunned it; but there was in his heart a thought that hindered him from dwelling upon memories of the past, steeling it against all reflection except a cold fear for the future. The capture of the strange equestrian could alone allay his fear, by removing the danger he dreaded. Once more he had gained ground in the chase. The spread nostrils of his steed were almost on a line with the sweeping tail of that pursued. His rifle lay ready in his left hand, its trigger guard covered by the fingers of his right. He was searching for a spot to take aim at. In another second the shot would have been fired, and a bullet sent between the ribs of the retreating horse; when the latter, as if becoming aware of the danger, made a quick curvet to the off side, and then, aiming a kick at the snout of his pursuer, bounded on in a different direction. The suddenness of the demonstration, with the sharp, spiteful squeal that accompanied it, appearing almost to speak of an unearthly intelligence, for the moment disconcerted Calhoun, as it did the horse he was riding. The latter came to a stop, and refused to go farther, till the spur, plunged deep between his ribs, once more forced him to the gallop. And now more earnestly than ever did his rider urge him on: for the pursued, no longer keeping to the path, was heading direct for the thicket. The chase might there terminate, without the chased animal being either killed or captured. Hitherto Calhoun had only been thinking of a trial of speed. He had not anticipated such an ending, as was now both possible and probable; and with a more reckless resolve, he once more raised his rifle for the shot. By this time both were close in to the bushes, the Headless Horseman already half screened by the leafy branches that swept swishing along his sides. Only the hips of his horse could be aimed at, and upon these was the gun levelled. The sulphurous smoke spurted forth from its muzzle. The crack was heard simultaneously; and, as if caused by the discharge, a dark object came whirling through the cloud, and fell with a dull thud upon the turf. With a bound and a roll that brought it among the feet of Calhoun's horse, it became stationary. Stationary, but not still. It continued to oscillate from side to side, like a top before ceasing to spin. The grey steed snorted, and reared back. His rider uttered a cry of intensified alarm. And no wonder. If read in Shakespearean lore, he might have appropriately repeated the words, "Shake not those gory locks;" for on the ground beneath was the head of a man, still sticking in his hat, whose stiff orbicular brim hindered it from staying still. The face was toward Calhoun, upturned at just such an angle as to bring it full before him. The features were blood-stained, wan, and shrivelled; the eyes open, but cold and dim, like balls of blown glass; the teeth gleaming white between livid lips, yet seemingly set in an expression of careless contentment. All this saw Cassius Calhoun. He saw it with fear and trembling; not for the supernatural or unknown, but for the real and truly comprehended. Sure it was his interview with that silent, but speaking head. Ere it had ceased to oscillate on the smooth sward, he wrenched his horse around, struck the rowels steep, and galloped away from the ground. No farther went he in pursuit of the Headless Horseman, still heard breaking through the bushes, but back to the prairie, and on to Casa del Corvo. Chapter 81. Chapter 82 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid, Chapter 82, A Queer Parcel. The backwoodsman, after emerging from the thicket, proceeded as leisurely along the trail, as if he had the whole day before him, and no particular motive for making haste. And yet, one closely scrutinizing his features, might there have observed an expression of intense eagerness, that accorded with its nervous twitching in the saddle, and the sharp glances from time to time cast before him. He scarce deigned to look upon the sign left by Calhoun. It could read out of the corner of his eye. As to following it, the old mare could have done that without him. It was not this knowledge that caused him to hang back, for he would have preferred keeping Calhoun in sight. But by doing this, the latter might see him, and so frustrate the end he desired to attain. This end was of more importance than any acts that might occur between, and, to make himself acquainted with the latter, Zeb Stump trusted to the craft of his intellect, rather than the skill of his senses. Advancing slowly and with caution, but with that constancy that ensures good speed, he arrived at length on the spot where the mirage had made itself manifest to Calhoun. Zeb saw nothing of this. It was gone, and the sky stretched down to the prairie, the blue meeting the green in a straight unbroken line. He saw, however, what excited him almost as much as the spectre would have done: two sets of horse tracks going together, those that went after being the hoof marks of Calhoun's new horse, of which Zeb had already taken the measure. About the tracks underneath he had no conjecture, at least as regarded their identification. These he knew, as well as if his own mare had made them. "The skunk's hed a find!" were the words that escaped him, as he sate gazing upon the double trail. "It don't foller from that," he continued, in the same careless drawl, "that he has made a catch; an yet who knows? Durn me, if he moutn't. There's lots of chances for his doin' it. The mowstang may a let him come clost up, seein' as if he ridin' one of his own sort; an if it did, if it did, what the durnation am I standin' here for? There ain't no time to be wasted in shiller shallerin'. Ef he should grup that critter, an git what he wants from it, then I mout whistle for what I want, 'ithout the ghost o' a chance for gittin' it. I must make a better rate o' speed. Gee up, old girl, an see ef ye can't overtake that ere grey hoss, an scuttle past half a hour agone. Now for a spell o' your swiftness, the which you kin show along wi' any o' them. I reckon thet air when you're pressed. Gee up!" Instead of using the cruel means employed by him when waiting his mare to make her best speed, he only drove the old spur against her ribs, and startled her into a trot. He had no desire to travel more rapidly than was consistent with caution; and while trotting he kept his eyes sharply ranging along the skyline in front of him. "From the way his track runs," was his reflection, "I can tell pretty nigh whar it's goin' to fetch out. Everything seems to go that way; and so did he. Poor young fellur, never more to come back. Ah, wal, if 'tain't possible to revive him agin, may it be ere to squar the yards wi' the skunk as destroyed him. The Scepter says an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth; an I reckon I'll shut somebody's daylights, and spoil the use o' thur ivories afore I hev done wi' him. Somebody as don't suspishun it neither; an that same Heigh! Yonner he goes; an yonner too the Headless, by Geehosophat! Full gallop both; an durn me, if the Grey ain't a overtakin' him. They ain't comin' this way; so 'tain't no use in our squattin', ole girl. Stand ready for all that. He mout see us movin'." "No fear. He's too full o' his frolic to look anywhere else than straight custrut afore him. Ha! Jest as I expected. Into the openin'. Right down it, fast as heels kin carry him. Now, my mar, on we go again." Another stage of trotting, with his eyes kept steadfastly fixed upon the chapparal gap, brought Zeb to the timber. Although the chase had long since turned the angle of the avenue, and was now out of sight, he did not go along the open ground, but among the bushes that bordered it. He went so as to command a view of the clear track for some distance ahead; at the same time taking care that neither himself nor his mare might be seen by any one advancing from the opposite direction. He did not anticipate meeting any one, much less the man who soon after came in sight. He was not greatly surprised at hearing a shot, for he had been listening for it. Ever since he had set eyes on the chase, he was rather in surprise at not hearing it sooner; and when the crack did come, he recognised the report of a yager rifle, and knew whose gun had been discharged. He was more astonished to see his owner returning along the lane, in less than 5 minutes after the shot had been fired; returning, too, with a rapidity that told of retreat. "Comin' back agin, and so soon!" he muttered, on perceiving Calhoun. "Dog gone queery that air. Thur's somethin' amiss more'n amiss, I reck'n. Ho! 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 Goin' too as if hell war arter him. Maybe it's the Headless hisself, an thur's been a changin' about in the chase, tit for tat. Durn me, if it don't look like it. I'd give a silver dollar to see thet sort o' thing. He! 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 Ho! ho! hoo!" Long before this, the hunter had slipped out of his saddle, and taken the precaution to screen both himself and his animal from the chance of being seen by the retreating rider, who promised soon to pass the spot. And soon did he pass it, going at such a gait, and with such a wild abstracted air, that Zeb would scarce have been perceived had he been standing uncovered in the avenue. "Geehosophat!" mentally ejaculated the backwoodsman, as the passion scathed countenance came near enough to be scrutinised. "If hell ain't arter, it's inside o' him. Durn me if that face ain't the ugliest picter this coon ever clapped eyes on. I shed pity the wife as gets him. Poor Miss Poindexter! I hope she'll be able to steer clear o' havin' such a cut throat as him to be her lord and master. What's up, anyhow? There don't 'pear to be anything arter him, and he still keeps on. What's he boun' for now? I must foller and see." "To hum agin!" exclaimed the hunter, after going on to the edge of the chapparal, and observed Calhoun still going at a gallop, with head turned homeward. "Hum agin, for sartin. Now, old girl!" he continued, having remained silent till the grey horse was nearly out of sight, "you and me goes the other way. We must find out what that shot wur fired for." In 10 minutes after, Zeb had alighted from his mare, and lifted up from the ground an object, the stoutest heart might have felt horror in taking hold of disgust, even in touching. Not so the old hunter. In that object he beheld the lineaments of a face well known to him, despite the shrivelling of the skin, and the blood streaks that so fearfully falsified its expression. Still dear to him, despite death and a merciless mutilation. He had loved that face, when it belonged to a boy. He now cherished it, belonging not to anybody. Clasping the rim of the hat that fitted tightly to the temples, Zeb endeavoured to take it off. He did not succeed. The head was swollen so as almost to burst the bullion band twisted around it. Holding it in its natural position, Zeb stood for a time gazing tenderly on the face. "Lord, oh Lordy!" he drawlingly exclaimed. "What a present to take back to his father! To say nothing o' the sister, I don't think I'll take it. It air better to bury the thing out here, and say no more about it. No, durn me, if I do. What am I thinkin' o'? Though I don't exactly see how it may help to sarcumstantiate the chain o' evidence. It may do somethin' torst it. Durn queery witness it'll be to purdue in a court o' justice." Saying this, he unstrapped his old blanket, and using it as a wrapper, carefully packed within it head, hat, and all. Then, hanging the strange bundle over the horn of his saddle, he remounted his mare, and rode reflectingly away. Chapter 82.
Chapter 83 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Moilinger. The Headless Horseman: A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 83. Limbs of the Law. On the third day after Maurice Gerald became an inmate of the military prison, the fever had forsaken him, and he no longer talked incoherently. On the fourth he was almost restored to his health and strength. The fifth was appointed for his trial. This haste, that elsewhere would have been considered indecent, was thought nothing of in Texas, where a man may commit a capital offence, be tried, and hanged within the short space of 24 hours. His enemies, who were numerous, for some reason of their own, insisted upon dispatch, while his friends, who were few, could urge no good reason against it. Among the populace there was the usual clamoring for prompt and speedy justice, fortified by that exciting phrase, old as the creation itself, that the blood of the murdered man was calling from the ground for vengeance. The advocates of an early trial were favored by a fortuitous circumstance. The judge of the Supreme Court chanced just then to be going his circuit, and the days devoted to clearing the calendar at Fort Inge had been appointed for that very week. There was, therefore, a sort of necessity that the case of Maurice Gerald, as of the other suspected murderers, should be tried within a limited time. As no one objected, there was no one to ask for a postponement, and it stood upon the docket of the day in question, the 15th of the month. The accused might require the services of a legal adviser. There was no regular practitioner in the place, as in these frontier districts the gentleman of the long robe usually travel in company with the court, and the court had not yet arrived. For all that, a lawyer had appeared, a counsellor of distinction, who had come all the way from San Antonio to conduct the case. As a volunteer he had presented himself. It may have been generosity on the part of this gentleman, or an eye to Congress, though it was said that gold, presented by fair fingers, had induced him to make the journey. When it rains, it rains. The adage is true in Texas as regards the elements, and on this occasion it was true of the lawyers. The day before that appointed for the trial of the mustanger, a second presented himself at Fort Inge, who put forward his claim to be upon the side of the prisoner. This gentleman had made a still longer journey than he of San Antonio, a voyage, in fact, since he had crossed the great Atlantic, starting from the metropolis of the Emerald Isle. He had come for no other purpose than to hold communication with the man accused of having committed a murder. It is true, the errand that had brought him did not anticipate this, and the Dublin solicitor was no little astonished when, after depositing his travelling traps under the roof of Mr. Oberdoffer's hostelry, and making inquiry about Maurice Gerald, he was told that the young Irishman was shut up in the guard-house. Still greater the attorney's astonishment on learning the cause of his incarceration. What! The son of Master Gerald accused of murder! The heir of Castle Balloch, with its beautiful park and demesne! Why, I've got the papers in my portmanteau here. Fo Gaballoch, show me the way to him." Though the Texan Boniface was inclined to consider his recently arrived guest entitled to a suspicion of lunacy, he assented to his request, and furnished him with a guide to the guard house. If the Irish attorney was mad, there appeared to be method in his madness. Instead of being denied admittance to the accused criminal, he was made welcome to go in and out of the military prison as often as it seemed good to him. Some document he had laid before the eyes of the major commandant had procured him this privilege, at the same time placing him en rapport, in a friendly way, with the Texan counsellor. The advent of the Irish attorney at such a crisis gave rise to much speculation at the port, the village, and throughout the settlement. The barroom of the Rough and Ready was rife with conjecturers. Quidnuncs they could scarcely be called, since in Texas the genus does not exist. A certain grotesqueness about the man added to the national instinct for guessing, which had been rendered excruciatingly keen through some revelations contributed by old Duffer. For all that, the transatlantic limb of the law proved himself tolerably true to the traditions of his craft. With the exception of the trifling imprudences already detailed, drawn from him in the first moments of surprise, he never afterwards committed himself, but kept his lips close as an oyster at ebb tide. There was not much time for him to use his tongue. On the day after his arrival the trial was to take place, and during most of the interval he was either in the guard house along with the prisoner, or closeted with the San Antonio counsel. The rumor became rife that Maurice Gerald had told them a tale, a strange, weird story, but of its details the world outside remained in itching ignorance. There was one who knew it, one able to confirm it, Zeb Stump, the hunter. There may have been another, but this other was not in the confidence either of the accused or his counsel. Zeb himself did not appear in their company. Only once had he been seen conferring with them. After that he was gone, both from the guard house and the settlement, as everybody supposed, about his ordinary business, in search of deer, bar, or gobbler. Everybody was in error. Zeb for the time had forsaken his usual pursuits, or, at all events, the game he was accustomed to chase, capture, and kill. It is true he was out upon a stalking expedition, but instead of birds or beasts he was after an animal of neither sort, one that could not be classed with creatures either of the earth or the air, a horseman without a head. End of chapter 83.
Chapter 84 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman. A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 84. An Affectionate Nephew. Tried tomorrow, thank God. Not likely that anybody'll catch that cursed thing before then. To be hoped, never. It is all I have got to fear. I defy them to tell what's happened without that. Hang me if I know myself. Enough only to. Queer, the coming of this Irish pettifogger. Queer, too, the fellow from San Antonio. Wonder who and what's brought him. Somebody's promised him his costs? Damn 'em, I don't care. Not the value of a red cent. They can make nothing out of it. But the Gerald did the deed. Everything points that way, and everybody thinks so. They're bound to convict him. Zeb Stump don't think it. The suspicious old snake. He's nowhere to be found. Wonder where he has gone. On a hunt, they say. 'Tain't likely. Such time as this. What if he be hunting it? What if he should catch it? I'd try again myself. If there was time. There ain't. Before tomorrow night it'll be all over. And afterwards, if there should turn up, damn afterwards. The thing is to make sure now. Let the future look to itself. With one man hung for the murder, 'tain't likely they'd care to accuse another. Even if something suspicious did turn up, they'd be shy to take hold of it. It would be like condemning themselves. I reckon I've got all right with the regulators. Sam Manley himself appears pretty well convinced. I knocked his doubts upon the head, when I told him what I heard that night. A little more than I did hear. though that was enough to make a man stark, staring mad. Damn! It's no use crying over spilt milk. She's met the man, and there's an end of it. She'll never meet him again, and that's another end of it, except she meet him in heaven. Well, that will depend upon herself. I don't think anything has happened between them. She's not the sort for that. With all her wildness, and it may be that the yellow wench tells me only gratitude. No, no, no! It can't be. Gratitude don't get out of its bed in the middle of the night, to keep appointments at the bottom of a garden. She loves him. She loves him. Let her love, and be damned. She shall never have him. She shall never see him again, unless she prove obstinate, and then it will be but to condemn him. A word from her, and he's a hanged man. She shall speak it. If she don't say that other word I have twice asked her for, the third time will be the last. One more refusal, and I show my hand. Not only shall this Irish adventurer meet his doom, but she shall be his condemner, and the plantation, house, niggers, everything. Ah, Uncle Woodley, I wanted to see you." The soliloquy above reported took place in a chamber, tenanted only by Cassius Calhoun. It was Woodley Poindexter who interrupted it, sad, silent, straying through the corridors of Casa del Corvo. He had entered the appointment usually occupied by his nephew, more by chance than from any premeditated purpose. "Want me? For what, nephew?" There was a tone of humility, almost obeisance, in the speech of the broken man. The once proud Poindexter before him 200 slaves had trembled every day, every hour of their lives, now stood in the presence of his master. True, it was his own nephew who had the power to humiliate him, his sister's son. But there was not much in that, considering the character of the man. "I want to talk to you about Loo," was the rejoinder of Calhoun. It was the very subject Woodley Poindexter would have shunned. It was something he dreaded to think about, which less make the topic of discourse, and less still with him who now challenged it. Nevertheless he did not betray surprise. He scarce felt it. Something said or done on the day before had led him to anticipate his request for a conversation. He also the nature of the subject. The manner in which Calhoun introduced it did not diminish his uneasiness. It sounded more like a demand than a request. "About Loo? What of her?" he inquired, with assumed calmness. "Well," said Calhoun, apparently in reluctant utterance, as if shy about entering upon the subject, or pretending to be so, I wanted " "I'd rather," put in the planter, taking advantage of the other's hesitancy, "I'd rather not speak of her now." This was said almost supplicatingly. "And why not now, uncle?" asked Calhoun, emboldened by the show of opposition. "You know my reasons, nephew." "Well, I know the time is not pleasant. Poor Henry missing, supposed to be. After all, he may turn up yet, and everything be right again." "Never! We shall never see him again, living or dead. I have no longer a son? You have a daughter, and she has disgraced me. I don't believe it, uncle. No. What means those things I've heard myself seen? What could have taken her there, 20 miles across the country, alone, in the hut of a common horse trader, standing by his bedside? Oh, God! And why should she have interposed to save him? Him, the murderer of my son, her own brother? Oh, God!" Her own story explains the first, satisfactorily, as I think. Calhoun did not think so. The second is simple enough. Any woman would have done the same. A woman like Loo. There is none like her. I, her father, say so. Oh, that I could think it is, as you say. My poor daughter, who should now be dearer to me than ever, now that I have no son. It is for her to find you a son, one already related to you, and who can promise to play the part, with perhaps not so much affection as him you have lost, but with all he has the power to give. I won't talk to you in riddles, Uncle Woodley. You know what I mean, and how my mind's made up about this matter. I want Loo." The planter showed no surprise at the laconic declaration. He expected it. For all that, the shadow became darker on his brow. It was evident he did not relish the proposed alliance. This may seem strange. Up to a late period, he had been its advocate in his own mind, and more than once delicately in his ear of his daughter. Previous to the migration into Texas, he had known comparatively little of his nephew. Since coming to manhood, Calhoun had been a citizen of the state of Mississippi, more frequently a dweller in the dissipated city of New Orleans. An occasional visit to the Louisiana plantation was all his uncle had seen of him, until the developing beauty of his cousin Louise gave him the inducement to make these visits at shorter intervals, each time protracting them to a longer stay. There was then 12 months of campaigning in Mexico, where he rose to the rank of captain. After his conquests in war, he had returned home with the full determination to make a conquest in love, the heart of his Creole cousin. From that time, his residence under his uncle's roof had been more permanent, if not altogether liked by the young lady. He had made himself welcome to her father, by means seldom known to fail. The planter, once rich, was now poor. Extravagance had reduced his estate to a hopeless indebtedness. With his nephew, the order was reversed. Once poor, he was now rich. Chance had made him so. Under the circumstances, it was not surprising that money had passed between them. In his native place, and among his old neighbours, Woodley Poindexter still commanded sufficient homage to shield him from the suspicion of being under his nephew, as also to restrain the latter from exhibiting the customary arrogance of the creditor. It was only after the move into Texas that their relations began to assume that peculiar character observable between mortgagor and mortgagee. It grew more patient, after several attempts at love making on the part of Calhoun, with corresponding repulses on the part of Louise. The planter had now a better opportunity of becoming acquainted with the true character of his nephew, and almost every day since their arrival at Casa del Corvo had this been developing itself to his discredit. Calhoun's quarrel with the mustanger, and its ending, had not strengthened his uncle's respect for him, though as a kinsman he was under the necessity of taking sides with him. There had occurred other circumstances to cause a change in his feelings, to make him, notwithstanding its many advantages, dislike the connection. Alas, there was much also to render it, if not agreeable, at least not to be slightly set aside. Indecision, perhaps more than the sorrow for his son's loss, dictated the character of his reply. "If I understand you aright, nephew, you mean marriage. Surely it is not the time to talk of it now, while death is in our house. To think of such a thing would cause a scandal throughout the settlement." "You mistake me, uncle. I do not mean marriage that is, not now only something that will secure it, when the proper time arrives." "I do not understand you, Cash." "You'll do that, only if you listen to me in a minute." "Go on." "Well, what I want to say is this. I made up my mind to get married. I'm now close upon 30, as you know; and at the time a man begins to get tired of running about the world. I'm damnably tired of it, and don't intend to keep single any longer. I'm willing to have Loo for my wife. There need to be no hurry about it. All I want now is her promise, signed and sealed, that there may be no fluke or uncertainty. I want the thing settled. When these bothers blow past, it will be time enough to talk of the wedding business, and that sort of thing." The word "bothers," with the speech of which it formed part, grated harshly on the ear of a father mourning for his murdered son. The spirit of Woodley Poindexter was aroused, almost to the resumption of its old pride, and the indignation that had oft accompanied it. It soon cowered again. On one side he saw land, slaves, wealth, position; on the other, penury that seemed perdition. He did not yield altogether, as may be guessed by the character of his reply. "Well, nephew, you have certainly spoken plain enough; but I know not my daughter's disposition towards you. You say you are willing to have her for your wife. Is she willing to have you? I suppose there is a question about that." "I think, uncle, it will depend a good deal upon yourself. You are her father. Surely you can convince her?" "I'm not so sure of that. She's not the kind to be convinced against her will. You, Cash, know that as well as I." "Well, I only know that I intend getting spliced, as the sailors say; and I'd like Loo for the mistress of Casa del Corvo, better than any other woman in the settlement in all Texas, for that matter." Woodley Poindexter recoiled at the ungracious speech. It was the first time he had been told that he was not the master of Casa del Corvo. Indirectly as the information had been conveyed, he understood it. Once more rose before his mind the reality of lands, slaves, wealth, and social status, alongside the apparition of poverty and social abasement. The last looked hideous, though not more so than the man who stood before him, his own nephew, soliciting to become his son. For purposes impossible to comprehend, God often suffers himself to be defeated by the devil. In this instance was it so. The good in Poindexter's heart succumbed to the evil. He promised to assist his nephew in destroying the happiness of his daughter. "Lou! Father! I come to ask a favour from you." "What is it, father?" "You know that your cousin Cash loves you. He is ready to die for, more and better still, to marry you. But I am not ready to marry him. No, father, I shall die first. The presumptuous wretch! I know what it means, and he has sent you to make his proposal. Tell him, in return, that sooner his consent to become his wife, I'd go upon the prairies, and seek my living in lassoing wild horses. Tell him that. Reflect, daughter. You are, perhaps, not aware that my cousin is your creditor. I know all that, dear father. But I know also that you are Woodley Poindexter, and I, your daughter." Delicately as the hint was given, it produced the desired effect. The spirit of the planter surged up to its ancient pride. His reply was: "Dearest Louise, image of your mother, I have doubted you. Forgive me, my noble girl. Let the past be forgotten. I shall leave it to yourself. You are free to refuse him." Chapter 84.
Chapter 85 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 85. A Kind Cousin. Louise Poindexter made full use of the liberty allowed by her father. In less than an hour after, Calhoun was flatly refused. It was his third time of asking. Twice before had the same suit been preferred, informally, and rather by a figure of speech than in the shape of a direct declaration. It was the third time, and the answer told it would be the last. It was a simple "No," emphatically followed by the equally simple "Never." There was no prevarication about the speech, no apology for having made it. Calhoun listened to his rejection without much show of surprise. Possibly, in all probability, he expected it. But instead of the blank look of despair usually observable under the circumstances, his features remained firm, and his cheeks free from blanching. As he stood confronting his fair cousin, a spectator might have been reminded of the jaguar, as it pauses before springing on its prey. There was that in his eye which seemed to say, "In less than 60 seconds you'll change your tune." What he did say was, "You're not in earnest, Lou?" "I am, sir. Have I spoken like one who jests?" "You've spoken like one who hasn't take pains to reflect." "Upon what?" "Many things."
"Name them."
"Well, for one, the way I love you."
She made no rejoinder. "A love," he continued, in a tone half explanatory, half pleading, "a love, too, that no man can feel for a woman, and survive it. It can end only with my life. It could not end with yours." There was a pause, but still no reply. "'Tis no use my telling you its history. It began on the same day, the same hour I first saw you. I won't say it grew stronger as time passed. It could not. On my first visit to your father's house, now 6 years ago, you may remember that, after alighting from my horse, you asked me to take a walk with you round the garden, while dinner was being got ready. You were but a stripling of a girl, but oh, Lou, you were a woman in beauty, as beautiful as you are at this moment. No doubt you little thought, as you took me by the hand, and led me along the gravelled walk under the shade of the china trees, that the touch of your fingers was sending a thrill into my soul, your pretty prattle making an impression upon my heart that neither time nor distance nor yet dissipation had been able to efface." The Creole continued to listen, though not without showing sign. Words so eloquent, so earnest, so full of sweet flattery, could scarce fail to have effect upon a woman. By such speech had Lucifer succeeded in the accomplishment of his purpose. There was pity, if not approval, in her look. Still did she keep silence.
Calhoun continued. "Yes, Lou. It's true, as I tell you. I've tried all three. 6 years may fairly be called time. From Mississippi to Mexico, and the distance, for I went there with no other purpose than to forget you. It proved of no avail, and returning, I entered upon a course of dissipation. New Orleans knows that. I won't say that my passion grew stronger by these attempts to stifle it. I've already told you it could not, from the hour you first caught hold of my hand, and called me cousin. Ah, you call me handsome cousin, Lou. From that hour I can remember no change, no degrees, in the fervour of my affection, except when jealousy has made me hate. Ay, so much that I could have killed you." "Good gracious, Captain Calhoun, this is wild talk of yours. It is even silly." "'Tis serious, nevertheless. I've been so jealous with you at times, that it was a task to control myself. My temper I could not, as you have reason to know. Alas, cousin, I cannot help what has happened. I never gave you cause to think. I know what you are going to say, and you may leave it unspoken. I'll say it for you. To think that you ever loved me. Those were the words upon your lips. I don't say you did," he continued with deepening despair. "I don't accuse you of tempting me. Something did. God, who gave you such beauty, or the devil, who led me to look upon it. What you say only causes me pain. I do not suppose you are trying to flatter me. You talk too earnestly for that. But oh, cousin Cassius, 'tis a fancy from which you will easily recover. There are others, far fairer than I, and many who would feel complimented by such speeches. Why not address yourself to them?" "Why not?" he echoed, with bitter emphasis. "What an idle question!" "I repeat it. It is not idle. Far more so is your affection for me. For I must be candid with you, Cassius. I do not, I cannot, love you." "Will you not marry me, then?" "That, at least, is an idle question. I've said I do not love you. Surely that is sufficient. And I said I love you. I gave it as one reason why I wish you for my wife. But there are others. Are you desirous of hearing them?" As Calhoun asked this question, the suppliant air forsook him. The spirit of the jaguar was once more in his eye. "You said there were other reasons. State them. Do not be backward. I'm not afraid to listen." "Indeed!" he rejoined, sneeringly. "You're not afraid, ain't you?" "Not that I know of. What have I to fear?" "I won't say what you have, but what your father has." "Let me hear it. What concerns him equally affects me. I am his daughter, and now, alas, his only. Go on, cousin Calhoun. What is this shadow hanging over him?" "No shadow, Lou, but something serious and substantial. A trouble he's no longer able to contend with. You force me to speak of things you shouldn't know anything about." "Oh, don't I? You're mistaken, cousin Cash. I know them already. I'm aware that my father's in debt, and that you are his creditor. How could I have remained in ignorance of it? Your arrogance about the horse, your presumption, shown every hour, and in presence of the domestics, has been evidence sufficient to satisfy even them, that there is something amiss. You are master of Casa del Corvo. I know it. You are not master of me." Calhoun quailed before the defiant speech. The card upon which he had been counting was not likely to gain the trick. He declined playing it. He held the still stronger in his hand, which was exhibited without farther delay. "Indeed!" he retorted, sneeringly. "Well, if I'm not master of your heart, I am your happiness, or shall be. I know the worthless wretch that's driven you to this denial." "Who? How innocent you are!" "Of that, at least, I am. Unless by worthless wretch you mean yourself. In that sense I can understand you, sir. The description is too true to be mistaken." "Be it so!" he replied, turning livid with rage, though still keeping himself under a certain restraint. "Well, since you think me so worthless, it won't, I suppose, better your opinion of me, when I tell you what I'm going to do with you." "Do with me! You are presumptuous, cousin Cash. You talk as if I were your protégé, or slave. I'm neither one nor the other." Calhoun, cowering under the outburst of her indignation, remained silent. "Père Dieu!" she continued, "what is this threat?
Tell me what you are going to do with me. I should like to know that." "You shall." "Let me hear it. Am I to be turned adrift upon the prairie, or shut up in a convent? Perhaps it may be a prison?" "You would like the last, no doubt, provided your incarceration was to be in the company of—" "Go on, sir. What is to be my destiny? I am impatient to have it declared. Don't be in a hurry. The first act shall be rehearsed to-morrow." "So soon? And where, may I ask?" "In a court of justice." "How, sir?" "By your standing before a judge, and in presence of a jury." "You are pleased to be facetious, Captain Calhoun. Let me tell you that I don't like such pleasantries." "Pleasantries, indeed! I'm stating plain facts. To-morrow is the day of trial. Mr. Maurice Gerald, or McSweeney, or O'Hogerty, or whatever his name, will stand before the bar, accused of murdering your brother. 'Tis false. Maurice Gerald never did the deed, you are going to say? Well, that remains to be proved. It will be; and from your own lips will come the words that'll prove it, to the satisfaction of every man upon the jury." The great gazelle eyes of the Creole were opened to their fullest extent. They gazed upon the speaker with a look such as is often given by the gazelle itself, a commingling of fear, wonder, and inquiry. It was some seconds before she essayed to speak. Thoughts, conjectures, fears, fancies, and suspicions all had to do in keeping her silent. "I know not what you mean," she at length rejoined. "You talk of my being called into court. For what purpose? Though I am the sister of him who, I know nothing, can tell no more than is in the mouth of everybody." "Yes, can you. A great deal more. It's not in the mouth of everybody that on the night of the murder you gave Gerald a meeting at the bottom of the garden. No more does all the world know what occurred at that stolen interview; how Henry intruded upon it; how, maddened as he might well be by the thought of such a disgrace, not only to his sister, but his family, he threatened to kill the man who had caused it, and was only hindered from carrying out that threat by the intercession of the woman so damnably deluded. All the world don't know what followed; how Henry, like a fool, went after the low hound, and with that intent. Besides themselves, there were but two others who chanced to be spectators of that parting." "Two? Who are they?" The question was asked mechanically, almost with a tranquil coolness. It was answered with equal sang froid. "One was Cassius Calhoun; the other Louise Poindexter." She did not start. She did not even show sign of being surprised. What was spoken already had prepared her for the revelation. Her rejoinder was a single word, pronounced in a tone of defiance. "Well!" "Well!" echoed Calhoun, chagrined at the slight effect his speeches had produced. "I suppose you understand me?" "Not any more than ever." "You wish me to speak further?" "As you please, sir." "I shall then. I say to you, Loo, there's but one way to save your father from ruin yourself from shame. You know what I mean?" "Yes, I know that much." "You will not refuse me now?" "Now, more than ever." "Be it so. Before this time to-morrow and by heaven, I mean it before this time to-morrow you shall stand in the witness box?" "Vile spy! Anywhere but in your presence. Out of my sight, this instant, or I call my father." "You needn't put yourself into trouble. I'm not going to embarrass you any longer with my company, so disagreeable to you. I leave you to reflect. Perhaps, before the trial comes on, you'll see fit to change your mind. If so, I hope you'll give notice of it, in time to stay the summons. Good night, Loo. I'll sleep thinking of you." With these words of mockery upon his lips, almost as bitter to himself as to her who heard them, Calhoun strode out of the apartment with an air less of triumph than of guilt. Louise listened until his footsteps died away in the distant corridor. Then, as if the proud angry thoughts hitherto sustaining her had become suddenly relaxed, she sank into a chair, and with both hands pressing upon her bosom, tried to still the dread throbbings that now more than ever distracted it. Chapter 85. Chapter 86 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 86. A Texan Court. It is the dawn of another day. The aurora, rising rose-colored from the waves of a West Indian sea, flings its sweetest smile athwart the savannas of Texas. Almost on the same instant that the rosy light kisses the white sand dunes of the Mexican Gulf does it salute the flag on Fort Inge, nearly 100 leagues distant, since there is just this much of an upward inclination between the coast of Matagorda and the spurs of the Guadalupe mountains, near which stand this frontier post. The aurora has just lightened up the flag, that at the same time, flouting out from its staff, spreads its broad field of red, white, and blue to the gentle zephyrs of the morning. Perhaps never, since that staff went up, has the star-spangled banner waved over a scene of more intense interest than is expected to occur on this very day. Even at the early hour of dawn, the spectacle may be said to have commenced. Along with the first rays of the aurora, horsemen may be seen approaching the military post from all quarters of the compass. They ride up in squads of 2, 3, or half a dozen, dismount as they arrive, fasten their horses to the stockade fences, or picket them upon the open prairie. This done, they gather into groups on the parade ground, stand conversing, or stray down to the village, all at one time or another taking a turn to the tavern, and paying their resorts to Boniface behind the bar. The men thus assembling are of very distinct types and nationalities. Almost every country in Europe has furnished its quota, though the majority are of that stalwart race whose ancestors expelled the Indians from the bloody ground, built log cabins on the sites of their wigwams, and spent the remainder of their lives in felling the forests of the Mississippi. Some of them have been brought up to the cultivation of corn. Others understand better the culture of cotton, while a large number, from the homes further south, have migrated into Texas to speculate in the growth and manufacture of sugar and tobacco. Most are planters by calling and inclination, though there are grazers and cattle dealers, hunters and horse dealers, storekeepers and traders of other kinds, not a few of them traffickers in human flesh. There are lawyers, land surveyors, and land speculators, and other speculators of no proclaimed calling, adventurers ready to take a hand in whatever may turn up, whether it be the branding of cattle, a scout against Comanches, or a spell of filibustering across the Rio Grande. Their costumes are as varied as their callings. They have been already described, for the men now gathering around Fort Inge are the same we have seen before assembled in the courtyard of Casa del Corvo, the same with an augmentation of numbers. The present assemblage differs in another respect from that composing the expedition of searchers. It is graced by the presence of women, the wives, sisters, and daughters of the men. Some are on horseback, and remain in the saddle, their curtained cotton bonnets standing their fair faces from the glare of the sun. Others are still more commodiously placed for the spectacle, seated under white waggon tilts, or beneath the more elegant coverings of carrioles and jerseys. There is a spectacle, at least there is one looked for. It is a trial long talked of in the settlement. Superfluous to say, that it is the trial of Maurice Gerald, known as Maurice the Mustanger. Equally idle to add, that it is for the murder of Henry Poindexter. It is not the high nature of the offence that has attracted such a crowd, nor yet the characters of either the accused or his victim, neither much known in the neighbourhood. The same court, it is the supreme court of the district. Uvalde has been in session there before, has tried all sorts of cases, and all kinds of men, thieves, swindlers, homicides, and even murderers, with scarce fourscore people caring to be spectators of the trial, or staying to hear the sentence. It is not this which has brought so many settlers together, but a series of strange circumstances, mysterious and melodramatic, which seem in some way to be connected with the crime, and have been for days the sole talk of the settlement. It is not necessary to name these circumstances. They are already known. All present at Fort Inge have come there anticipating, that the trial about to take place will throw light on the strange problem that has hitherto defied solution. Of course there are some who, independent of this, having a feeling of interest in the fate of the prisoner. There are others, inspired with a still sadder interest, friends and relatives of the man supposed to have been murdered; for it must be remembered that there is yet no evidence of the actuality of the crime. But there is little doubt entertained of it. Several circumstances, independent of each other, have united to confirm it; and all believe that the foul deed has been done, as firmly as if they had been eye witnesses of the act. They only wait to be told the details, to learn the how, and the when, and the wherefore. 10 o'clock, and the court is in session. There is not much chance in the composition of the crowd; only that a sprinkling of military uniforms has become mixed with the more sober dresses of the citizens. The soldiers of the garrison have been dismissed from morning parade, and, free to take their recreation for the day, have sought it among the ranks of the civilian spectators. There stand they side by side, soldiers and citizens, dragoons, riflemen, infantry, and artillery, interspersed among planters, hunters, horse dealers, and desperate adventurers, having just heard the "Oh yes" of the court crier, grotesquely pronounced "Oh yes," determined to stand there till they hear the last solemn formulary from the lips of the judge. May God have mercy on your soul! There is scarce one present who does not expect ere night to listen to this terrible final phrase, spoken from under the shadow of that sable cap, that denotes the death doom of a fellow creature. There may be only a few who wish it; but there are many who feel certain that the trial will end in a conviction, and that ere the sun has set, the soul of Maurice Gerald will go back to its God. The court is in session. You have before your mind's eye a large hall, with a raised dais at one side, a space enclosed between panelled partitions, a table inside it, and on its edge a box-like structure, resembling the rostrum of a lecture-room, or the reading-desk in a church. You see judges in ermine robes, barristers in wigs of grey, and gowns of black, with solicitors attending on them, clerks, ushers, and reporters, blue policemen with bright buttons standing here and there, and at the back a sea of heads and faces, not always kempt or clean. You observe, moreover, a certain subdued look on the countenances of the spectators; not so much an air of decorum, as a fear of infringing the regulations of the court. You must get all this out of your mind, if you wish to form an idea of a court of justice on the frontiers of Texas, as unlike its homonym in England as a band of guerrillas to a brigade of guardsmen. There is no court house, although there is a sort of public room used for this and other purposes; but the day promises to be hot, and the court has decided to sit under a tree. And under a tree has it established itself, a gigantic live oak, festooned with Spanish moss, standing by the edge of the parade ground, and extending its shadow afar over the verdant prairie. A large deal table is placed underneath, with half a score of skin-bottomed chairs set around it, and on its top a few scattered sheets of foolscap paper, an inkstand with goose-quill pens, a well-thumbed law-book or two, a blown glass decanter containing peach brandy, a couple of common tumblers, a box of Havana cigars, and another of lucifer matches. Behind these paraphernalia sits the judge, not only unrobed in ermine, but actually uncoated, the temperature of the day having decided him to try the case in his shirt sleeves. Instead of a wig, he wears his Panama hat, set slouchingly over one cheek, to balance the half-smoked, half-chewed Havana projecting from the other. The remaining chairs are occupied by men whose costume gives no indication of their calling. There are lawyers among them, attorneys and counsellors. They are called, with no difference either in social or legal status, the sheriff and his deputy, the military commandant of the fort, the chaplain, the doctor, several officers, with one or two men of undeclared occupations. A little apart are 12 individuals grouped together, about half of them seated on a rough slab bench, the other half squatted or reclining along the grass. It is the jury, an institution as germane to Texas as to England, and in Texas 10 times more true to its trust, scorning to submit to the dictation of the judge in England but too freely admitted. Around the Texan judge and jury, close pressing upon the precincts of the court, is a crowd that may well be called nondescript. Buckskin hunting shirts, blanket coats, even under the oppressive heat, frocks of copperas stripe, and Kentucky jeans, blouses of white linen or sky blue cottonade, shirts of red flannel or unbleached domestic, dragon, rifle, infantry, and artillery uniforms blend and mingle in that motley assemblage. Here and there is seen a more regular costume, one more native to the country, the jaqueta and the calzoneros of the Mexican, with the broad sombrero shading its swarthy face of picaresque expression. The time was, and that not very long ago, when men assembled in this same spot would all have been so attired. But then there was no jury of 12, and the judge, juge de lettres, was a far more important personage, with death in his nod, and pardon easily obtained by those who could put osnas in his pocket. With all its rude irregularity, despite the absence of effete forms of white ermine and black silk of uniformed alguazils or bright buttoned policemen, despite the presence of men that, to the civilized eye, may appear uncouth, even savage, I hesitate not to say, that among these red flannel shirts and coats of Kentucky jean, the innocent man is as safe, aye far safer to obtain justice, and the guilty to get punished, than amidst the formalities and hair-splitting chicaneries of our so-called civilization. Do not mistake those men assembled under the Texan tree. However rough their exterior may seem to your hypocritical eye, do not mistake them for a mob of your own masses, brutalized from their very birth by the curse of over-taxation. Do not mistake them, either for things like yourselves, filled to the throat with a spirit of flunkeyism. Would that it choked you, scorning all that is grand and progressive, revering only the effete, the superficial, and the selfish. I am talking to you, my middle class friend, who fancy yourself a citizen of this our English country, a citizen forsooth, without even the first and scantiest right of citizenship, that of choosing your parliamentary representative. You fancy you have this right. I have scarce patience to tell you, you are mistaken. Ay, grandly mistaken, when you imagine yourself standing on the same political platform with those quasi-rude frontiersmen of Texas. Nothing of the kind. They are sovereign citizens, the peers of your superiors, or of those who assume so to call themselves, and whose assumption you are base enough to permit without struggle, almost without protest. In most assemblies the inner circle is the more select. The gem is to be found in the centre at Port Inge. In that now mustered, the order is reversed. Outside is the elegance. The fair feminine forms, bedecked in their best dresses, stand up in spring waggons, or sit in more elegant equipages, sufficiently elevated to see over the heads of the male spectators. It is not upon the judge that their eyes are bent, or only at intervals. Their glances are given to a group of 3 men, placed near the jury, and not very far from the stem of the tree. One is seated, and 2 standing. The former is the prisoner at the bar, the latter the sheriff's officers in charge of him. It was originally intended to try several other men for the murder. Miguel Diaz is an associate, as also Phelim O'Neal; but in the course of a preliminary investigation the Mexican mustanger succeeded in proving an alibi, as did also his trio of companions. All 4 have been consequently discharged. They acknowledged having disguised themselves as Indians, for the fact being proved home to them. They could not do less, but they pretended it to have been a joke, a travesty; and as there was proof of the others being at home, and Diaz dead drunk, on the night of Henry Poindexter's disappearance, their statement satisfied those who had been entrusted with the inquiry. As to the Connemara man, it was not thought necessary to put him upon trial. If an accomplice, he could only have acted at the investigation of his master, and he might prove more serviceable to the witness box than in the dock. Before the bar, then, if we may be permitted the figure of speech, there stands but one prisoner, Maurice Gerald, known to those gazing upon him as Maurice the mustanger. Chapter 86. Chapter 87 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 87. A False Witness. There are but few present who have any personal acquaintance with the accused, though there are also but a few who have never before heard his name, perhaps not any. It is only of late that this has become generally known, for previous to the 6-shot duel with Calhoun, he had no other reputation than that of an accomplished horse catcher. All admitted him to be a fine young fellow, handsome, dashing, devoted to a fine horse, and deeming it no sin to look fondly on a fair woman, free of heart, as most Irishmen are, and also of speech, as will be more readily believed. But neither this good nor evil qualities were carried to excess. His daring rarely exhibited itself in reckless rashness, while as rarely did his speech degenerate into small talk. In his actions there was observable a certain juste milieu. His words were alike well balanced, displaying, even over his cups, a reticence somewhat rare among his countrymen. No one seemed to know whence he came, for what reason he had settled in Texas, or why he had taken such a queer trade as that of catching wild horses, a calling not deemed the most reputable. It seemed all the more strange to those who knew that he was not only educated, but evidently a born gentleman, a phrase, however, of but slight significance upon the frontiers of Texas. There, too, was the thing itself regarded with no great wonder, where born noblemen, both of France and the Fatherland, may oft be encountered seeking an honest livelihood by the sweat of their brow. A fig for all patients of nobility, save those stamped by the true dye of nature. Such is the sentiment of this far free land, and this sort of impress the young Irishman carries about him, blazoned like the broad arrow, where is no one likely to mistake him for either fool or villain. And yet he stands in the presence of an assembly, called upon to regard him as an assassin, one who in the dead hour of night has spilled innocent blood, and taken away the life of a fellow creature. Can the charge be true? If so, may God have mercy on his soul. Some such reflection passes through the minds of the spectators, as they stand with eyes fixed upon him, waiting for his trial to begin. Some regard him with glances of simple curiosity, others with interrogation, but most with a look that speaks of anger and revenge. There is one pair of eyes dwelling upon him with an expression altogether unlike the rest, a gaze soft but steadfast, in which fear and fondness seem strangely commingled. There are many who notice that look of the lady spectator, whose pale face, half hid behind the curtains of a caleche, is too fair to escape observation. There are few who can interpret it, but among these is the prisoner himself, who, observing both the lady and the look, feels a proud thrill passing through his soul, that almost compensates for the humiliation he is called upon to undergo. It is enough to make him, for the time, forget the fearful position in which he is placed. For the moment, it is one of pleasure. He has been told of much that transpired during those dark oblivious hours. He now knows that what he had fancied to be only a sweet heavenly vision was a far sweeter reality of earth. That woman's face, shining dream-like over his couch, was the same now seen through the curtains of the caleche, and the expression upon it tells him that among the frowning spectators he has one friend who will be true to the end, even though it be death. The trial begins. There is not much ceremony in its inception. The judge takes off his hat, strikes a lucifer match, and freshly ignites his cigar. After half a dozen draws, he takes the weed from between his teeth, lays it still smoking along the table, and says, "Gentlemen of the jury, we are here assembled to try a case, the particulars of which are, I believe, known to all of you. A man has been murdered, the son of one of our most respected citizens, and the prisoner at the bar is accused of having committed the crime. It is my duty to direct you as to the legal formalities of the trial. It is yours to decide, after hearing the evidence to be laid before you, whether or not the accusation be sustained." The prisoner is asked, according to the usual formality. "Guilty or not guilty?" "Not guilty," is the reply, delivered in a firm but modest tone. Cassius Calhoun, and some rowdies around him, affect an incredulous sneer. The judge resumes his cigar, and remains silent. The counsel for the state, after some introductory remarks, proceeds to introduce the witnesses for the prosecution. First called is Franz Oberdoffer. After a few unimportant interrogatories about his calling, and the like, he is requested to state what he knows of the affair. This is the common routine of a Texan trial. Oberdoffer's evidence coincides with the tale already told by him. How on the night that young Poindexter was missed, Maurice Gerald had left his house at a late hour after midnight. He had settled his account before leaving, and appeared to have plenty of money. It was not often Oberdoffer had known him so well supplied with cash. He had started for his home on the Nueces, or wherever it was. He had not said where he was going. He was not on the most friendly terms with Witness. Witness only supposed he was going there, because his man had gone the day before, taking all his traps upon the pack mule. Everything, except what the mustanger himself carried off on his horse. What had he carried off? Witness could not remember much in particular. He was not certain of his having a gun. He rather believed that he had one, strapped, Mexican fashion, along the side of his saddle. He could speak with certainty of having seen pistols in the holsters, with the bowie knife in the mustanger's belt. Gerald was dressed, as he always went, in Mexican costume, and with the striped Mexican blanket he had the last over his shoulders, as he rode off. The witness thought it strange, his leaving at that late hour of the night. Still stranger, that he had told Witness of his intention to start the next morning. He had been out all the early part of the night, but without his horse, which he kept in the tavern stable. He had started off immediately after returning. He stayed only long enough to settle his account. He appeared excited and in a hurry. It was not with drink. He filled his flask with Kirchenwasser, but did not drink of it before leaving the hotel. Witness could swear to his being sober. He knew that he was excited by his manner. While he was saddling his horse, which he did for himself, he was all the time talking, as if angry. Witness didn't think it was at the animal. He believed he had been crossed by somebody, and was angry at something that had happened to him before coming back to the hotel. Had no idea where Gerald had been to, but heard afterwards that he had been going out of the village, and down the river in the direction of Mr Poindexter's plantation. He had been seen going that way often for the last 3 or 4 days of his sojourn at the hotel, both day and night, on foot as well as horseback, several times both ways. Such are the main points of Oberdoffer's evidence relating to the movements of the prisoner. He is questioned about Henry Poindexter. Knew the young gentleman but slightly, as he came very seldom to the hotel. He was there on the night when last seen. Witness was surprised to see him there, partly because he was not in the habit of coming, and partly on account of the lateness of the hour. Young Poindexter did not enter the house, only looked inside the saloon, and called Witness to the door. He asked after Mr Gerald. He too appeared sober but excited, and upon being told that the mustanger was gone away, became very much more excited. Said he wished very much to see Gerald that very night, and asked which way he had gone. Witness directed him along the Rio Grande trace, thinking the mustanger had taken it. Said he knew the road, and went off, as if intending to overtake the mustanger. A few desultory questions, and Oberdoffer's evidence is exhausted. On the whole, it is unfavourable to the accused, especially the circumstance of Gerald's having changed his intention as to his time of starting. His manner, described as excited and angry, perhaps somewhat exaggerated by the man who naively confesses to a grudge against him, that is especially unfavourable. A murmur through the court tells that it has made this impression. But why should Henry Poindexter have been excited too? Why should he have been following after Gerald in such hot haste, and at such an unusual hour? Unusual for the young planter, both as regard his haunts and habits? Had the order been reversed, and Gerald inquiring about and going after him, the case would have been clearer. But even then there would have been an absence of motive, Who can show this to satisfy the jury? Several witnesses are called, but their testimony rather favours in the reverse view. Some of them testify to the friendly feeling that existed between the prisoner and the man he stands charged with having murdered. One is at length called up who gives evidence of the opposite. It is Captain Cassius Calhoun. His story produces a complete change in the character of the trial. It not only discloses a motive for the murder, but darkens the deed tenfold. After a clarity worded preface, in which he declares his reluctance to make the exposure, he ends by telling all: the scene in the garden, the quarrel, the departure of Gerald, which he describes as having been accompanied by a threat, his being followed by Henry, everything for the true motive for this following, and his own course of action throughout. These two facts he keeps carefully to himself. The scandalous revelation causes a universal surprise, alike shared by judge, jury, and spectators. It exhibits itself in an unmistakable manner, here in ominous whisperings, there in ejaculations of anger. These are not directed towards the man who was testified, but against him who stands before them, now presumptively charged with the double crime, the assassination of a son, the defilement of a daughter. A groan had been heard as the terrible testimony proceeded. It came from a man of more than middle age, of sad subdued aspect, whom all knew to be the father of both these unfortunates. But the eyes of the spectators dwell not on him. They look beyond, to a curtained caleche, in which is seen seated a lady, so far as long before to have fixed their attention. Strange are the glances turned upon her. Strange, though not inexplicable, for it is Louise Poindexter who occupies the carriage. Is she there of her own accord, by her own free will? So runs the inquiry around, and the whispered reflections that follow it. There is not much time allowed them for speculation. They have their answer in the crier's voice, heard pronouncing the name. Louise Poindexter. Calhoun has kept his word. End of chapter 87. Chapter 88 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 88. An Unwilling Witness. Before the monotonous summons has been 3 times repeated, the lady is seen descending the steps of her carriage. Conducted by an officer of the court, she takes her stand on the spot set apart for the witnesses. Without flinching, apparently without fear, she faces towards the court. All eyes are upon her, some interrogatively, a few, perhaps, in scorn, but many in admiration, that secret approval which female loveliness exacts, even when allied with guilt. One regards her with an expression different from the rest, a look of tenderest passion, dashed with an almost imperceptible distrust. It is the prisoner himself. From him her eyes are averted as from anybody else. Only one man she appears to think worthy of her attention, she who has just forsaken the stand she occupies. She looks at Calhoun, her own cousin, as though with her eyes she would kill him. Cowering under the glance, he slinks back, until the crowd conceals him from her sight. "Where were you, Miss Poindexter, on the night when your brother was last seen?" The question is put by the state counsellor. "At home, in my father's house." "May I ask, if on that night you went into the garden?" "I did." "Perhaps you will be good enough to inform the court at what hour?" "At the hour of midnight, if I rightly remember." "Were you alone?" "Not all the time. Part of it there was some one with you?" "There was." "Judging by your frankness, Miss Poindexter, you will not refuse to inform the court who that person was?" "Certainly not." "May I ask the name of the individual?" "There was more than one. My brother was there." "But before your brother came upon the ground, was there not some one else in your company?" "There was." "In his name we wish you to give. I hope you will not withhold it." "Why should I? You are welcome to know that the gentleman who was with me was Mr Maurice Gerald." The answer causes surprise, and something more. There is a show of scorn, not unmixed with indignation. There is one on whom it produces a very different effect. The prisoner at the bar, who looks more triumphant than any of his accusers. May I ask if this meeting was accidental or by appointment? By appointment. It is a delicate question, Miss Poindexter. You will pardon me for putting it. In the execution of my duty. What was the nature, the object I should rather term it, of this appointment? The witness hesitates to make answer. Only for an instant. Bracing herself from the stooping attitude she has hitherto held, and casting a careless glance upon the faces around her, she replies, "Motive or object, it is all the same. I have no intention to conceal it. I went into the garden to meet the man I loved, whom I still love, though he stands before you an accused criminal. Now, sir, I hope you are satisfied?" "Not quite," continues the prosecuting counsel, unmoved by the murmurs heard around him. "I must ask you another question, Miss Poindexter. The course I am about to take, though a little irregular, will save the time of the court, and I think no one will object to it. You have heard what has been said by the witness who preceded you. Is it true that your brother parted in anger with the prisoner at the bar?" "Quite true." The answer sends a thrill through the crowd, a thrill of indignation. It confirms the story of Calhoun. It establishes the motive of the murder. The bystanders do not wait for the explanation the witness designs to give. There is a cry of "Hang! Hang him!" and along with it a demonstration for this to be done without staying for the verdict of the jury. "Order in the court!" cries the judge, taking the cigar from between his teeth, and looking authoritatively around him. "My brother did not follow him in anger," pursues the witness, without being further questioned. "He had forgiven Mr Gerald, and went after to apologize." "I have something to say about that," interposes Calhoun, disregarding the irregularity of the act. "They quarrelled afterwards. I heard them from where I was standing on the top of the house." "Mr Calhoun," cries the judge rebukingly, "if the counsel for the prosecution desire it, you can be put in the box again. Meanwhile, sir, you will please not interrupt the proceedings." After a few more questions, eliciting answers explanatory of what she has last alleged, the lady is relieved from her embarrassing situation. She goes back to her carriage, with a cold heaviness at her heart; for she has become conscious that, by telling the truth, she has damaged the cause of him she intended to serve. Her own too; for in passing through the crowd she does not fail to perceive eyes turned upon her, that regard her with an expression too closely resembling contempt. The chivalry is offended by her condescension; the morality shocked by her free confession of that midnight meeting; to say naught of the envy felt for the bonne fortune of him who has been so daringly endorsed. Calhoun is once more called to the stand, and by some additional perjury strengthens the antipathy already felt for the accused. Every word is a lie, but his statements appear too plausible to be fabrications. Again breaks forth the clamour of the crowd. Again is heard the cry, "Hang!" this time more vociferous, more earnest than ever. This time, too, the action is more violent. Men strip off their coats, and fling their hats into the air. The women in the waggons, and even those of gentle strain in the carriages, seem to share the frenzied spite against the prisoner all save that one, who sits screened behind the curtain. She, too, shows indignation, but from a different cause. If she trembles at the commotion, it is not through fear, but from the bitter consciousness that she has herself assisting in stirring it up. In this dark hour she remembers the significant speech of Calhoun, that from her own lips were to come the words that would prove Maurice Gerald a murderer. The clamour continues, increasing in earnestness. There are things said aloud, insinuation against the accused, designed to inflame the passions of the assembly, and each moment the outcry grows fiercer and more violent. Judge Roberts, the name of him who presides, is imperilled of being imposed, to be succeeded by the lawless Lynch. And then what must follow? For Maurice Gerald no more trial, no condemnation, for that has been done already; no shift neither, but a quick execution, occupying only to the time it will take half a score of expert rope men to throw a noose around his neck, and jerk him up to the limb of the live oak stretching horizontally over his head. This is the thought of almost everybody on the ground, as they stand waiting for some one to say the word. some bad, bold borderer daring enough to take the initiative. Thanks be to God, the spectators are not all of this mind. A few have determined on bringing the affair to a different finale. There is a group of men in uniform, seen in excited consultation. They are the officers of the fort, with the commandant in their midst. Only for a score of seconds does their council continue. It ends with the braying of a bugle. It is a signal sounded by command of the major. Almost at the same instant a troop of 20 dragoons, with a like number of mounted riflemen, is seen filing out from the stockade enclosure that extends rearward from the fort. Having cleared the gateway, they advance over the open ground in the direction of the live oak. Silently, and as though acting under an instinct, they deploy into an alignment, forming 3 sides of a square that partially encloses the court. The crowd has ceased its clamouring, and stands gazing at a spectacle which might be taken for a coup de theatre. It produces not only silence but submission, for plainly do they perceive its design, and that the movement is a precautionary measure due to the skill of commanding officer of the post. Equally plain is it, that the presidency of Justice Lynch is no longer possible, and that the law of the land is once more in the ascendant. Without further opposition, Judge Roberts is permitted to resume his functions, so rudely interrupted. "Fellow citizens," he cries, with a glance towards his auditory, now more reproachful than appealing, "the law is bound to take its course, just the same in Texas as in the States. I need not tell you that, since most of you, I reckon, have seen corn growing on the other side of the Mississippi. Well, taking this for granted, you wouldn't hang a man without first hearing what he's got to say for himself? That would neither be law nor justice, but downright murder." "And hasn't he done murder?" asked one of the rowdies standing near Calhoun. "It's only sarving him, and he's sarved young Poindexter." "There is no certainty about that. You've not yet heard all the testimony. Wait till you've examined the witness on the other side. Crier," continues he, turning to the official, "call the witnesses for the defence." The crier obeys, and Phelim O'Neal is conducted to the stand. The story of the ci devant stable boy, confusedly told, full of incongruities, and in many parts altogether improbable, rather injures the chances of his master being thought innocent. The San Antonio counsel is but too anxious for his testimony to be cut short, having a firmer reliance on the tale to be told by another. That other is next announced: Zebulon Stump. Before the voice of the summoning officer has ceased to reverberate among the branches of the live oak, a tall stalwart specimen of humanity is seen making his way through the throng, whom all recognise as Zeb Stump, the most noted hunter of the settlement. Taking 3 or 4 strides forward, the backwoodsman comes to a stand upon the spot set apart for the witnesses. The sacred volume is presented to him in due form, which, after repeating the well-known words of the affidavit, Zeb is directed to kiss. He performs this operation with a smack sufficiently sonorous to be heard to the extreme outside circle of the assemblage. Despite the solemnity of the scene, there is an audible tittering, instantly checked by the judge, a little, perhaps, by Zeb himself, whose glance, cast inquiringly around, seems to search for some one. That may be seen with a sneer upon his face. The character of the man is too well known for any one to suppose he might make merry at his expense, and before a searching glance, the crowd resumes, or affects to resume, his composure. After a few preliminary questions, Zeb is invited to give his version of the strange circumstances, which have been keeping the settlement in a state of unwonted agitation. The spectators pick up their ears, and stand in expectant silence. There is a general impression that Zeb holds the key to the whole mystery. "Wal, Mr. Judge," says he, looking straight in the face of that cigar-smoking functionary, "I've no objection to tell what I know 'bout the business; but if it'll be all the same to yourself, and the jury here, I'd prefer that the young feller should git his fashion farst. I could then foller wi' mine, the which mout sanctify and confirm him." "Of what young fellow do you speak?" inquires the judge. "The mowstanger thur, in course. Him as stands cussed a killin' young Poindexter." "It would be somewhat irregular," rejoins the judge. "After all, our object is to get at the truth. For my part, I haven't much faith in old fashioned forms; and if the jury don't object, let it be as you say." The 12, speaking through their foreman, profess themselves of the same way of thinking. Frontiersmen are not noted for strict adherence to ceremonious forms, and Zeb's request is concealed ni mine desetiente. End of chapter 88. Chapter 89 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman. A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 89. The Confession of the Accused. Acting under the advice of his counsel, the accused prepares to avail himself of the advantage thus conceded. Directed by the judge, he stands forward, the sheriff's officers in charge falling a step or two into the rear. It is superfluous to say that there is universal silence. Even the tree crickets, hitherto chirping among the leaves of the live oak, desist from their shrill stridulation, as if awed by the stillness underneath. Every eye is fixed upon the prisoner, every ear bent to catch the first words of what may be termed his confession. "Judge and gentlemen of the jury," says he, commencing his speech in true Texan style, "you are good enough to let me speak for myself, and in availing myself of the privilege, I shall not long detain you. First, have I to say, that, notwithstanding the many circumstances mentioned during the course of this trial, which to you appear not only odd but inexplicable, my story is simple enough, and will explain some of them. Not all of the statements you have heard are true. Some of them are false as the lips from which they have fallen." The speaker's glance, directed upon Cassius Calhoun, causes the latter to quail, as if standing before the muzzle of a six-shooter. "It is true that I met Miss Poindexter, as stated. That noble lady, by her own generous confession, has saved me from the sin of perjuring myself, which otherwise I might have done. In all else I entreat you to believe me. It is also true that our interview was a stolen one, and that it was interrupted by him who is not here to speak to what occurred after. It is true that angry words passed between us, or rather from him to me, for they were all on his side. But it is not true that the quarrel was afterwards renewed, and the man who has so sworn dared not to say it, were I free to contradict him as he deserves." Again are the eyes of the accused turned towards Calhoun, still cowering behind the crowd. "On the contrary," continues he, "the next meeting between Henry Poindexter and myself was one of apology on his part, and friendship, I might say affection, on mine. Who could have helped liking him? As to forgiving him for the few words he had rashly spoken, I need hardly tell you how grateful I felt for that reconciliation." "There was a reconciliation, then?" asked the judge, taking advantage of a pause in the narration. "Where did it take place?" "About 400 yards from the spot where the murder was committed." The judge starts to his feet. The jury do the same. The spectators, already standing, show signs of a like exciting surprise. It is the first time any one has spoken positively of the spot where the murder was committed, or even that a murder has been committed at all. "You mean the place where some blood was found?" doubtingly interrogates the judge. "I mean the place where Henry Poindexter was assassinated." There is a fresh exhibition of astonishment in the court, expressed in muttered speeches and low exclamations. One louder than the rest is a groan. It is given by Woodley Poindexter, now for the first time made certain he has no longer a son. In the heart of the father has still lingered a hope that his son may be alive; that he might be only missing, kept out of the way by accident, illness, Indians, or some other circumstance. As yet there has been no positive proof of his death, only a thread of circumstantial evidence, and it of the slightest. This hope, by the testimony of the accused himself, is no longer tenable. "You are sure he is dead, then?" is the question put to the prisoner by the prosecuting counsel. "Quite sure," responds the accused. "Had you seen him as I did, you would think the interrogatory a very idle one." "You saw the body?" "I must take exception to this course of examination," interposes the counsel for the accused. "It is quite irregular." "Faith! in an ould country court it wouldn't be allowed," adds the cis-Atlantic attorney. "The counsel for the prosecution wouldn't be permitted to spake till it came to the cross examination." "That's the law here too," says the judge, with a severe gesture towards him who has erred. "Prisoner at the bar, you can continue your story. Your own counsel may ask you what question he pleases, but nobody else, till you have done. Go on. Let us hear all you have to say." "I have spoken of a reconciliation," resumes the accused, "and have told you where it took place. I must explain how it came to be there. It has been made known to you how we parted Miss Poindexter, her brother, and myself. On leaving them I swam across the river, partly because I was too excited to care how I went off, and partly that I did not wish him to know how I got into the garden. I had my reasons for that. I walked up stream, towards the village. It was a very warm night, as may be remembered by many of you, and my clothes had got nearly dry by the time I reached the hotel. The house was still open, and the landlord behind his bar; but as up to that day I had no reason to thank him for any extra hospitality, and as there was nothing to detain me any longer under his roof, I took it into my head to set out at once for the Alamo, and make the journey during the cool hours of the night. I had sent my servant before, and intended to follow in the morning; but what happened at Casa del Corvo made me desirous of getting away as soon as possible, and I started off, after settling my account with Mr Oberdoffer." "And the money with which you paid him?" asked the state prosecutor. "Where did you get?" "I protest against this," interrupts the counsel for the accused. "Berdara!" exclaims the Milesian lawyer, looking daggers, or rather duelling pistols, at the state counsellor. "If yours were to go on at that rate in a Galway assize, you'd stand a nate chance of getting contradicted in a different style altogether." "Silence, gentlemen!" commands the judge, in an authoritative tone. "Let the accused continue his statement." "I travelled slowly. There was no reason for being in a hurry. I was in no mood for going to sleep that night; and it mattered little to me where I should spend it on the prairie, or under the roof of my jacale. I knew I could reach the Alamo before daybreak, and that would be as soon as I desired. I never thought of looking behind me. I had no suspicion that anyone was coming after, until I had got about half a mile into the chapparal, where the Rio Grande trace runs through it. Then I heard the stroke of a horse's hoof, that appeared hurrying up behind. I had got round the corner, where the trace makes a sharp turn, and was hindered from seeing the horseman; but I could tell that he was coming on at a trot. It might be somebody I wouldn't care to encounter. That was the reflection I've made, though I wasn't much caring who. It was more from habit, by living in the neighbourhood of the Indians, that I drew in among the trees, and waited until the stranger should show himself. He did so shortly after. You may judge of my surprise when, instead of a stranger, I saw the man from whom I had so lately parted in anger. When I say anger, I don't speak of myself, only him. Was he still in the same temper? Had he been only restrained by the presence of his sister from attacking me? Relieved of this, had he come after me to demand satisfaction for the injury he supposed her to have sustained? Gentlemen of the jury, I shall not deny that this was the impression on my mind when I saw who it was. I was determined there should be no concealment, no cowardly shrinking on my part. I was not conscious of having committed crime. True, I had met his sister clandestinely, but that was the fault of others, not mine, not hers. I loved her with a pure honest passion, and with my whole heart. I am not afraid to confess it. In the same way I love her still. Louise Poindexter, seated in her carriage, behind the outer circle of spectators, is not so distant from the speaker, nor are the curtains so closely drawn, but that she can hear every word passing from his lips. Despite the sadness of her heart, a gleam of joy irradiates her countenance as she listens to the daring declaration. It is but the echo of her own, and the glow that comes quickly to her cheeks is not shame, but the expression of a proud triumph. She makes no attempt to conceal it. Rather does she appear ready to spring up from her seat, rush towards the man who is being tried for the murder of her brother, and with the abandon that love alone can impart, bid defiance to the boldest of his accusers. If the signs of sorrow soon reappear, they are no longer to be traced to jealousy. Those sweet ravings are well remembered, and can now be trusted as truth. They are confirmed by the confession of restored reason, by the avowal of a man who may be standing on the stoop of death, and can have no earthly motive for a deception such as that. End of chapter 89. Chapter 90 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman. A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 90. A court quickly cleared. If the last speech has given satisfaction to Louise Poindexter, there are few to share it with her. Upon most of the spectators, it has produced an impression of a totally different character. It is one of the saddest traits of our ennobled nature, to feel pain in contemplating a love we cannot share, more especially when exhibited in the shape of a grand, absorbing passion. The thing is not so difficult of explanation. We know that he or she, thus sweetly possessed, can feel no interest in ourselves. It is but the old story of self-esteem, stung by the thought of indifference. Even some of the spectators unaffected by the charms of the beautiful Creole cannot restrain themselves from a certain feeling of envy, while others more deeply interested feel chagrined to the heart's core by what they are pleased to designate an impudent avowal. Once more there is a murmuring among the men, and a movement among the rowdies who stand near Calhoun. Again seems Maurice Gerald in danger of being seized by a lawless mob, and hanged without farther hearing. The danger exists only in seeming. Once more the major glances significantly towards his well-trained troop. The judge in an authoritative voice commands "Silence in the court!" The clamouring is subdued, and the prisoner is permitted to proceed. He continues his recital. On seeing who it was I rode out from among the trees, and reined up before him. There was light enough for him to see who I was, and he at once recognised me. Instead of the angry scene I expected, perhaps had reason to expect, I was joyfully surprised by his reception of me. His first words were to ask if I would forgive him for what he had said, at the same time holding out his hand in the most frank and friendly manner. Need I tell you that I took that hand, or how heartily I pressed it? I knew it to be a true one. More than that, I had a hope it might one day be the hand of a brother. It was the last time but one I ever grasped it alive. The last was shortly after, when we bade each other good night, and parted upon the path. I had no thought it was to be forever. Gentlemen of the jury, you do not wish me to take up with the conversation that occurred between us. It was upon matters that have nothing to do with this trial. We rode together for a short distance, and then drew up under the shadow of a tree. Cigars were exchanged and smoked, and there was another exchange, the more closely to cement the good understanding established between us. It consisted of our hats and cloaks. It was a whim of the moment, suggested by myself, from a fashion I had been accustomed to among the Comanches. I gave Henry Poindexter my Mexican sombrero and striped blanket, taking his cloth cloak and Panama hat. We then parted, he riding away, myself remaining. I can give no reason why I stayed upon the spot, unless that I liked it, from being the scene of our reconciliation, by me so little looked for and so much desired. I no longer cared for going on the Alamo that night. I was happy enough to stay under the tree, and dismounting, I staked out my horse, wrapped myself up in the cloak, the hat upon my head, lay down upon the grass. In 3 seconds I was asleep. It was rare for sleep to come on me so readily. Half an hour before, and the thing would have been impossible. I can only account for the change by the feeling of contentment that was upon me, after the unpleasant excitement through which I had passed. My slumbers could not have been very sound, nor were they long undisturbed. I could not have been unconscious for more than 2 minutes, when a sound awoke me. It was the report of a gun. I was not quite sure of its being this. I only fancied that it was. My horse seemed to know better than I. As I looked up, he was standing with ears erect, snorting as if he had been fired at. I sprang to my feet and stood listening. But as I could hear nothing more, and the mustang soon quieted down, I came to the conclusion that we had both been mistaken. The horse had heard the footsteps of some straying animal, and that which struck upon my ear might have been the snapping of a branch, broken by its passage through the thicket, or perhaps one of the many mysterious sounds, mysterious because unexplained, often heard in the recesses of the chapparal. Dismissing the thing from my mind, I again lay down among the grass, and once more fell asleep. This time I was not awakened until the raw air of the morning began to chill me through the cloak. It was not pleasant to stay any longer under the tree, and recovering my horse I was about to continue my journey, but the shot seemed still ringing in my ears, even louder than I had heard it while half asleep. It appeared, too, to be in the direction in which Henry Poindexter had gone. Fancy or no fancy, I could not help connecting it with him, nor yet resist the temptation to go back that way and seek for an explanation of it. I did not go far till I found it. Oh, heavens! What a sight! "I saw the Headless Horseman!" exclaims a voice from the outer circle of the spectators, causing one and all to turn suddenly in that direction. "The Headless Horseman!" responds 50 others, in a simultaneous shout. It is mockery, this seeming contempt of court? There is no one who takes it in this sense; for by this time every individual in the assemblage has become acquainted with the cause of the interruption. It is the Headless Horseman himself seen out upon the open plain, in all his fearful shape. Yonder she goes yonder yonder. No, he is coming this way. See, he's making straight for the fort. The latest assertion seems the truer, but only for an instant. As if to contradict it, the strange equestrian makes a sudden pause upon the prairie, and stands eyeing the crowd gathered around the tree. Then, apparently not liking the looks of what is before him, the horse gives utterance to his dislike with a loud snort, followed by a still louder neighing. The intense interest excited by the confession of the accused is for the time eclipsed. There is a universal impression that, in the spectral form thus opportunely presenting itself, will be found the explanation of all that has occurred. 3/4 of the spectators forsake the spot, and rush towards their horses. Even the jurymen are not exempt from taking part in the general debandade, and at least 6 out of the 12 go scattering off to join in the chase of the Headless Horseman. The latter has paused only for an instant, just long enough to scan the crowd of men and horses now moving towards him. Then, repeating his wild "Where?" he wheels round, and goes off at full speed, following by a thick clump of shouting pursuers. Chapter 90.
Chapter 91 of The Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 91. A Chase Through a Thicket. The chase leads straight across the prairie, towards the tract of chaparral 10 miles distant. Before reaching it, the ruck of riders becomes thinned to a straggling line, one after another falling off, as their horses become blown by the long sweltering gallop. But few get within sight of the thicket, and only who enter it in anything like close proximity to the escaping horseman, who, without making halt, plunges into the timber. The pursuer nearest him is mounted upon a grey mustang, which is being urged to its utmost speed by whip, spur, and voice. The one coming after, but with a long interval between, is a tall man in a slouched hat and blanket coat, bestriding a raw-boned roadster, that no one would suspect to be capable of such speed. It is procured not by whip, spur, and voice, but by the more cruel prompting of a knife-blade held in the rider's hand, and at intervals silently applied to the animal's spine just behind the croup. The two men thus leading the chase, Cassius Calhoun and Zeb Stump. The swiftness of the grey mustang has given Calhoun the advantage, aided by a determination to be in at the death, as if some desperate necessity required it. The old hunter appears equally determined. Instead of being contented to proceed at his usual gait, and trusting to his skill as a tracker, he seems aiming to keep the other in sight, as if, like a stem, necessity was prompting him to do so. In a short time both had entered the chaparral, and are lost to the eyes of those riding less resolutely behind. On through the thicket rush the 3 horsemen, not in a straight line, but along the lists and cattle tracks, now direct, now in sweeping curves, now sharply zigzagging to avoid the obstructions of the timber. On go they, regardless of bush or brake, fearlessly buffeted by the sharp spines of the cactus, and the stinging thorns of the mezquites. The branches snap and crackle, as they cleave their way between,
while the birds, scared by the rude intrusion, fly screaming to some safer roost. A brace of black vultures, who have risen with a cloak from their perch upon a scathed branch, soar up into the air. Instinct tells them that a pursuit so impetuous can end only in death. On broad shadowy wings they keep pace with it. It is now a chase in which the pursued has the advantage of the pursuers. He can choose his path, while they have no choice but to follow him, less from having increased the distance, than by the interposition of the trees. He is soon out of sight of both, as each is of the other. No one of the three can see either of the other two, though all are under the eyes of the vultures. Out of sight of his pursuers, the advantage of the pursued is greater than ever. He is free to keep on at full speed, while they must submit to the delay of riding along a trail. He can still be followed by the sound of his hoof strokes ahead, and the swishing of the branches as he breaks through between them. But for all that the foremost of his two pursuers begins to despair at every turning of the track. He appears to have gained distance, until at length his footfall ceases to be heard. "Curse the damned thing!" cries Calhoun, with a gesture of chagrin. "It's going to escape me again. Not so much matter if there were nobody after it but myself. But there is this time. That old hell hound's coming on through the thicket. I saw him as I entered it, not 300 yards behind me. Is there no chance of shaking him off? No, he's too good a tracker for that. By God! But there is a chance." At the profane utterance, the speaker reins up, wrenches his nose half round, and scans the path over which he has just passed. He examines it, with the look of one who has conceived a scheme, and is reconnoitring the terrain, to see if it will suit. At the same time his fingers close nervously around his rifle, which he manipulates with a feverish impatience. Still is there irresolution in his looks, and he hesitates about throwing himself into a fixed attitude. On reflection the scheme is abandoned. "It won't do," he mutters. "There's too many of them fellows coming after. Some that can track, too? They find his carcass, sure. Maybe hear the shot? No, no, it won't do." He stays a while longer, listening. There is no sound heard either before or behind, only that overhead made by the soft waving of the vulturine wings. Strange, the birds should keep above him. Yes, he must be coming on? Damn the crooked luck, that the others should be so close after him. But for that, it would have been just the time to put an end to his spying on me. And so easy, too. Not so easy as you think, Cassius Calhoun. And the birds above, were they gifted with the power of speech, could tell you so. They see Zeb Stump coming on, but in a fashion to frustrate any scheme for his assassination. It is this that hinders him from being heard. "I'll be in luck, if he should lose the trail," reflects Calhoun, once more turning away. "In any case I must keep on till it's lost to me. Else some of those fools may be more fortunate. What fool I've been, in wasting so much time! If I don't look sharp, the old hound will be up with me; and then it would be no use, if I did get the chance of a shot. Hell, that would be worse than all." Freshly spurring the grey mustang, he rides forward, fast as the circuitous track will allow him. 200 paces further on, and he again comes to a halt. Surprise and pleasure simultaneously lighting up his countenance. The Headless Horseman is in sight, at less than 20 paces distance. He is not advancing either, but standing among some low bushes that rise only to the flaps of the saddle. His horse's head is down. The animal appears to be browsing upon the bean pods of the mezquites. At first sight, so thinks Calhoun. His rifle is carried quickly to his shoulder, and as quickly brought down again. The horse he intends firing at is no longer at rest, nor is he browsing upon the beans. He has become engaged in a sort of spasmodic struggle, with his head half buried among the bushes. Calhoun sees that it is held there, and by the bridle rein that, dragged over the pommel of the saddle, has become entangled around the stem of a mezquite. Caught at last! Thank God! Thank God! He can scarce restrain himself from shout of triumph, as he spurs forward to the spot. He is only withheld by the fear of being heard from behind. In another instant he is by the side of the Headless Horseman.
that spectral shape he has so long vainly pursued. End of chapter 91. Chapter 92 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid, Chapter 92. A Reluctant Return. Calhoun clutches at the trailing bridle. The horse tries to avoid him, but cannot. His head is secured by the tangled rein, and he can only bound about in a circle, of which his nose is the centre. The river takes no heed, nor makes any attempt to elude the capture, but sits stiff and mute in the saddle, leaving the horse to continue its cavortings. After a brief struggle the animal is secured. The captor utters an exclamation of joy. It is suddenly checked, and by a thought he has not yet fully accomplished his purpose. What is this purpose? It is a secret known only to himself, and the stealthy glance cast around tells that he has no wish to share it with another. After scanning the selvage of the thicket, and listening a second or two, he resumes action. A singular action it might appear, to one ignorant of its object. He draws his knife from its sheath, clutches a corner of the serape, raises it above the breast of the headless rider, and then bends toward him, as if intending to plunge the blade into his heart. The arm is uplifted. The blow is not likely to be warded off. For all that it is not struck, it is stayed by a shout sent forth from the chapparal, by the edge of which a man has just made his appearance. The man is Zeb Stump. "Stop that game!" cries the hunter, riding out from the underwood, and advancing rapidly through the low bushes. "Stop it, durn ye!" "What game?" rejoins the ex-officer with a dismayed look, at the same time stealthily returning his knife to its sheath. "What the devil are you talking about? This brute's got caught by the bridle. I was afraid he might get away again. I was going to cut his damned throat, so as to make sure of him." "Ah! That's what you're arter. Well, I reckon there's no need to cut the critter's throat. We can skewer it, without that sort of bloody business. It air the hoss's throat you mean, I s'pose?" "Of course I mean the horse." "In course. As for the man, somebody's dud that for him already, if it be a man. What do you make o' it, Mister Cash Calhoun?" "Damned if I know what to make of it. I haven't had time to get a good look at it. I've just this minute come up. By heaven!" he continues, feigning a grand surprise, "I believe it's the body of a man, and dead." "That last air probable enough. 'Tain't likely he'd been alive with no head on his shoulders. Thar's none under the blanket, is there?" "No, I think not. There cannot be. Lift it a little, and see." "I don't like touching it. It's such a cursed queer looking thing." "Durn it, you wan't so particular a minute ago. What's kim over ye now?" "Ah!" stammers Calhoun, "I was excited with chasing it. I got angry at the damned thing, and was determined to put an end to its capers." "Never mind, then," interposes Zeb. "I'll make a expression of it. Yes," he continues, riding nearer, and keeping his eyes fixed upon the strange shape. "Yes, it's the body of a man, and no mistake. Dead as a buck, and stiff as a hunch of venison in a hard frost. Hallo!" he exclaims, on raising the skirt of the serape. "It's the body of a man whose murder bein' tried. Your own cousin, young Poindexter, it is. By the eternal God! I believe you are right. By heaven, it is he!" "Geehosophat!" proceeds Zeb, after a counterfeiting surprise at the discovery. "This air the mysteriousest thing of all. Wal, I reckon there's no use in our stayin' here to spekelate upon it. Best thing we could do is to take the body back, jest as it's sot in the seddle, which it 'pears putty firm. I know the hoss too; and I reckon when he smell my old mar a bit, he'll come along without much coaxin'. Gee up, old girl, and make yourself known to him. Thur now. Don't ye see it's a preevious acquaintance o' yourn? Though sartin the poor critter appears to have had rough usage o' late, and ye mout well be excused for not recognisin' him. 'Tair some time since he's hed a curry to his skin." While the hunter is speaking, the horse bestridden by the dead body, and the old mare, place their snouts in contract.
then withdraw them with a sniff of recognition. "I thort so!" exclaimed Zeb, taking hold of the strayed bridle, and detaching it from the mezquite. "The stellyun's boun' to lead quietly enough, so long as he's in comp'ny with the maar. Till all events, 'twon't be necessary to cut his throat to keep him from runnin' away. Now, Mister Calhoun," he continues, glancing stealthily at the other, to witness the effect produced by his speeches, "don't ye think we'd better start right away? The trial may still be goin' on; and if so, we may be wanted to take part in it. I reckon that we've got a witness here, as'll do somethin' torst illoocigating the case, either to the hanging the mowstanger, or, what air more likely, turnin' him althogither o' the churge. Wal, air ready to take the back track?" "Oh, certainly. As you say, there's no reason for our remaining here." Zeb moves off first, leading the captive alongside of him. The latter makes no resistance, but rather seems satisfied at being conducted in company. Calhoun rides slowly, a close observer might say reluctantly, in the rear. At a point where the path angles abruptly around a clump of trees, he reins up, and appears to consider whether he should go on, or gallop back. His countenance betrays terrible agitation. Zeb Stump, admonished by the interrupted footfall, becomes aware that his travelling companion has stopped. He pulls up his mare, and facing round, regards the loiterer with a look of interrogation. He observes the agitated air, and perfectly comprehends its cause. Without saying a word, he lowers his long rifle from its rest upon his left shoulder, lays it across the hollow of his arm, ready at an instant's notice to be carried to his cheek. In this attitude he sits eyeing the ex captain of cavalry. There is no remark made. None is needed. Zeb's gesture is sufficient. It plainly says, "Go back if ye dare." The latter, without appearing to notice it, takes the hint, and moves silently on. But no longer is he permitted to ride in the rear. Without saying it, the old hunter has grown suspicious, and makes an excuse for keeping behind, with which his compagnon du voyage is compelled to put up. The cavalcade advances slowly through the chapparal. It approaches the open prairie. At length the skyline comes in sight. Something is seen upon the distant horizon appears to impress Calhoun with a fresh feeling of fear; and once more reining up, he sits considering. Dread is the alternative that occupies his mind. Shall he plunge back into the thicket, and hide himself from the eyes of men? Or go on, and brave the dark storm that is fast gathering around him? He would give all he owns in the world all that he ever hopes to own even Louise Poindexter herself, to be relieved of the hated presence of Zeb Stump; to be left for 10 minutes alone with the Headless Horseman. It is not to be. The sleuth hound, that has followed him thus far, seems more than ever inexorable. Though loth to believe it, instinct tells him that the old hunter regards him as the real captive; and any attempt on his part to steal away but will end in his receiving a bullet in the back. After all, what can Zeb Stump say or do? There is no certainty that the backwoodsman knows anything of the circumstance that is troubling him; and after all there may be nothing to be known. It is evident that Zeb is suspicious; but what of that? Only the friendless need fear suspicion; and the ex officer is not one of these. Unless that little tell-tale be discovered, he has nothing to fear; and what chance of its being discovered? Once against 10, in all likelihood it stayed not where it was sent, but was lost in the secret recesses of the chapparal. Influenced by this hope, Calhoun regains courage; and with an air of indifference, more assumed than real, he rides out into the open prairie, close followed by Zeb Stump on his critter, the dead body of Henry Poindexter bringing up the rear. CHAPTER 92. Chapter 93 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman: A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 93. A Body Beheaded. Forsaken by 2/3 of its spectators, abandoned by 1/2 of the jury, the trial taking place under the tree is of necessity interrupted. There is no adjournment of the court, only an interregnum, unavoidable, and therefore tacitly agreed to. The interlude occupies about an hour, during which the judge smokes a couple of cigars, takes about twice that number of drinks from the bottle of peach brandy, chats familiarly with the counsel, the fragment of a jury, and such spectators as, not having horses, or not caring to give them a gallop, have stayed by the tree. There is no difficulty in finding a subject of conversation that is furnished by the incident that has just transpired, strange enough to be talked about not only for an hour, but an age. The spectators converse of it, while with excited feelings they await the return of those who have started on the chase. They are in hopes that the Headless Horseman will be captured. They believe that his capture will not only supply a clue to the mystery of his being, but will also throw light on that of the murderer. There is one among them who could explain the first, though ignorant of the last. The accused could do this, and will, when called upon to continue his confession, under the direction of the judge, and by the advice of his counsel. He is for the time preserving silence. After a while the pursuers return, not all together, but in straggling squads, as they have despairingly abandoned the pursuit. All bring back the same story. None of them has been near enough to the headless rider to add one iota to what is already known of him. His entity remains mythical as ever. It is soon discovered that two who started in the chase have not reappeared. They are the old hunter and the ex-captain of volunteers. The latter has been last seen heading the field, the former following not far behind him. No one saw either of them afterward. Are they still continuing on? Perhaps they may have been successful? All eyes toward the prairie, and scan it with inquiring glances. There is an expectation that the missing men may be seen on their way back, with a hope that the Headless Horseman may be along with them. An hour elapses, and there is no sign of them, either with or without the wished for captive. Is the trial to be further postponed? The counsel for the prosecution urges its continuance, while he for the accused is equally desirous of its being delayed. The latter moves an adjournment till tomorrow. His plea the absence of an important witness is the person of Zeb Stump, who has not yet been examined. There are voices that clamour for the case to be completed. There are paid claqueurs in the crowd, composing a Texan court, as in the pit of a Parisian theatre. The real tragedy has its supporters, as well as the sham. The clamourers succeeded in carrying their point. It is decided to go on with the trial, as much of it as can be got through without the witness who is absent. He may be back before the time comes for calling him. If not, the court can then talk about adjournment. So rules the judge, and the jury signify their assent. The spectators do the same. The prisoner is once more directed to stand up, and continue the confession so unexpectedly interrupted. "You were about to tell us what you saw," proceeds the counsel for the accused, addressing himself to his client. "Go on, and complete your statement. What is it you saw?" "A man lying at full length upon the grass." "Asleep?" "Yes, in the sleep of death." "Dead?" "More than dead, if that were possible. On bending over him I saw that he had been beheaded." "What! His head cut off?" "Just so. I did not know it, till I knelt down beside him. He was upon his face, with the head in its natural position. Even the hat was still on it. I was in hopes he might be asleep, though I had a presentiment there was something amiss. The arms were extended too stiffly for a sleeping man. So were the legs. Besides, there was something red upon the grass, that in the dim light I had not at first seen. As I stooped low to look at it, I perceived a strange odour, the salt smell that proceeds from human blood. I no longer doubted that it was a dead body. I was bending over, and I set about examining it. I saw there was a gash at the back of the neck, filled with red, half coagulated blood. I saw that the head was severed from the shoulders. A sensation of horror runs through the auditory, accompanied by the exclamatory cries heard on such occasions. "Did you know the man?" "Alas! yes." "Without seeing his face?" "I did not see that. The dress told who it was, too truly." "What dress?" "The striped blanket covering his shoulders, and the hat upon his head. They were my own. But for the exchange we had made, I might have fancied it was myself. It was Henry Poindexter." A groan is again heard, rising above the hum of the excited hearers. "Proceed, sir," directs the examining counsel. "State what other circumstances came under your observation." "On touching the body, I found it cold and stiff. I could see that it had been dead for some length of time. The blood was frozen nearly dry, and had turned black. At least, so it appeared in the grey light, for the sun was not yet up. I might have mistaken the cause of death, and supposed it to have been by the beheading; but, remembering the shot I had heard in the night, it occurred to me that another wound would be found somewhere in addition to that made by the knife. It proved that I was right. On turning the body breast upward, I perceived a hole in the serape, that all around the place was saturated with blood. On lifting it up, and looking underneath, I saw a livid spot just under the breastbone, and I could tell that a bullet had entered there; and as there was no corresponding wound at the back, I knew it must be still inside the body." "In your opinion, was the shot sufficient to have caused death, without the mutilation that, you think, must have done afterwards?" "Most certainly it was, if not instantaneous. In a few minutes, perhaps seconds. The head was cut off, you say. Was it quite severed from the body?" "Quite, though it was lying close up, as if neither head nor body had moved after the dismemberment." "Was it clean out, as if done by a sharp edged weapon?" "It was." "What sort of weapon, would you say?" "It looked like the cut of a broad axe, but it might have been done with a bowie knife, one heavily weighted at the back of the blade." "Did you notice whether repeated strokes had been given, or had the severance been effected by a single cut?" "There might have been more than one, but there was no appearance of chopping. The first cut was a clean slash. It must have gone nearly, if not quite through. It was made from the back of the neck, and at right angles to the spine. From that I knew that the poor fellow must have been down on his face when the stroke was delivered." "Had you any suspicion why, or by whom, the foul deed had been done?" "Not then. Not the slightest. I was so horrified I could not reflect. I could scarce think it real. When I became calmer, and saw for certain that a murder had been committed, I could only account for it by supposing that there had been Comanches upon the ground, and that, meeting young Poindexter, had they killed him out of sheer wantonness. But then there was his scalp untouched, even the hat still upon his head. You changed your mind about its being Indians?" "I did." "Who did you then think it might be?" "At the time I did not think of any one. I had ever heard of Henry Poindexter having an enemy, either here or elsewhere. I have since had my suspicions. I have them now." "State them." "I object to the line of examination," interposes the prosecuting counsel. "We don't want to be made acquainted with the prisoner's suspicions. Surely it is sufficient if he be allowed to proceed with his very plausible tale?" "Let him proceed, then," directs the judge, igniting a fresh Havana. "State how you yourself acted," pursues the examiner. "What did you do, after making the observations you have described?" "For some time I scarce knew what to do. I was so perplexed by what I saw beside me. I felt convinced that there had been a murder, and equally so that it had been done by the shot, the same I had heard. But who could have fired it? Not Indians. Of that I felt sure. I thought of some prairie pirate, who might have intended plunder; but this was equally improbable. My Mexican blanket was worth $100 that would have been taken. It was not, nor anything else that Poindexter had carried about him. Nothing appeared to have been touched. Even the watch was still in his waistcoat pocket, with the chain around his neck, glistening through the gore that had spurted over it. I came to the conclusion that the deed must have been done for the satisfaction of some spite or revenge. I tried to remember whether I had ever heard of any one having a quarrel with young Poindexter, or a grudge against him. I never had. Besides, why had the head been cut off? It was this that filled me with astonishment, with honour. Without attempting to explain it, I bethought me of what was best to be done. To stay by the dead body could serve no purpose. To bury it would have been equally idle. Then I thought of galloping back to the fort, and getting assistance to carry it to Casa del Corvo. But if I left it in the chapparal, the coyotes might discover it, and both they and the buzzards would be at it before we could get back. Already the vultures were above, taking their early flight. They appeared to have espied it. Mutilated as was the young man's form, I could not think of leaving it, to be made still more so. I thought of the tender eyes that must soon behold it in tears. Chapter 93. Chapter 94 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 94. The Mystery Made Clear. The accused pauses in his recital. No one offers any observation, either to interrupt or hurry him on. There is a reluctance to disturb the chain of a narrative all know to be unfinished, and every link of which has been binding them to a closer and more earnest attention. Judge, jury, and spectators remain breathlessly silent, while their eyes, many with mouths agape, are attentively turned upon the prisoner. Amidst solemn stillness he is permitted to proceed. My next idea was to cover the body with the cloak, as well as the serape, still around the shoulders. By so doing it would be protected from both wolves and buzzards, at least till we could get back to fetch it away. I had taken off the cloak for this purpose, when a different plan suggested itself, one that appeared in every way better. Instead of returning to the port alone, I should take the body along with me. I fancied I could do this by laying it across the croup, and lashing it to the saddle with my lazo. I led my horse up the spot, and was preparing to put the body upon him, when I perceived that there was another horse upon the ground. It was that lately ridden by him who was now no more. The animal was near by, browsing upon the grass, as tranquilly as if nothing had happened to disturb it. As the bridle trailed upon the ground, I had no difficulty in catching hold of it. There was more in getting the horse to stand still, especially when brought alongside that lay upon the ground. Holding the reins between my teeth, I lifted the body up, and endeavoured to place it crosswise in the saddle. I succeeded in getting it there, but would not remain. It was too stiff to bend over, and there was no way to steady it. Besides, the horse became greatly excited at sight of the strange load he was being called upon to carry. After several attempts, I saw I could not succeed. I was about to give up the idea, when another occurred to me, one that promised better. It was suggested by a remembrance of something I had read, relating to the gauchos of South America. When one dies, or is killed by accident, in some remote station of the Pampas, his comrades carry his corpse to their distant home, strapped in the saddle, and seated in the same attitude, as though he were still alive. Why should I not do the same with the body of Henry Poindexter? I made the attempt, first trying to set him on his own horse, but the saddle being a flat one, and the animal still remaining restive, I did not succeed. There was but one other chance of our making the home journey together, by exchanging horses. I knew that my own would not object. Besides, my Mexican saddle, with its deep tree, would answer admirably for the purpose. In a short while I had the body in it, seated erect, in the natural position. Its stiffness, that had obstructed me before, now served to keep it in its place. The rigid limbs were easily drawn into the proper stride, and with the feet inserted into the stirrups, and the waiter guards buckled tightly over the thighs, there was little chance of the body slipping off. To make it thoroughly secure, I cut a length from my lazo, and warping it round the waist, fastened one end to the pommel in front, the other to the cantle behind. A separate piece tied to the stirrups, and passing under the belly of the horse, kept the feet from swinging about. The head still remained to be dealt with. It too must be taken along. On lifting it from the ground, and endeavouring to detach it from the hat, I found that this could not be done. It was swollen to enormous dimensions, and the sombrero adhered to it, close as the skin itself. Having no fear that they would fall apart, I tied a piece of string to the buckle of the band, and hung both hat and head over the horn of the saddle. This completed my preparations for the journey. I mounted the horse of the murdered man, and calling upon my own to follow me, he was accustomed to do so. Without leading, I started to ride back to the settlement. In less than 5 minutes after, I was knocked out of my saddle, and my senses at the same time. But for that circumstance, I should not be standing here. At all events, not in the unpleasant position I now hold. "Knocked out of your saddle!" exclaims the judge. "How was that?" "A simple accident, or rather was it due to my own carelessness. On mounting the strange horse I neglected to take hold of the bridle. Accustomed to guide my own, often with only my voice and knees, I had grown regardless of the reins. I did not anticipate the occurrence of the kind that followed. The horse I was on had only stopped 3 lengths of itself from the place where I had bestridden him, when something caused him to shy to one side, and break into a gallop. I need not say something, for I knew what it was. He had looked round, and seen the other coming on behind, with that strange shape upon his back, that now in the broad light of day was enough to frighten horse or man. I clutched at the bridle, but before I could lay my hand upon it, the horse was at its full speed. At first I was but little alarmed, indeed not at all. I supposed I should soon recover the reins, and bringing the runaway to a stand. But I soon found this could not be so easily done. They had strayed forward, almost to the animal's ears, and I could not reach them, without laying myself flat along the neck. While endeavouring to secure the bridle, I took no heed of the direction in which the horse was taking me. It was only when I felt a sharp twitching against my cheeks, that I discovered he had forsaken the open tract, and was carrying me through the chaparral. After that I had no time to make observations, no chance even to look after the lost reins. I was enough occupied in dodging the branches of the mezquites, that stretched out their spinous arms as if desiring to drag me from the saddle. I managed to steer clear of them, though not without getting scratches. But there was one I could not avoid, the limb of a large tree that projected across the path. It was low down, on a level with my breast, and the brute, shying from something that had given him a fresh start, shot right under it. Where he went afterwards I do not attempt to say. You all know that, I believe, better than I. I can only tell you that, after unhorsing, he left me under the limb, with a lump upon my forehead and a painful swelling in the knee, neither of which I knew anything about till 2 hours afterwards. When my senses came back to me, I saw the sun high up in the heavens, and some scores of turkey buzzards wheeling in circles above me. I could tell by the craning of their necks what was the prey they were expecting. The sight of them, as well as my thirst, that was beginning to grow painful, prompted me to move away from the place. On rising to my feet, I discovered that I could not walk. Worse still, I was scarce able to stand. To stay on that spot was to perish. At least I so thought at the time. Urged by the thought, I exerted all the strength left of me, in an effort to reach water. I knew there was a stream near by, and partly by crawling, partly by the help of a rude crutch procured in the thicket, I succeeded in reaching it. Having satisfied my thirst, I felt refreshed, and soon after fell asleep. I woke to find myself surrounded by coyotes. There were at least 20 of them, and although at first I had no fear, knowing their cowardly nature, I was soon brought to a different way of thinking. They saw that I was disabled, and for this reason had determined upon attacking me. After a time they did so, clustering around and springing upon me in a simultaneous onslaught. I had no weapon but my knife, and it was fortunate that, altogether unarmed, I must have been torn to pieces and devoured. With the knife I was able to keep them off, stabbing as many as I could get a fair stroke at. 6, I should think, were killed in this way. For all that it would have ended ill for me, I was becoming enfeebled by the blood fast pouring from my veins, and must soon have succumbed before an unexpected chance that turned up in my favour. I can scarce call it chance. I am more satisfied to think it was the hand of God. On pronouncing this speech, the young Irishman turns his eyes towards heaven, and stands for a time as if reflecting reverentially. Solemn silence around tells that the attitude is respected. The hearts of all, even the rudest of its listeners, seem touched with the confidence so expressed. It showed itself, he continues, in the shape of an old comrade, one ofttimes more faithful than man himself, my staghound Tara. The dog had been straying, perhaps in search of me, though I've since heard a different explanation of it, with which I need not trouble you. At all events he found me, and just in time to be my rescuer. The coyotes scattered at his approach, and I was saved from a tearful fate, I may say out of the jaws of death. I had another spell of sleep, or unconsciousness, whichever it may have been. On awaking I was able to reflect. I knew that the dog must have come from my jacale, which I also knew to be several miles distant. He had been taken thither the day before by my servant Phelim. The man should still be there, and I bethought me of sending him a message, the staghound to be its bearer. I wrote some words on a card, which I chanced to have about me. I was aware that my servant could not read, but on seeing the card he would recognize it as mine, and seek someone who could decipher what I have written upon it. There would be the more likelihood of his doing so, seeing that his characters were traced in blood. Wrapping the card in a piece of buckskin, to secure it against being destroyed, I attached it to Tara's neck. With some difficulty I succeeded in getting the animal to leave me, but he did so at length, and, as I had hoped, to go home to the hut. It appears that my message was duly carried, though it was only yesterday I had made acquainted with the result. Shortly after the dog took his departure, I once more fell asleep, again awakening to find myself in the presence of an enemy, one more terrible than I had yet encountered. It was a jaguar. A conflict came off between us, but how it ended, or after what time, I am unable to tell. I leave that to my brave rescuer, Zeb Stump, who, I hope, will soon return to give an account of it, with much besides that is yet mysterious to me, as to yourselves. All I can remember since then is a series of incongruous dreams, painful phantasmagoria, mingled with pleasant visions, some that were celestial, until the day before yesterday, when I awoke to find myself the inmate of a prison, with the charge of murder hanging over my head. Gentlemen of the jury, I have done. Si non vero e ben trovato, is the reflection of judge, jury, and spectators, as the prisoner completes his recital. They may not express it in such well-turned phrase, but they feel it, one and all of them. And not a few believe in the truth, and reject the thought of contrivance. The tale is too simple, too circumstantial to have been contrived, and by a man whose brain is but just recovered from the confusion of fevered fancies. It is altogether improbable he should have concocted such a story. So think the majority of those to whom it has been told. His confession, irregular as it may have been, has done more for his defence than the most eloquent speech his counsel could have delivered. Still it is but his own tale, and other testimony will be required to clear him. Where is the witness upon whom so much is supposed to depend? Where is Zeb Stump? 500 pairs of eyes turn toward the prairie, and scan the horizon with inquiring gaze. 500 hearts throb with a mad impatience for the return of the old hunter. With or without Cassius Calhoun, with or without the Headless Horse, man, now no longer either myth or mystery, but a natural phenomenon, exclaimed and comprehended. It is not necessary to say to that assemblage that the thing is an improbability, much less to pronounce it impossible. They are Texans of the Southwest, denizens of a high upland plateau, bordering upon the Staked Plain, from which springs the lovely Leona, and where the River of Nuts heads in 100 crystal strings. They are dwellers in a land where death can scarce be said to have its successor in decay, where the stag struck down in his tracks, or the wild steed succumbing to some hapless chance, unless by wild beasts devoured, will, after a time, bid defiance both to the laws of corruption and the teeth of the coyote, where the corpse of mortal man himself, left uncoffined and uncovered, will, in the short period of 48 hours, exhibit the signs and partake of the qualities of a mummy freshly exhumed from the catacombs of Egypt. But few upon the ground, who are not acquainted with this peculiarity of the Texan climate, that section of it close to the Sierra Madro, and more especially among the spurs of the Llano Estacado. Should the Headless Horseman be led back under the live oak, there is not one who will be surprised to see the dead body of Henry Poindexter, scarce showing the incipient signs of decomposition. If there be any incredulity about the story just told them, it is not on this account, and they stand in impatient expectation, not because they require it to be confirmed. Their impatience may be traced to a different cause, a suspicion, awakened at an early period of the trial, and which, during its progress, has been gradually growing stronger, until it has at length assumed almost the shape of a belief. It is to confirm or dissipate this, that nearly every man upon the ground, every woman as well, chafes at the absence of the witness, whose testimony is expected to restore the accused of his liberty, or consign him to the gallows tree. Under such an impression they stand interrogating the level line, where sky and savannah mingle, the soft blue of the sapphire with the vivid green of the emerald. Chapter 94.
Chapter 95 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer,
please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 95. The Last Witness. The watchful air is kept up for a period of full 10 minutes, and along with it the solemn silence. The latter is at intervals interrupted by a word or exclamation, when someone sees or fancies a spot upon the prairie. Then there is a buzz of excitement, and men stand on tiptoe to obtain a better view. Thrice is the crowd stirred by warnings that have proved false. Its patience is becoming exhausted, when a fourth salutes the ear, spoken in a louder voice and more confident tone. This time the tale is true. There are shadows upon the skyline, shadows fast assuming shape, substance, and motion. A wild shout, the old Saxon "Huzzah!" swells up among the branches of the live oak, as the figures of 3 horsemen, emerging from the film of the sun-parched prairie, are seen coming in the direction of the tree. 2 of them are easily recognized as Zeb Stump and Cassius Calhoun. The third still more easily, for far as I can see, that fantastic form cannot be mistaken. The first cry of the crowd, which but signalled the return of the 2 men, is followed by another, yet more significant, when it is seen that they are accompanied by a creature. So long the theme of weird thoughts and strange conjecturings. Though its nature is now known, and its cause understood, still is it regarded with feelings akin to awe. The shout is succeeded by an interregnum of silence, unbroken till the 3 horsemen have come close up, and then only by a hum of whisperings, as if the thoughts of the spectators are too solemn to be spoken aloud. Many go forward to meet the approaching cortege, and with wondering gaze accompany it back upon the ground. The trio of equestrians comes to a halt outside the circle of spectators, which soon changes centre, closing excitedly around them. 2 of them dismount, the third remains seated in the saddle. Calhoun, leading his horse to one side, becomes commingled with the crowd. In the presence of such a companion he is no longer thought of. All eyes, as well as thoughts, dwell upon the Headless Horseman. Zeb Stump, abandoning the old mare, takes hold of his bridle rein, and conducts him under the tree, into the presence of the court. "Now, judge," says he, speaking as one who has command of the situation, "and you 12 o' the jury, here's a witness as air likely to get a glimp o' daylight into your deliberations. What say ye to examine him?" An exclamation is heard, followed by the words, "Oh God, it is he!" The tall man staggers forward, and stands by the side of the Headless Horseman. It is his father. A cry proceeds from a more distant point, a scream suddenly suppressed, as if uttered by a woman before swooning. It is his sister. After a time Woodley Poindexter is led away, unresisting, apparently unconscious of what is going on around him. He is conducted into a carriage drawn up at a distance, and placed upon a seat beside its only occupant, his daughter. But the carriage keeps its place. She who commands the check string intends to stay there till the court has declared its sentence. Ay, till the hour of execution, if that is to be the end. Zeb Stump is officially directed to take his place in the witness box. By order of the judge, the examination proceeds, under direction of the counsel for the accused. Many formalities are dispensed with. The old hunter, who has been already sworn, is simply called to tell what he knows of the affair, and left to take his own way in the telling it, which he does in curt phrases, as if under the belief that such is required by the technicalities of the law. After the following fashion does Zeb proceed: "First heard o' this ugly business on the second day arter young Pete war mission. Heard on it as I were returnin' from a huntin' spell down the river. Heard the war o' suspicion 'bout the mustanger hevin' kermitted the murder. Knowed he wa'n't the man to do such; but to be satisfied, rud out to his shanty to see him. He wa'n't at home, though his man Phelim war so skeert 'bout one thing an' the other, he could gie no clur account o' anythin'. Whiles we war palaverin', in kim the dog, wi' somethin' tied roun' his neck; the which, on bein' 'zamined, proved to be the mowstanger's curd. Thur war words on it, wrote in red ink, which I seed to be blood. Them words told to whosomever she read 'em, whar the young fellur wur to be foun'. I went thar, takin' the other two that ere Pheelum an the houn' along wi' me. We got to the ground jest in time to save the mowstanger from hevin' his guts clawed out by one o' them ere spotted painters the Mexikins call tigers, though I've heern the young fellur hisself give 'em the name o' jugwars. I put a bullet through the brute, and that wur the end of it. "Well, we took the mowstanger to his shanty. We had to tote him thar on a sort o' stretcher, seein' as he wa'n't able to make trades o' hisself. Beside, he were as much out o' his senses as a turkey gobbler at treadin' time. We got him hum, and thur he stayed, till the sarchers kim to the shanty and foun' him." The witness makes pause, as if pondering within himself whether he should relate the series of extraordinary incidents that took place during his stay at the jacale. Would it be for the benefit of the accused to leave them untold? He resolves to be reticent. This does not suit the counsel for the prosecution, who proceeds to cross examine him. It results in his having to give a full and particular account of everything that occurred, up to the time of the prisoner being taken out of his hands, incarcerated in the guard house. "Now," says he, as soon as the cross questioning comes to a close, "since you've made me tell all I knew about that part o' the business, there's somethin' ye hain't thought o' asking, and the which this child's bound to make a clean breast o'." "Proceed, Mr Stump," says he of San Antonio, entrusted with the direct examination. "Wal, what I'm goin' to say, how hain't so much to do wi' the prisoner at the bar, as wi' a man thet in my opeenyun oughter be standin' in this place. I won't say who that man air. I'll tell ye what I know, and hev found out, and then you, the jury, may reckon it up for yourselves." The old hunter makes pause, drawing a long breath, as if to prepare himself for a full spell of confession. No one attempts either to interrupt or urge him on. There is an impression that he can unravel the mystery of the murder. That of the Headless Horseman no longer needs unravelling. "Well, feller citizens," continues Zeb, assuming a changed style of apostrophe, "arter what I heard, and more especially what I seed, I knowed that poor young Pint wur gone under, struck down in his tracks, wiped out o' the world. I knowed equally well that he who did the cowardly deed wan't, and ked be, the mowstanger Maurice Gerald." "Who war it, then? That war the question that bamboozled me; and it's done the rest o' ye them as ain't made up thur minds 'ithout reflection. Well, thinkin' as I did what the Irish were innocent, I bekim detarmined to diskiver the truth. I ain't goin' to say that appearances warn't agin him. They were doggonedly agin him. Fur all thet, I was goin' to rely on them; and so I took Purayra to hev a squint at the sign. I knowed thur must be hoss tracks leadin' to the place, and hoss tracks goin' from it; and damn 'em, thur were too many o' them goin' everywhar, else the thing mout a been easy enough. But thar wur one particular set I'd got down upon; and them I detarmined to foller up to the end o' the creeshun. They wur the footmarks o' the American hoss, hevin' 3 shoes to the good, and a fourth wi' a bit broken off the end of it. This here's the identical piece o' iron." The witness draws his hand from the pocket of his blanket coat, in which it has been some time buried. In the fingers are seen the shoe of a horse, only 3/4 complete. He holds it on high, enough for judge, jury, and spectators to see what it is. "Now, Mr Judge," he continues, "and you o' the jury, the hoss that carried his shoe went across the Purayra the same night that the murder war committed. He went arter the man that air murdered, as well as him that stands thar accused o' it. He went right upon the track o' both, and stopped short o' the place whur the crime wur committed. but the man that rued him didn't stop short. He keep on till he war clost up to the bloody spot, and it wore through him. It afterwards beckim bloody. It wore the third hoss, him with the broken shoe, that carried the murderer." "Go on, Mr Stump," directs the judge. "Explain what you mean by this extraordinary statement." "What I mean, Judge, air jest this. The man I'm speakin' o' took stand in the thicket, from which stand he fired the shet that killed poor young Poindexter." "What man? Who was it? His name! Give his name!" simultaneously interrogate 20 voices. "I reckon you'll find it there." "Where?" "Whar? In that yer body as sits 'ithout a head, lookin' dumbly down on ye. Ye can all see," continues the witness, pointing to the silent shape, "ye can all see a red patch on the breast o' the striped blanket. There's a hole in the centre o' it. Ahint that hole, I reckon there'll be another, in the young fellur's karkidge. There don't appear any to match it at the back. Therefore I konklude that the bullet as did his bizness air still inside o' him. S'posin' we strip off his duds, and see." There is a tacit consent to this proposition of the witness. 2 or 3 of the spectators, Sam mainly one of them, step forward, and with due solemnity proceed to remove the serape, as at the inauguration of a statue, whose once living original has won the right of such commemoration. The spectators stand in respectful silence at its uncovering. So stand they under the Texan tree, while the serape is being raised from the shoulders of the Headless Horseman. It is a silence solemn, profound, unbroken even by whispers. These are heard only after the unrobing is complete, and the dead body becomes revealed to the gaze of the assemblage. It is dressed in a blouse of sky blue cottonade, box plaited at the breast, and close buttoned to the throat. The limbs are encased in a cloth of the like colour, with a lighter stripe along the seams, but only the thighs can be seen, the lower extremities being concealed by the water guards of spotted skin tightly stretched over them. Around the waist, twice twined around it, is a piece of plaited rope, the strands of horse's hair. Before and behind it is fastened to the projections of the high peaked saddle. By it is the body retained in its upright attitude. It is further stayed by a section of the same rope, attached to the stirrups, and traversing, surcingle fashion, under the belly of the horse. Everything as the accused has stated, all except the head. Where is this? The spectators do not stay to inquire. Guided by the speech of Zeb Stump, their eyes are directed towards the body, carefully scrutinising it. 2 bullet holes are seen, one over the region of the heart, the other piercing the breastbone just above the abdomen. It is upon this last that the gaze becomes concentrated, since around its orifice appears a circle of blood with streams spraying downward. These have saturated the soft cottonade, now seemingly desiccated. The other shot hole shows no similar signs. It is a clear round cut in the cloth, about big enough for a pea to have passed through, and scarce discernible at the distance. There is no blood stain around it. "It," says Zeb Stump, pointing to the smaller, "it signifies nothin'. It's the bullet I fired myself out o' the gully the same I've been tellin' ye o'. Ye obsarve thar's no blood about it, which prove that it wur a dead body when it penetrated. The other air different. It wur the shot as settled him; an if I ain't dog gonedly mistaken, you'll find the bit o' lead still inside o' the corp. Suppose ye make a incision, an see." The proposal meets with no opposition. On the contrary, the judge directs it to be done as Zeb has suggested. The stays, both fore and back, are unloosed, the water guards unbuckled, and the body is lifted out of the saddle. It feels stark and stiff to those who take part in the unpacking; the arms and limbs as rigid as if they had become fossilized. The lightness tells of desiccation, for its specific gravity scarce exceeds that of a mummy. With respectful carefulness it is laid at full length along the grass. The operator stoops slightly over it, Sam mainly acting as the chief. Directed by the judge, he makes an incision around the wound, that with the circle of extravasated blood. The dissection is carried through the ribs to the lungs underneath. In the left lobe is discovered the thing searched for. Something firmer than the flesh is touched by the probe. The point of a bowie knife. It has the feel of a leaden bullet. It is one. It is extracted, rubbed clean of its crimson coating, and submitted to the examination of the jury. Despite the abrasion caused by the spirally grooved bore of the barrel, despite an indentation where it came in contact with a creased rib, there is still discernible the outlines of a stamped crescent, and the letters C.C. Oh, those telltale initials! There are some looking on who remember to have heard of him before; some who can testify to that boast about a marked bullet, when the killing of a jaguar was contested. He who made that boast was now reason to regret it. But where is he? The question is beginning to be asked. "What's your explanation, Mr Stump?" is another question, put by the counsel for the accused. "Don't need much, I reckon," is the reply. "He'd be a durnation greenhorn as can't see, clur as the light o' day. That young pint war plugged by that ere bullet. By whom fired, do you think?" "Wal, that appear to be equally clear. When a man signs his name to a message, there's no chance of mistakin' who it comes from. There's only the initials there, but they're plain enough, I reckon, and speak for theirselves." "I see nothing in all this," interposes the prosecuting counsel. "There's a marked bullet, it is true, with a symbol and certain letters, which may or may not belong to a gentleman well known in the settlement. For the sake of argument, let us suppose them to be his, as also the ball before us. What of that? It wouldn't be the first time that a murder has been committed, by one who has first stolen his weapon, and then used it to accomplish the deed. It is but a piece of ordinary cunning, a common trick. Who can say that this is not something of the same sort? Besides," continues the specious pleader, "where is the motive for a murder such as this would be, supposing it to have been committed by the man you are now called upon to suspect? Without mentioning names, we all know to whom these initials belong. I don't suppose the gentleman will deny that they are his; but that signifies nothing, since there is no other circumstance to connect him in any way with the committal of the crime." "Ain't thar, though?" asks Stump, who has been impatiently waiting the wind up of the lawyer's speech. "What d'ye call this?" Zeb, on delivering himself, takes from his tinder pouch a piece of paper, crumpled, scorched along the edges, and blackened as with gunpowder. "This I found," says he, surrendering it to the jury, "stuck fast on the thorn of a musketry, whar it had been blowed out of the barrel o' a gun. It kim out the same gun as discharged that bullet, to which it had served for waddin'. As this child takes it, it's been the backin' o' a letter. There's a name on it, which hev a curious correspondings wi' the initials on the bit o' lead. The jury can read his name for tharselves." The foreman takes a scrap of paper, and smoothing out the creases, reads aloud: "Captain Cassius Calhoun." Chapter 95.
Chapter 96 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 96. Stole Away. The announcement of the name produces a vivid impression upon the court. It is accompanied by a cry sent up by the spectators, with a simultaneity that proclaims them animated by a common sentiment. It is not a cry of surprise, but one of far different augury. It has a double meaning, too, at once proclaiming the innocence of the accused, and the guilt of him who has been the most zealous amongst the accusers. Against the latter, the testimony of Zeb Stump has done more than direct suspicion. It confirms that already aroused, and which has been growing stronger, as fact after fact has been unfolded, until the belief becomes universal, that Maurice Gerald is not the man who should be on trial for the murder of Henry Poindexter. Equally is it believed that Calhoun is the man. The scrap of the smeared paper has furnished the last link in the chain of evidence; and though this is but circumstantial, and the motive an inconceivable mystery, there is now scarce any one who has a doubt about the doer of the deed. After a short time spent in examining the envelope, passed from hand to hand among the jurymen, the witness, who was hinted at having something more to tell, is directed to continue his narration. He proceeds to give an account of his suspicions, those that originally prompted him to seek for a sign upon the prairie. He tells of the shot fired by Calhoun from the copse, of the chase that succeeded, and the horse trade that came after. Last of all, he describes the scene in the chapparal, where the Headless Horseman has been caught, giving this latest episode in all its details, with its owner interpretation of it. This done, he makes a pause, and stands silent, as if awaiting the court to question him. The eyes of the auditory are no longer fixed upon him. They know that his tale is completed, or if not so, they need no further testimony to guide their conclusions. They do not even stay for the deliberations of the court, now proceeding to sift the evidence. Its action is too slow for men who have seen justice so near being duped, themselves along with it, and swayed by a bitter reactionary spirit, revenge, proceeding from self-reproach. They call loudly for a change in the programme. The court is assailed with the cries, "Let the Irishman go! He is innocent! We don't want any farther evidence. We're convinced of it. Let him go free." Such is the talk that proceeds from the excited spectators. It is followed by other speeches equally earnest. "Let Cassius Calhoun be arrested, and put upon his trial. It's he that's done the deed. That's why he's shown so bitter against the other. If he's innocent, he'll be able to prove it. He shall have a fair trial, but tried he shall be. Come, judge, we're waiting upon you. Order Mr. Calhoun to be brought before the court. An innocent man's been there long enough. Let the guilty take his place." The demand, at first made by some half-dozen voices, soon becomes a clamour, universally endorsed by the assemblage. The judge dares not refuse compliance with the proposal so energetically urged, and, despite the informality, Cassius Calhoun is called upon to come before the court. The summons of the crier, thrice loudly pronounced, receives no response, and all eyes go in search of Calhoun. There is only one pair that looks in the right direction, those of Zeb Stump. The ci devant witness is seen suddenly to forsake the spot on which he has been giving his testimony, and glide towards his old mare, still alongside the horse late relieved of his ghastly rider. With an agility that surprises everyone, the old hunter springs upon the mare's back, and spurs her from under the tree. At the same instant the spectators catch sight of a man, moving among the horses that stand picketed over the plain. Though proceeding stealthily, as if to avoid being observed, he moves at a rapid rate, making for a particular quarter of the cavallada. "'Tis he! 'Tis Calhoun!" cries the voice of one who has recognised him. "Trying to steal off!" proclaims another. "Follow him!" shouts the judge, in a tone of stern command. "Follow, and bring him back!" There is no need for the order to be repeated, ere the words are well out. It is in the act of being obeyed by scores of men, who rush simultaneously towards their houses. Before reaching them, Calhoun has reached his, a grey mustang, standing on the outskirts of the cavallada. It is the same he has lately ridden in chase of the Headless Horseman. The saddle is still upon its back, and the bit between its teeth. From the commotion observable under the tree, and shouting that accompanies it, he has become cognisant of that terrible signal, the hue and cry. Concealment is no longer possible, and, changing from the stealthy pace to a quick earnest run, he bounds upon the animal's back. Giving a wild glance backward, he heads it towards the prairie, going off at a gallop. 50 horses are soon laid along his track. Their riders, roused to the wildest excitement by some words pronounced at their parting. "Bring him back, dead or alive," was the solemn phrase, supposed to have been spoken by the major. No matter by whom. It needs not the stamp of official warrant to stimulate the pursuers. The horror of the foul deed is sufficient for this, coupled with the high respect in which the victim of it had been held. Each man spurs onward, as if riding to avenge the death of a relative, a brother, as if each was himself eager to become an instrument in the execution of justice. Never before has the ex-captain of cavalry been in such danger of his life. Not while charging over the red battlefield of Buena Vista. Not while stretched upon the sanded floor of Oberdoffer's bar-room, with the muzzle of the mustanger's pistol pointed at his head. He knows as much, and, knowing it, spurs on at a fearful pace, at intervals casting behind a glance, quick, furtive, and fierce. It is not a look of despair.
it has not yet come to this, though at sight of such a following within hearing of their harsh vengeful cries, one might wonder he could entertain the shadow of a hope. He has. He knows that he is mounted on a fleet horse, and that there is a tract of timber before him. True, it is nearly 10 miles distant, but what signify 10 miles? He is riding at the rate of 20 to the hour, and in half an hour he may find shelter in the chapparal. Is this the thought that sustains him? It can scarce be. Concealment in the thicket, with half a score of skilled trackers in pursuit, Zeb Stump at their head. No, it cannot be this. There is no hiding place for him, and he knows it. What, then, hinders him from sinking under despair, and at once resigning himself to what must be his ultimate destiny? Is it the mere instinct of the animal, giving way to a blind unreasoning effort at impossible escape? Nothing of the kind. The murderer of Henry Poindexter is not mad. In his attempt to elude the justice he now dreads, he is not trusting to such slender chances as either a quick gallop across the prairie, or a possible concealment in the timber beyond. There is still farther beyond, a border. Upon this his thoughts are dwelling, and his hopes have become fixed. There are indeed 2 borders, one that separates 2 nations termed civilized. There is a law of extradition between them. For all this, the red-handed assassin may cheat justice, often does, by an adroit migration from one to the other, a mere change of residence and nationality. But it is not this course Calhoun intends to take. However ill observed the statute between Texas and Mexico, he has no intention to take advantage of its loose observance. He dreads to risk such a danger. With the consciousness of his great crime he has reason. Though riding toward the Rio Grande, it is not with the design of crossing it. He has bethought him of the other border, that beyond which roams the savage Comanche, the Ishmaelite of the prairies, whose hand is against every man with a white skin, but will be lifted lightly against him who has spilled the white man's blood. In his tent the murderer may not only find a home, but hope for hospitality, perhaps promotion in the red career of his adoption. It is from an understanding of these circumstances that Calhoun sees a chance of escape that support him against despair. And though he has started in a direct line for the Rio Grande, he intends, under cover of the chapparal, to flee towards the Llano Estacado. He does not dread the dangers of this fearful desert, nor any others that may lie before him. They can be but light compared with those threatening behind. He might feel regret at the terrible expatriation forced upon him, the loss of wealth, friends, social status, and civilization; more than all, the severance from one too wildly, wickedly loved, perhaps never to be seen again. But he has no time to think even of her. To his ignoble nature life is dearer than love. He fancies that life is still before him, but it is no fancy that tells him. Death is behind, fast travelling upon his tracks. The murderer makes haste, all the haste that can be taken out of a Mexican mustang, swift as the steeds of Arabia, from which it can claim descent. Ere this the creature should be tired. Since the morning it has made more than a score miles, most of them going at a gallop, but it shows no signs of fatigue. Like all its race, tough as terriers, it will go 50, if need be 100, without staggering in its tracks. What a stroke of good fortune! That exchange of horses with the Mexican maiden! So reflects its rider. But for it he might now be standing under the sombre shadow of the live oak, in the stern presence of a judge and jury, abetted and urged on to convict him, by the less scrupulous Lynch and his cohort of Regulators. He is no longer in dread of such a destiny. He begins to fancy himself clear of all danger. He glances back over the plain, and sees his pursuers still far behind him. He looks forward, and in the dark line looming above the bright green of the savannah, descries the chapparal. He has no doubt of being able to reach it, and then his chance of escape will be almost certain. Even if he should not succeed in concealing himself within the thicket, who is there to overtake him? He believes himself to be mounted on the farthest horse that is making the passage of the prairie. Who then can come up with him? He congratulates himself on the chance that has given him such a steed. He may ascribe it to the devil. He cannot attribute it to God. And will God permit this red-handed ruffian to escape? Will he not stretch forth his mighty arm, and stay the assassin in his flight? End of chapter 98. Chapter 97. of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 97. The Chase of the Assassin. Will God permit the red-handed ruffian to escape? Will he not stretch forth his almighty arm, and stay the assassin in his flight? These interrogatories are put by those who have remained under the tree. They are answered by an instinct of justice, the first negatively, the second in the affirmative. He will not, and he will. The answers are but conjectural, doubtfully so as Calhoun goes galloping off, a little less doubtful as Zeb Stump is descried starting after him, and still less when 100 horsemen, soldiers, and civilians spring forward in the pursuit. The doubt diminishes as the last of the pursuers is seen leaving the ground. All seem to believe that the last that's starting will be first in the chase, for they perceive that it is Maurice the mustanger, mounted on a horse whose fleetness is now far famed. The exclamations late ringing through the court have proclaimed not only a fresh postponement of his trial, but its indefinite adjournment. By the consent of the assemblage, vociferously expressed or tactfully admitted, he feels that he is free. The first use he makes of his liberty is to rush towards a horse, late ridden by the headless rider, as all know, his own. At his approach, the animal recognizes its master, proclaims it by trotting towards him, and giving utterance to a glad "Where." Despite the long severance, there is scarce time to exchange congratulations. A single word passes the lips of the mustanger, in response to the neigh of recognition, and in the next instant he is on the back of the blood bay, with the bridle in his grasp. He looks round for lazo, asks for it appealingly, in speech directed by the bystanders. After a little delay, one is thrown to him, and he is off. The spectators stand gazing after. There is no longer a doubt as to the result. The wish, almost universal, has become a universal belief. God has decreed that the assassin shall not escape, but that he will be overtaken, captured, and brought back before the same tribunal, where he so late stood a too willing witness. And the man so near suffering death through his perjured testimony is the instrument chosen to carry out the divine decree. Even the rude regulators, with their practical habitudes of life still regarding the idea of divine interference, cannot help having the impression of this poetical justice. One and all give way to it, as the red stallion springs off over the prairie, carrying Maurice Gerald upon his back. After his departure, an episode occurs under the shadow of the live oak. It is not this that hinders it from being observed, but because every one has turned face towards the plain, and watches the chase, fast recording from view. There is one scanning it with a look unlike the others. A lady strains her eyes through the curtains of the caleche, her glance telling of a thought within dissimilar to that felt by the common spectators. It is no mere curiosity that causes her twin breasts to sink and swell in quick spasmodic breathing. In her eye, still showing sadness, there is a gleam of triumph as it follows the pursuer, tempered with mercy, as it falls upon the pursued, while from her lips, slightly parted, escapes the prayer, "God have mercy on the guilty man." Delayed a little at mounting, and more in procuring the lazo, Maurice Gerald is the very latest to leave the ground. On clearing the skirt of the crowd, now dispersed over the parade, he sees the others far ahead, a distance of several hundred yards separating him from the rearmost. He thinks nothing of this. Confident in the qualities of his steed, he knows he will not long ride in the rear; and the blood bay answers his expectations, as if joyed at being relieved from his inert load, to him an incubus inexplicable, and inspired by the pressure of his master's knees. The noble horse springs off over the prairie turf, in long sinewy strides, showing that his body still retains its strength, and his limbs their elasticity. He soon closes upon the hindmost, overtakes one, then another, and another, till he has surged far ahead of the field. Still on over the rolling ridges, across the stream beds between, on over soft turf and sharp shingle, till at length his competitors lose sight of him, as they have already done of the grey mustang and its rider. There is but one of the pursuing party who continues to keep him in view, a tall man, mounted upon what might be taken for the sorriest of steeds, an old mustang mare. Her speed tells a different tale, produced though it be by the strangest of spurs, the keen blade of a bowie knife. It is Zeb Stump who makes use of this quaint but cruel means of persuasion. Still the old mare cannot keep pace with the magnificent stallion of the mustanger, nor does Zeb expect it. He but aims at holding the latter in sight, and in this he is so far successful. There is yet another who beholds the blood bay making his vigorous bounds. He beholds him with beard upon the shoulder. It is he who is pursued. Just as he has begun to feel hopeful of escape, Calhoun, looking back, catches sight of the red stallion, no longer with that strange shape upon his back, but one as well recognised, as to him even more terrible. He perceives it to be Maurice the mustanger, the man he would have devoted, was so near devoting, to the most disgraceful of deaths. He sees this man coming after, his own conscience tells him, as an avenger. It is the hand of God that directs this enemy on his track. He trembles as he asks himself the question. From any other pursuer there might have been a chance of escaping. There is none from Maurice Gerald. A cold shiver runs through the frame of the fugitive. He feels as if he were fighting against fate, and that it is idle to continue the contest. He sits despairingly in his saddle, scarce caring to ply the spur, no longer believing that speed can avail him. His flight is now merely mechanical, his mind taking no part in the performance. His soul is absorbed with the horror of a dread death, not less dread from his knowing that he deserves it. The sight of the chapparal, close at hand, inspires him with a fresh hope, and forcing the fatigued horse into a last feeble effort, he struggles on towards it. An opening presents itself, he enters it, and continues his gallop for a half-mile further. He arrives at a point where the path turns sharply round some heavy timber. Beyond that, he might enter the underwood, and get out of sight of his pursuer. He knows the place but too well. It has been fatal to him before. Is it to prove so again? It is. He feels that it is, and rides irresolutely. He hears the hoof-stroke of the red horse close upon the heels of his own, and along with it the voice of the avenging rider, summoning him to stop. He is too late for turning the corner, too late to seek concealment in the thicket, and with a cry he reins up. It is a cry partly of despair, partly of fierce defiance, like the scream of a chased jaguar under bay of the bloodhounds. It is accompanied by a gesture, quick followed by a flash, a pull of white smoke, and a sharp detonation that tell of the discharge of a revolver. But the bullet whistles harmlessly through the air, while in the opposite direction is heard a hissing sound as from the winding of a sling, and long serpent seems to uncoil itself in the air. Calhoun sees it through the thinning smoke. It is darting straight towards him. He has no time to draw trigger for a second shot, no time even to avoid the lazo's loop. Before he can do either, he feels it settling over his shoulders. He hears the dread summons, "Surrender, you assassin!" He sees the red stallion turn tail towards him, and in the next instant experiences the sensation of one who has been kicked from a scaffold. Beyond this he feels, hears, and sees nothing more. He has been jerked out of his saddle, and the shock received in his collision with the hard turf has knocked the breath out of his body, as well as the sense out of his soul. End of chapter 97.
Chapter 98 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dean. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas, by Reid. Chapter 98. Not Dead Yet. The assassin lies stretched along the earth, his arms embraced by the rawhide rope, to all appearance dead. But his captor does not trust this. He believes it only to be a feint. It may be a feint, and to make sure it is not the latter, he remains in his saddle, keeping his lasso upon the strain. The blood bay, obedient to his will, stands firm as the trunk of a tree, ready to rear back or bound forward on receiving the slightest sign. It is a terrible tableau, though far from being strange in that region of red-handed strife that lies along the far-stretching frontier of Tamaulipas and Texas. Oft, too oft, has the soaring vulture looked down upon such a scene, with a joy beholding it, as promising a banquet for its filthy beak. Even now half a score of these ravenous birds, attracted by the report of the pistol, are hovering in the air, their naked necks elongated in eager anticipation of a feast. One touch of the spur, on the part of him seated in the saddle, would give them what they want. It would serve the scoundrel right, mutters the mustanger to himself. Great God, to think of the crime he has committed, killed his own cousin, and then cut off his head. There can be no doubt that he has done both, though from what motive, God only can tell, or himself, if he be still alive. I have my own thoughts about it. I know that he loves her, and it may be that the brothers stood in the way. But how, and why? That is the question that requires an answer. Perhaps it can only be answered by God himself. You're mistaken about that, young feller, interposes a voice, breaking in on the soliloquy. There's one who can tell the how and why, just as well as either of 'em you've made mention of, and that individual air's old Zeb Stump, at your service. But it ain't the time to talk about such things now. Not here ain't the place, neither. We must take him back under the live oak, where he'll get treated accordingly to his deservings. Darn his ugly picker. It'd serve him right to make it uglier by dragging him a spell at the end of your trail rope. Never mind about that. We needn't volunteer to be Henry Poindexter's avengers. From what they know now, I reckon that can be trusted to the regulators. How are we to get him back? His horse has galloped away. No difficulty about that, Mr. Gerald. He's only fainted a bit, or maybe he's playing possum. In either case, I'll soon roust him, and if he ain't able to make tracks on that hoof, he can go on horseback, and here's the critter that'll carry him. I'm sick of the saddle myself, and I reckon the old girl's a little bit sick of me, leastwise the spur I've been pricking into her. I've made up my mind to go back on Shanksmar. As for Mr. Cash Calhoun, he's welcome to have my seat for the return journey. If he don't stop shaming and sit upright, we can pack him across the crupper like a side of dead buckmeat. Yo-ho! He begins to show sign. He'll soon recover his senses. All 7 of 'em, I reckon. And then he can mount the mar hisself. Ye up, old hoss, continued Zeb, grasping Calhoun by the collar of his coat and giving him a vigorous shake. Ye up, I say, and come along with us. You're wanted, and there's somebody desiring to have a talk with you. Who? Where? Inquires the captive, slowly recovering his consciousness, and staring unsteadily around him. Who wants me? Well, I'll do for one. Ah, you it is, Zeb Stump. And that there's Mr. Maurice Gerald, the mustanger. You've seen him before, I reckon. He wants you for it, too. Besides, there's a good grist of others like to see you again, back there by the port. So ye'd best be getting up on your legs and going along with us. The wretched man rises to his feet. In doing so, he discovers that his arms are encircled by a lasso. My horse, he exclaims, looking inquiringly around. Where's my horse? Old Nick only knows where he is by this time. Liken if he gone back to the Grand, where he came from. After the galloping you give him, I reckon he's sick of the old swope, and's goed off to take a spell o' rest in his native pastures. Calhoun gazes at the old hunter with something more than astonishment. The swope, even this too, is known to him. Now then, pursues Jeb, with a gesture of impatience, 'twon't do to keep the court waiting. Y'all ye ready? Ready for what? First and foremost, to go back along with me and Mr. Gerald. Secondmost, to stand your trial. Trial? I stand trial? You, Mr. Cash Calhoun. On what charge? The charge of killing Henry Poindexter, your own cousin. It's a lie, a damned slanderous lie, and whoever says it, shut up your head, cries Zeb, with an authoritative gesture. You're only wasting your breath. If this child ain't mistook about it, you'll need all you've got afore long. Come now, make ready to return with us. The judge air's waiting, the jury air's waiting, and justice air's waiting too, in the shape of 80 regulators. I'm not going back, doggedly responds Calhoun. By what authority do you command me? You have no warrant. Hadn't I, though? Interrupts Zeb. What do you call this? He adds, pointing to his rifle. There's my warrant. By the grace of God, and by that same, this child is going to execute it. So no more of your darn palaver, for I ain't the sort of standing it. Take your choice, Mr. Cash Calhoun. Mount your old mare of mine and come on quickly, or try to tooth or dodge, and get toted like a package of old merchandise, for back you're bound to go. I swear it by the eternal. Calhoun makes no reply. He glances at Stump, at Gerald, despairingly around him, then stealthily toward a six-shooter, protruding from the breast pocket of his coat, the counterpart of that shaken out of his hand, as the rope settled around him. He makes an effort for the pistol, feebly because only half resolved. He is restrained by the lasso, perhaps more by the movement on the part of Zeb, who, with a significant gesture, brings his long gun to the level. "Quick!" exclaimed the hunter. "Mount, Mr. Calhoun. There's a mire waiting for you. Into the saddle, I say." Like a puppet worked by the wires of a showman, the ex-captain of a cavalry yields compliance with the commands of the backwoodsman. He does also, from a consciousness that there is death, certain death, in disobeying them. Mechanically he mounts the mare, and without resistance suffers her to be led away from the spot. Zeb, afoot, strides on in advance. The mare, at bridle length, follows upon his tracks. The mustanger rides reflectingly behind, thinking less of him held at the end of his lasso than of her, who by a generous self-sacrifice has that day riveted around his heart a golden chain, only by death to be undone. End of chapter 98.
Chapter 99 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John B. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne, Reid. Chapter 99. Attempted Murder and Suicide. After its second involuntary recess, less prolonged than the first, the court has once more resumed its functions under the great evergreen oak. It's now evening, and the sunbeams falling aslant intrude upon the space canopied by the tree. From the golden brightness displayed by them at noon, they have changed to a lurid red, as if there was anger in the sky. It is but an accident of the atmosphere, the portent of an approaching storm. For all this, it is remarked as singular that a storm should be coming at the time, since it symbolizes the sentiment of the spectators, who look on with sullenness in their hearts and gloom in their glances. It would seem as if heaven's wrath was acting in concert with the passions of earth. Maurice Gerald is no longer the cynosure of those scowling eyes. He has been clamorously acquitted, and is henceforth only one of the witnesses. In the place late occupied by him another stands. Cassius Calhoun is now the prisoner at the bar. This is the only change observable. The judge is the same, the jury the same, and the spectators as before, though with very different feelings in regard to the criminality of the accused. His guilt is no longer the question that's being considered. It has been established beyond a shadow of a doubt. The evidence is already before them, and though entirely circumstantial, as in most cases of murder, the circumstances form a chain irresistibly conclusive and complete. There is but one missing link, if link it may be called, the motive. The motive both for the murder and the mutilation. For the testimony of Gerald has been confirmed by a subsequent examination of the dead body. The surgeon of the cantonment has pronounced the two distinct, and that Henry Poindexter's death must have ensued almost instantaneously after his receiving the shot. Why should Cassius Calhoun have killed his own cousin? Why cut off his head? No one can answer these questions save the murderer himself. No one expects him to do so, save to his Maker. Before him he must soon stand, for knowledge of the motive is not deemed essential to his condemnation, and he has been condemned. The trial has come to a close. The verdict guilty has been given, and the judge, laying aside his Panama hat, is about to put on the black cape, the dread emblem of death, preparatory to pronouncing the sentence. In the usual solemn manner, the condemned man is invited to make his final speech, to avail himself, as it were, of his last forlorn hope of sentence. He starts at the invitation, falling as it does like a death knell upon his ear. He looks wildly around, despairingly, when on the faces that encircle him he sees not one wearing an expression of sympathy. There is not even pity. All appear to frown upon him. His confederates, those paid ruffians who have hitherto supported him, are of no use now, and their sympathy of no consequence. They have shrunk out of sight before the majesty of the law and the damning evidence of his guilt. Despite his social standing and the wealth to sustain it, he sees himself alone, without friend or sympathizer, for so stands the assassin in Texas. His demeanor is completely changed. In place of that haughty air oft exhibited in bold, brutal bullyism, he looks cowed and craven, and not strange that he should. He feels that there is no chance of escape, that he is standing by the side of his coffin, on the edge of an eternity too terrible to contemplate. To a conscience like his, it cannot be otherwise than appalling. All at once a light is seen to flask into his eyes, sunken as they are in the midst of two livid circles. He has the air of one on the eve of making confession. Is it to be an acknowledgment of guilt? Is he about to unburden his conscience of the weight that must be on it? The spectators, guessing his intentions, stand breathlessly observing him. There is silence even among the cicadas. It is broken by the formalized interrogatory of the judge. "Have you anything to say why sentence of death should not be pronounced upon you?" "No," he replies, "I have not. The jury has given a just verdict. I acknowledge that I have forfeited my life and deserve to lose it." Not during all the day, despite its many strange incidents and startling surprises, have the spectators been so astonished. They are confounded beyond the power of speech, and in silence permit the condemned man to proceed with what they now perceive to be his confession. "It's quite true," continues he, "that I killed Henry Poindexter, shot him dead in the chaparral." The declaration is answered by a cry from the crowd. It's altogether involuntary, and expresses horror rather than indignation. Alike involuntary is the groan that goes with it, proceeding from a single individual whom all know to be the father of the murdered man, once more in their midst. Beyond these sounds, soon ceasing, there is nothing to hinder the confession from being continued. "I know that I've got to die," proceeds the prisoner, with an air of seeming recklessness. "You have decreed it, and I can tell by your looks that you have no intention to change your minds. After what I've confessed, it would be folly in me to expect pardon, and I don't. I've been a bad fellow, and no doubt have done enough to deserve my fate. But bad as I may have been, I'm not vile enough to be sent out of the world and leave behind the horrid imputation of having murdered my own cousin. I did take his life, as I've told you. You're all asking why. and conjecturing about the motive. There was none. A new sensation makes itself manifest among the spectators. It partakes of surprise, curiosity, and incredulity. No one speaks or in any way attempts interruption. You wonder at that. It's easily explained. I killed him by mistake. The surprise culminates in a shout, suppressed as the speaker proceeds. Yes, by mistake, and God knows I was sorry enough on discovering that I had made it. I didn't know myself till long after. The condemned man looks up as if in hopes that he has touched a chord of mercy. There is no sign of it on the faces that surround him, still solemnly austere. I don't deny it, continues he. I needn't. That I intended to kill someone, I did. Nor am I going to deny who it was. It was the cur I see standing before me. In a glance of concentrated hatred, the speaker rests his eye on Gerald, who only answers with a look so calm as almost to betray indifference. Yes, I intended to kill him. I had my reasons. I'm not going to say what they were. It's no use now. I thought I had killed him, but as hell's luck would have it, the Irish hound had changed cloaks with my cousin. You know the rest. By mistake I fired the shot meant for the enemy and fatal to a friend. It was sure enough, and poor Henry dropped from his horse. But to make sure, I drew out my knife, and the cursed serape still deceiving me, I hacked off his head. The sensation again expresses itself in shuddering and shouts, the latter prolonged into cries of retribution, mingled with that murmuring which proclaims a story told. There is no mystery either about the murder or its motive, and the prisoner is spared further description of that fiendish deed that left the dead body of Henry Poindexter without a head. "Now," cries he, as the shouting subsides and the spectators stand glaring at him, "you know all that's past, but not what's to come. There's another scene to it. You see me standing on my grave, but I don't go into it till I've sent him to his. I don't, by God. There's no need to guess at the meaning of this profane speech, the last of Calhoun's life. Its meaning is made clear by the act that accompanies it. While speaking, he has kept his right hand under the left breast of his coat. Along with the oath it comes forth, holding a revolver. The spectators have just time to see the pistol as it glints under the slanting sunbeams, when two shots are heard in quick succession. With a like interval between, two men fall forward upon their faces and lie with their heads closely contiguous. One is Maurice Gerald, the mustanger; the other, Cassius Calhoun, ex-captain of voluntary cavalry. The crowd closes around, believing both to be dead, while through the stillness that succeeds is heard a female voice in those wild, plaintive tones that tell of a heart nigh parting in twain. End of chapter 99. Chapter 100 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John B. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 100, Joy. Joy. There was this under the evergreen oak, when it was discovered that only the suicide was a success and the attempt at assassination a failure. There was this in the heart of Louise Poindexter on learning that her lover still lived. Though saddened by the series of tragedies so quickly transpiring, she was but human, and being woman, Who can blame her for giving way to the subdued happiness that succeeded? Not I, not you, if you speak truly. The passion that controlled her may not be popular under a strictly Puritan standard. Still, it is according to the dictates of nature, universal and irresistible, telling us that father, mother, sister, and brother are all to be forsaken for that love illimitable, on earth only exceeded, sometimes scarce equalled, by the love of self. Do not reproach the young Creole because this passion was paramount in her soul. Do not blame her for feeling pleasure amidst moments that should otherwise have been devoted to sadness, nor that her happiness was heightened on learning from the astonished spectators how her lover's life had been preserved, as it might seem miraculously. The aim of the assassin had been true enough. He must have felt sure of it before turning the muzzle towards his own temples, and firing the bullet that had lodged in his brain. Right over the heart he had hit his intended victim, and through the heart would the leaden missile have made its way, but that the gage d'amour, the gift of her who alone could have secured it such a place, turned aside the shot, causing it to ricochet. Not harmlessly, however, since it struck one of the spectators standing too close to the spot. Not quite harmless, either, was it to him for whom it had been intended. The stunning shock, with the mental and corporeal excitement long sustained, did not fail to produce its effect, and the mind of Maurice Gerald once more returned to its delirious dreaming. But no longer lay his body in danger. In the chaparral, surrounded by wolves and shadowed by soaring vultures, in a hut where he was but ill attended, in a jail where he was scarce cared for at all. When again restored to consciousness, it was to discover that the fair vision of his dreams was no vision at all, but a lovely woman, the loveliest on the Leona, or in all Texas, if you like, by name Louise Poindexter. There was now no one to object to her nursing him, not even her own father. The spirit of the aristocratic planter, steeped in sorrow and humiliated by misfortune, had become purged of its false pride, though it needed not this to make him willingly acquiesce in an alliance which, instead of a nobody, gave him a nobleman for his son. Such in reality was Sir Maurice Gerald, erst known as Maurice the Mustanger. In Texas, the title would have counted for little, nor did its owner care to carry it. But by a bit of good fortune, not always attendant on an Irish baronetcy, it carried along with it an endowment ample enough to clear Casa del Corvo of the mortgage held by the late Cassius Calhoun and claimed by his nearest of kin. This was not Woodley Poindexter, for after Calhoun's death it was discovered that the ex-captain had once been a Benedict, and there was a young scion of his stock living in New Orleans who had the legal right to say he was his son. It mattered not to Maurice Gerald, who now, clear of every entanglement, became the husband of the fair Creole. After a visit to his native land, including the European tour, which was also that of his honeymoon, Sir Maurice, swayed by his inclinations, once more returned to Texas and made Casa del Corvo his permanent home. The blue-eyed colleen of Castle Bala must have been a myth, having existence only in the erratic fancy of Phelim, or it may have been the bud of a young love, blighted ere it reached blooming, by absence oft fatal to such tender plants of passion. Whether or no Louise Poindexter, Lady Gerald she must now be called, during her sojourn in the Emerald Isle saw nothing to excite her to jealousy. Only once again did this fell passion take possession of her spirit, and then only in the shape of a shadow soon to pass away. It was one day when her husband came home to the hacienda, bearing in his arms the body of a beautiful woman, not yet dead, though the blood streaming from a wound in her bared bosom showed she had not long to live. To the question, "Who has done this?" she was only able to answer, "Diaz, Diaz." It was the last utterance of Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos. As the spirit of the unhappy senorita passed into eternity, along with it all rancor from that of her more fortunate rival, there can be no jealousy of the dead. That of Lady Gerald was at rest, and for ever. It was succeeded by a strong sympathy for the ill-fated Isidora, whose story she now better comprehended. She even assisted her lord in the saddling of his red bay steed, and encouraged him in the pursuit of the assassin. She joyed to see the latter led back at the end of a lazo, held in the hand of her husband, and refused to interfere when a band of regulators, called hastily together, dealt out summary chastisement by hanging him to a tree. It was not cruelty, only a crude kind of justice, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. And what a poor compensation it seemed to those who had taken part in extracting it, as they stood gazing upon the remains of the villain and his victim, the swarth ruffian dangling from the branch above, and the fair form lying underneath. The hearts of the Texans were touched, as perhaps they had never been before. There was a strange thought passing through their minds, a sadness independent of that caused by the spectacle of a murder. It was regret at having so hastily dispatched the assassin. Beautiful even in death was Isidora. Such features as she possessed owe not everything to the light of life. That voluptuous shape, the true form divine, may be admired in the cold statue. Men stood gazing upon her dead body, long gazing, loath to go away, at length going with thoughts not altogether sacred. In the physical world, time is accounted the destroyer, though in the moral it is oft the restorer. Nowhere has it effected greater changes than in Texas during the last decade, and especially in the settlements of Nueces and Leona. Plantations have sprung up where late the chaparral thickly covered the earth, and cities stand where the wild steed once roamed over a pathless prairie. There are new names for men, places, and things. For all this there are those who could conduct you to an ancient hacienda still known as Casa del Corvo. Once there, you would become the recipient of a hospitality unequaled in European lands. You would have for your host one of the handsomest men in Texas, for your hostess one of its most beautiful women, both still this side of middle life. Residing under their roof, you would find an old gentleman of aristocratic air and venerable aspect, withal chatty and cheerful, who would conduct you around the corrales, show you the stock, and never tire of talking about the hundreds, aye thousands of horses and horned cattle seen roaming over the pastures of the plantation. You would find this old gentleman very proud upon many points, but more especially of his beautiful daughter, the mistress of the mansion, and the half-dozen pretty prattlers who cling to his skirts and call him their dear grandpa. Leaving him for a time, you would come in contact with two other individuals attached to the establishment. One is the groom of the stole, by name Phelim O'Neill, who has full charge of the horses. The other, a coachman of sable skin, yclept Pluto Poindexter, who would scorn to look at a horse except when perched upon the box, and after having the ribbons deftly delivered into his hands. Since we last saw him, the gay Pluto has become tamed down to a staid and sober Benedict, black though he be. Florinda, now the better half of his life, has effected the transformation. There is one other name known at Casa del Corvo with whom you cannot fail to become acquainted. You will hear it mentioned almost every time you sit down to dinner, for you'll be told that the turkey at the head of the table, or the venison at the opposite end, is the produce of a rifle that rarely misses its aim. During the course of the meal, but much more over the wine, you will hear talk of Zeb Stump, the hunter. You may not often see him. He will be gone from the hacienda before you're out of bed, and back only after you have retired. But the huge gobbler seen in the smokehouse, or the haunch of venison hanging by its side, are evidence he has been there. While sojourning at Casa del Corvo, you may get hints of a strange story connected with the place, now almost reduced to a legend. The domestics will tell it you, but only in whispers, since they know that it is a theme tabooed by the master and mistress of the mansion, in whom it excites sad souvenirs. It is the story of the Headless Horseman. End of The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid.